Good morning, everybody. It is game 23 coming your way. The Prague Cricket Club are taking on the Prague Tigers. Prague Tigers to call here at the toss. Oop. It is heads. What would you like to do?
We would like to bowl first.
There you go. PCC win the toss, and they're going to have a bowl first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, cricket fans from around the world, and welcome to the Vinoch Cricket Ground on the outskirts of Prague for the continuation of this wonderful ECS Czechia series, Premier Division. It is final, well, it's not Finals Friday, it's a Peacock Friday. It is a wonderful Friday at the ground too. Have a look at that blue sky and the lush outfield looking sensational. It is like glass out there. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network to take you through today's action. It is matches 23 through to 26. So 4 games coming your way today. And it is the second last day, the penultimate day of the group stage. Tomorrow is the final day of the group stage finals then on Sunday. And the game we've got coming for you is first up here, match 23, Prague Cricket Club versus the Prague Tigers. Big game coming up for both of these two teams who are sitting pretty in the standings. Prague Tigers currently sitting top of the standings. PCC sitting in 4th place on the standings. And both have 3 games to play. They're playing those 3 games today. So this is the first time that Tigers and PCC are meeting in this Premier Division. And this is the kind of tussle, the kind of battle that you love to see. However, as a few people in the chat have already noticed, the Prague Cricket Club are down a couple of players, and so it's going to be tough work for them. But they win the toss, and Kusha Mendon, who took the toss there, he elected to bowl first. That was what they wanted to do, and then they're happy to chase whatever Tigers can get on the board. It's going to be a tough old day. It's going to be a warmish day, a couple more degrees higher than it was yesterday here in Prague. But there's a lovely breeze coming across the down, nowhere near as windy as it was yesterday. And speaking to Vinny about what happened yesterday, and I could see that when I was in the chat as well, that wind assisting the bowlers with a bit of in-swing to the right-handers, if they can control it. If they couldn't control it, there's a lot of leg side wides. That breeze has dropped quite appreciably, but there's still a nice and cool breeze coming across the ground, keeping conditions very nice and brisk. So it's probably about sort of 17, 18 degrees out there right now. It's going to get up to about 25, 26, I believe. And the forecast says no chance of precipitation, which is even more exciting. So hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us this morning. I can see a whole bunch of my great friends joining us here. Nick the Brown Bear and Tavleen saying hello to you. Pankaj saying hello. Save Doug, that's Ash. Hello, Ash. Good to see you. And great to see everybody. Thanks for tuning in this morning to what should be a very exciting day of cricket. Rob Thompson, Johnny here as well, Chris Addison, and everyone else in the chat. Good morning to you. Good morning wherever you're watching from around the world. Real test here for the Prague Cricket Club. As I said, sitting 4th on the table at the moment, and they're on 15 points. And remember, out of the 6 teams, it's going to be the bottom 2 teams who will have to leave, and they're not going to make it through to final Sunday. So PCC looking to pick up points here today. If you're interested in the standings, go to ecn.cricket website, check on event details, and just go straight to the standings. You're going to see all the information, and I will try to talk you through that as well as we go on today. As we start, match 23. And straight away, we begin with a Maximo smashed down the park, out of the ground, bang. Well, that's a great way to start proceedings. Sazib Boyan does what he does best, and he crashes the ball out of the park. Ravi Solanki, who was an absolute talent, but he gets treated right from that first delivery. Like I said, a real test, a very big test here for PCC, who are down 2 players, sadly for them. It's all about player availability, and there's a big change. 5 changes from the squad that played last for PCC as well. So even the inclusions, a couple of players who may be a bit rusty. Sazib swings this one out towards leg side now. It's going to be cut off. Deep mid wicket gets around and does a good job to stop that one. A bit of a puff of dust there as well. The Vinoch ground could do with a bit of a watering, but sadly without running water to the ground, we're sort of looking to the skies and hoping that we may just get a bit of moisture overnight just to sort of settle things down, but it's getting pretty dry out there in the centre. There is heavy rain forecast for Monday, but we'll be done on Monday. So in case you missed it, Prague Cricket Club won the toss in this match 23, elected to bowl first. They wanted to send in the Tigers to see if they can contain the Tigers to a reasonable score. Obviously, they have less fielders in the field PCC because they're 2 players down, unable to get hold side on the park simply for player availability was just not there for them. And speaking to a couple of the players early on, they said there were so many phone calls and messages flying around, it was very difficult. We'll see if that changes as they continue, because PCC are here for 3 games today. But for this first game this morning, they are down to 9. We continue. Punched in the air, over the infield. Bounce, bounce, and away for 4 runs. So Mia gets off the mark with a boundary. And Solanke just giving a bit too much width to the players in this first over. And a little bit too short as well. You can see there, just doesn't quite get the same line and length he was hoping for. Ravi Solanke, he's a very talented bowler for PCC, has really stepped up. And looking forward to see him, hopefully very soon, he will get the nod to join the national team. But it's about making sure he's qualified to join the national team. Obviously, he has to go through certain ICC protocols and a few check boxes as well before that can happen. Aravind Sridhar has got the gloves on behind the stumps. He comes down and gives Solanke just a bit of a pep talk. Maybe he's seen something he likes. Just wait for the players to come back in. It's going to be a tough old game for the outfielders for our PCC, having 2 people down. So just to confirm, 9 players in the lineup, bowling with 9 people only. So I'll just make sure we're all clear about that. It's Fuller. And miss-hit around the corner. Had an absolute park. Could have hit that one. And has been miss-hit straight to the player at backward square leg. So the 2 players out, you have a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Apart from that, the regulation infield with a backward square leg. Well, now this is interesting. Sending mid-off back to long-off and bringing deep mid-wicket into mid-wicket area. So they've opened up deep mid-wicket now. Just looks to play something gentle there. That's when Sazib looks at his most vulnerable. When he looks to play something delicate, that's where PCC might think, you know what, we could possibly get him here. When he's looking on, he looks ominous. So much confidence, just oozing confidence. But when he plays these little delicate shots, that's the moment where you think, you know what? It just doesn't look right for him. Just doesn't look right. Cuts this one through the gap, all the way along the deck. 4 runs, punched just in front of extra cover there. So an expensive over, currently uploading here for the Prague Tigers. In fact, that is the end of the over. 16 from it. That looks like umpire Joe Foster, very experienced umpire here in Prague. He's got the umpiring duties out there. Tavlin noticing no foot movement from Buyan there. It's interesting with Sazib, he does lack the foot movement because he generates so much power from literally from the fingertips on one hand all the way up the arm, across the shoulders and down to the fingertips on the other hand. And that's where all the power is. And in his core, he doesn't do a lot of foot movement. I've been a little bit, not critical, but I've been pointing that a few times over the last couple of years, but especially in this series, just the foot movement isn't there. But he's got the runs on the board because he's an absolute powerhouse. Start the second over. Davison Ramani gets pushed into the mid-wicket area. And, well, that's a shame. It was a bit of a chase on, almost dragged in. I think this is going to be a very long innings for the fielders for PCC. The Prague Tigers, they lost the toss and were sent into bat. I reckon if they had won the toss, I reckon they might have bowled first as well. So the feeling I had would be they'd probably want to be chasing a score against a team that's already battered and maybe just starting to feel a little bit of the, a little bit sort of worn, slightly worn. And just remember, they've got to face each other at the second game, well, the last game today, game number 4 for the day. That'll be the rematch. But this is the first time they've met in this division and this year. Quick ball from Davison there. Dots up nicely. Nick the Brown Bear saying gaps to exploit. Less players in the field. 100% there, Nick. Absolutely. There's a lot of gaps around. Question in the chat is about injured Solanke. I don't believe Solanke's injured. I think he's okay. Just beaten for pace. Clearly beaten for pace there. Soji Mia dots up. So it's a bit the non-strikers end to be looking at that and saying, "Hey, what's this dotting up business?" Get some runs, he says. So Tigers with a real red-hot chance to put PCC to the sword here in this match. Really solidify their place at the top of the standings. Well, this one has been squared away on a bit of an inside edge. Keeper chases after it. Backward square leg chases after it. It's all in vain. It finds the boundary for another 4. So after a couple of dots, not quite in complete control of that shot, but finds the boundary at fine leg nonetheless. 4 runs. Good morning to Montelus who joins us. As noted by Johnny Heeson, he's up very early this morning. But good to see you both. Thanks for joining us here this morning. Hope everyone's got their Peacock Friday shirt on. It is Peacock Friday. Good change of pace. Clever bowling from Romani. Just one more time in case you missed it, the Prague Cricket Club playing with 9 in this match. They won the toss, selected to bowl first. It was their choice. Prague Tigers obviously sent into bat so far, 24 for no loss. Getting towards the end of the second. Bangs it in a little bit short and over the head of the fielder who's put there for that shot, exactly that shot, but it's way over his head. Goes for 6 runs, a big Maximo flying towards the deep backward point area. Have a look at this, right over the top of the fielder. So 30 for no loss after 2. Tigers off to a fly here this morning. Thanks, Monty. Let's see how we go. I know I tend to have a bit more of the dulcet tones, as it's been described, than maybe some other commentators. So I'll do my best. Well, actually, you can ask James Stewart. He had me on comms when he was in the card going on a long overnight drive with young Jacob a couple of months ago, and he said it was very good. Kept him awake, which is good. That means I'm not too not too softly spoken. Last thing you want have that sort of thing happen when you're going for a long drive. So I'll try and keep it nice and peppery as we look to start the third over, and the power play is looking very good for the Tigers. 30 for no loss. PCC would love to take Sazib out of the equation with a wicket here. So they're taking pace off straight away. Kayo Meta, after Davison Romani's over, which wasn't a bad over. It did go for 14. 16 off the previous over. So Kayo Meta, pace off, asking the batter to make all of the pace himself, which for Sazib Bulyan shouldn't be an issue. He is that kind of batter. You've seen him do it. The only century scorer so far in this division. And he starts with a big Maximo over deep mid-wicket. It's going to run quite a long way back. So we've got a few moments to have a chat here, you and I. But welcome everyone in the chat. Welcome to everyone watching from around the world. Great to have you with us. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Hope you've all had a good week as well. I've had a pretty good week. And of course, a big shout out to Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, who was on comms all day yesterday. And as you'd expect, does a sterling job. I was lucky enough to tune in a couple of times with my day off. But thank you, Vinny, for holding down the fort. And of course, a big shout out to the Mini Blue crew here, who've done a sterling job over these last, 13 days so far. Still got 2 days to come after this one. That's punch through the gap, easy as you like. He's got the power and he's got the placement. And Kayo Meta, he's not asking the right questions here with his bowling. He needs to try to find something here. score up to 40 already. Look at that, 6-4 at the start of this over. Ko Meta, who's been around for quite a while, heavily involved with PCC. I don't think he's played for any other club since his arrival in Czech Republic. And he loves his club. See if you can dig deep here and find something special. Ball's now to Sazib. Nicely done. Good work from the keeper as well. Doesn't quite take it cleanly. Now Sazib's gone down the ground. Looks like he's giving the leg a bit of a rub there. He's just taken that I think he's just taken it just above the knee. I think he'll be okay. Sazib's had a couple of moments where he's been in the wars over the last few days. He had a nasty tumble earlier in the week where he sort of stretched his back a little bit. And then yesterday he went down pretty hard and hyperextended the knee a little bit. And this is lofted. It's come down towards me. And actually that's gone straight to the scoring area, I think. That's gone straight to Vinny's feet. I think it has. Watching, where's the player go to field that one? Nope, it's landed just next to the scorer's tent. So a big hit down the ground. Have a look at those overs. There's runs per over. So 16, 15, and then 16. Sorry, 16, 14, and 16 already. And Ko Meta's over is getting a little bit out of control here. 46 on the board. This is going to be probably one of the best power plays you would have seen this week in the Premier Division. Currently uploading. And Sazib Boyan, big score for him again, currently uploading. Straight down the ground. It bounces about 3 meters in front of the player down here. That looks like that's Athava Gune. It's a shout to catch it, but it was quite flat, quite a flat shot. And Gune does the right thing and just holds his nerve, blocks the ball. This is a bit more uppish. Gune comes in again, does the long barrier and keeps it to a single. So good comeback from the bowler there to find a couple of singles after being pelted around the ground. The over still does go for 18 runs. And that's the end of the over. Hey, have a look at what's coming up here. We're going to turn up the heat with the Netherlands versus Bangladesh. That's coming your way very shortly. So on Sunday, we have the first game. So that's going to be on at the same time as we have our finals here. But make no mistake, you might want to check that out. Netherlands and Bangladesh in the Women's T20 International. And looking forward to that big time indeed. Big thanks to Rado, our fantastic supporters and sponsors there. So that's going to come to you from Scotland. Keep an eye open for that one. Make sure you've got dual screens running. And that is going to be a tasty treat. And obviously more games there in the following week on the Thursday, 4th of June. But yes, just remember this Sunday, 31st of May, Netherlands and Bangladesh, the Women's T20. How fun is that going to be? First time we're going to see Bangladesh on the European Cricket Network. And it's so good to be part of the tour. 48 for no loss in the power play. What a terrific power play that was. Soja Mia on 20 and Sazib Boyan 28 off 9. We continue. Mia facing. Got him. Well, there's a breakthrough. And as they say in Batman, it may not be the breakthrough you need, but it's the breakthrough that you want or something like that. And that is huge moment for PCC as they manage to dislodge one of these openers. And he chops on. And Mia cannot believe it. He stares back down the pitch and he cannot believe he's chopped on there. It was a wide delivery. It was there for the taking. It was served up very nicely and he doesn't get into that one. First wicket falls on that score of 48. Just at the start of the fourth. Good bowling from Romani. Good persistent bowling from Romani. Still, expected score is around that 150 mark. You should see a big score here. If Boyan can stick around for a few more overs, or even bat his way all the way through. He's had a lot of not outs in this tournament so far, including a 100 not out against the Vineyard Cricket Club. That was a couple of days ago. So it's going to be Samuel coming out to bat. So just rearranging the field here. Let's have a look at the field with only 9 players available. So bowler, keeper, and then after that you got the 7 players. Let's have a look and see what they're going to go for here in terms of the fielding. We have a wide long on, standard long off, boundary rider square on the offside, a deep backward point, moving towards more of a fine leg area. That's hit to one of the infielders at point. And on the opposite side of the ground, you've got a standard square leg. So deep on the leg side, they've left the door open. Purely because, well, they just don't have the fielders. They don't have the numbers. So that square leg player is actually at a backwards square leg. So from the leg side coming around, you've got a backward square leg, a wide, long on, who's just taken a few steps a bit more towards deep mid-wicket, but he's still technically long on. Long off, a fielder in the cover, and at point. And a dot ball. Good dot ball, good pace. So PCC trying to just settling into this rhythm now of trying to bowl to their field, which is pretty tough when you're a couple of players down. See a lot of talk about Sazib in the chat. Why wouldn't you? He's leading run scorer, the lone centurion in this Premier Division as well. And he's made a bundle of not outs, so his average must be quite astronomical. I'll try and check that out for you. Swung down the ground, the shot fielded at deep mid wicket. So Bhuyan unable to find the boundary there. Rahmani successful in this over. Got a wicket with the first ball. 1.1. 50 up as well with that last single. And it just pushed back. There you go. Yeah, so the highest individual score for this tournament so far, you saw it a couple of days ago. 100 not out off 29 deliveries by Sazib Bhuyan against the Vinarati Cricket Club. And he picked that up on the last ball of the innings. The winning shot, which went for 6, only needed 1, but the winning shot went for 6 and brought up his 100 at the same time as well. As Samuel goes for a big swing outside the off stump. Fantastic over that one from Rahmani. Really, really good over. Picks up a wicket and only 2 runs from it. So unfortunately for PCC, his over and his spell is completely done, but he's delivered something quite special there for PCC. Have a look at the replay of his over. That is a very good over there from Rahmani. And definitely well worth a look. Score is 50 for 1 after 4. So thanks everyone for joining us this morning. Just looking through the chat there. Good to see you all. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday wherever you're watching from around the world. We're having a good Friday here as well. The Tigers are not having a bad Friday either, fronting up here this morning to take on PCC, the old enemy. PCC in the first match they've faced against each other, and 50 for 1 after 4, playing against an undermanned PCC squad of the Tigers. The Tigers doing quite well here. Sazib Bhuyan's on strike. He's on 29 as we look to start the next over. Driven, but again, picks out the player at long on. Mishit, completely mishit. Really could have gone anywhere there. Thava Gune is the bowler. So Captain Subwan Divisi bringing the changes here. There's a lot on his shoulders in this match. Doesn't have the same bowling attack that he normally has. He's going to have a very different batting lineup as well, I'm sure of it. Swings hard at this one. Might have found the gap. Going to find the gap. 4 runs. When I say found the gap, there are a lot of gaps out there. It's very, very tough to plug all the gaps. Pretty much can't do it. Chandan Kumar Panda in the chat saying Arthur Gune from Singapore under-19s. There you go. He's got a good pedigree. Good. Where I'm sitting watching. Well, I'm actually standing watching the action here. Really love his bowling action. Comes in very fast. Well, he's banked it in short, and just bounces in front. It was mishit. It bounces in front of a player on the boundary up there who was in two minds whether to run forward to try to catch that and doesn't. It might be sub one Divisi actually was fielding down there at the long on area. Just in two minds whether to come forward and attempt to catch. Decides to protect the boundary. Bowling to Sazib now, who goes a little bit better than that and puts that one out of the ground without any mess or fuss. So first boundary for a few deliveries there. Romani in the previous over did so well to have no boundaries come off his bowling, but this one just popped up too short. And the youngster will learn this very quickly, that short deliveries on this pitch, it just slows the ball down. It's just one of the things about this pitch. The ball does not come off any quicker when you bang it in short. Sure, it sits up, but I think for these pace bowlers, you just don't want to do that. Let's see if he's learned his lesson. Better. Skied in the air. Bowlers after it. Keepers after it. They collide. It goes to ground. I hope there's no one injured in that collision too. Oh, dear. Yeah, I think, well, bowlers up. Yeah, they're up. They're okay. They're okay. Oh, that could have been nasty. That hung in the air for an eternity. And when it came down, I was so worried about, oh, ouch. I thought bowler runs into shoulder. That could be a bit of a problem. They're okay. I think bowler's just giving his cheek just a little bit of rub there as he's going back to his mark. But he's okay. He's putting his hair back into place as well. There you go. A little bit of hairspray and some makeup. He'll be fine. He's all good now. Good to go. Gruner in again. They make him tough at PCC. Don't you worry about that. Swings hard at this one, and that's going to fly away. It doesn't quite get the same distance as some of the previous shots coming off the blade of that man. Oh, that's a bit sloppy in the field. Keeper doesn't get it. The backup doesn't get it. And Hasim Hassan just lets it spill. So that is going to be overdone. Hey, welcome into the commentary area here. Happy Peacock Friday to everybody watching out there. Wonderful to have you with us here this morning. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. We're having a great Friday, aren't we? Because it's the Tigers taking on PCC. Been looking forward to this tussle for quite a while now since I saw the scheduling a couple of weeks ago. And so far, you have to say the Tigers are right on top here. PCC just trying to find ways to chip into the well, try to chip into the attack here, but it's just really tough for them. And it's going to be a tough old morning for them. Hopefully they can bring a few players later on today as well. They do have the next game. They've got the third game to rest, and then they're back to play the Tigers in the last game today. So we'll see how that's going to go. But thank you for joining us. It's so good to have your company here. This is the second last day of the group games, and then last of the group games tomorrow, and then finals on Sunday. Looking forward to that one. Hope you are as well. Myself and Vinny will take you through all the fun and action in finals on Sunday. And it's also going to, well, the temperature looks like it's going to be about the same, about 25, 26 degrees. And I had a little whisper. Get to that in a second. As we resume. Everyone's happy. Everyone's keen. Umpire says, no. And Sazib leaves to fight another day. I had a have a look replay on this. Sometimes you see a batter who knows he's hit the ball and he just sort of gives a little bit of something away. Even Sazib there, there was something about his body language that suggested he knows he got nowhere near that, and the umpire agreed. Have a look at the runs per over there on that graph. Quite exceptional. With the exception of Romani's over, which was sensational. Oh, confusion goes to the wrong end. Could have been trouble there, but really good fielding there. Really good recovery fielding. I think that's that's Hasim Hassan, who's out there at backward square leg. He's done a great job of fielding that one. Fires in the throw. Could have almost brought the wicket down. He throws to the keeper's end because he saw it was Sazib who was out of his crease. That's the wicket they want. And I know PCC are already saying, get Sazib. We've suddenly got half the Tigers gone, which mathematically makes no sense, but that's what they're thinking. Well, Sazib, he wants a wide. An umpire is unmoved. He feels it's collected something on the way through. And Sazib's still staring back at the umpire. There's the appeal. I think everybody knows how I feel about batters appealing. Not my thing. Now, the umpire, what's he doing here? Maybe he's going to ask for... Well, there you go. He's had a bit of a clarification there. So the umpire wasn't sure, and he's just asked for a clarification there, and the scorers have said, yes, that definitely didn't flick anything. So interesting. Now, Suzip on 37. And now, Captain Sabawan is having a word to the umpire and saying, really? We're using replays for that? But there was no replay offered to the umpire. So I think that's just having a word to the scorer. I don't believe there's anything to read into that. Just remind the chat, please keep it nice and clean and PG friendly. Not Phil G friendly, but PG friendly, because we do have youngsters in the chat all the time. So please can ask our chatters to just kindly watch the language there. Attempted save on the boundary line. I got a funny feeling that's gone for 4 though. That has skirted the boundary line for about 20 meters from one to the other. Oh, have a look at this one again. Straight down the ground, just misses the stumps. Long off with the punch. Oh, and sadly, Ko Meta was coming from the other direction, and that's the part where it hits the rope. His foot touched the rope as his foot also was touching the ball. And honest little 4 indicator there by the other fielder. That's Davison Romani, who's fielding it long off. Yeah, Nick the Brown Bear, thanks for writing that, Nick. As we have a very animated chat on the YouTube channel. We always do. We always welcome the comments. We always welcome the engagement. But we do ask, please, let's keep the chat nice and clean for everybody. Edged 4. Simple as that. Player is very wide at that 3rd position. Almost a backward point, a deep backward point there. And a no look on that whatsoever. 4 runs. Mukul Mishra is asking, what are the players paid? They are paid 0. I'll say that again. They're not paid a cracker. Nothing. Not even lunch is provided. Because this is amateur cricket. It's a competition where the domestic teams from the Czech Republic all come together. Nicely fielded. Long barrier from Romani. And just a single. So yeah, hopefully that answers. It's a pretty straightforward answer because there's nothing else to it. They're all playing for free. There's nobody getting paid here. The players do not get paid. 75 for 1 after 6. That expected score has tumbled down to 125 now. Sazi Boyan, though, he's belted himself up to a 46 of 20, striking the ball beautifully. Not probably as clean and as crisp as he has in the past. There's a few new players just coming into the ground. I hope they're not going to go right behind the bowler's arm here. I reckon they are. Just had to go and direct a bit of traffic there. It's quite funny how players come to the ground. They just forget if there's a game on. Maybe just stay out of the eye side of the batter. Hit down the ground. That's going to go for a big 6. I think maybe Suzib was trying to chase the ball towards where the players were, give him a little bit of a reminder. I think he's almost picked them out, actually. How about that? And he's going to race into the 50s with that strike as well. So it's another half century to that man. 52 of 21 to Suzib Boyan. Well batted to him. The score goes to 81 for 1. Start of the 7th. So going back to what we're talking about before, I hope that's made everything very clear. Chandan Kumar Panda's asking, where is Arun Ashokan? Arun has pretty much stepped back from cricket duties. He's become a working man. He is also about to become a father as well. So there's a lot going on in his world, which is outside the cricket sphere. He's given so many years to Czech cricket and to the Prague Cricket Club that that's what happens. And again, it comes back to amateur cricketers. They don't make a living off this type of cricket, not at all. Even when they're playing for their country, they barely get anything. It's not how it works. That's a terrific pull shot, well in front of a square leg, almost over deep mid wicket on the full. But Samuel has absolutely laced this one out of the park. That is a terrific shot. It sounded good as well. Sounded so good. There's still people in the chat talking about people getting paid and things like that. Not sure what else we can possibly say to you. I've been a part of Czech cricket for the best part of 20 years, say 19 years. I can tell you right now that the players are not paid a cracker for this competition. Nothing. One more time, nothing. So, yeah, as Nick the Brown Bear says, it's for the love of the game. It's because they love playing cricket. And they love playing cricket on the European Cricket Network too. So that's also something. The opportunity to show how good a team they are, how good an individual performance they are on the big screen is always a big deal. I know they send their links to their families all around the world. They say, look, ECS is coming to Prague again. I'll be playing. Keep a look out for me. Jump in the chat. Give me a cheer. That's what it's all about. This one flies up in the air, catching opportunity. It's a tough chance. It's a chance that's held, though, and very well held at the deep point boundary. So, second wicket falls. It's going to be Samuel. He has to depart. I think it's going to be, of course, Ahmad is coming in. It is indeed. He joins Sazi Boyan, who brought up his 50 earlier on in this over. 53 he's got. Of course, yet to face a ball. But 89 for 2 in the 7th, 2 to come. Gunair picks up a wicket. Data Rajnak with a good question. I'll answer that in a moment, Data. Club down the ground for just single, barring any fielding mishaps. Yeah, just the single there. Yeah, that question from Data about any prize money. There used to be prize money in the European Cricket Network. There used to be, but I don't believe there's any prize now for the teams. Obviously, that's one of the changes that we've had to make here at ECN. But they still get a trophy, and they get labelled champions, so there's that. And of course, some teams, especially in the Challenger, the Spartans, well, they're going to get promoted to the Premier Division. And for the team that comes bottom of these standings, they're going to get sent down to the Challenger Division. So there's a bit to play for here. And these teams in Prague, as that shot is knocked across the land for 4 runs, just see this one more time. Elevated, doesn't quite get all of that. Hits it dangerously out to a player who just taps it down. I think that's Cushy there, Kushal Mendon. Taps it down, can't keep away from the boundary, 4 runs, 94 for 2 after 7. So the teams here, just explain really quickly, the teams, especially the Prague-based teams, very competitive, good fierce rivalry, but good friendly rivalry between each other. Tigers and PCC have a wonderful rivalry. And sometimes that's all it takes to get the teams motivated. There is no individual payments for players. The teams are not playing for any cash prize money in this tournament. There's nothing like that. It's a trophy. And it's basically the bragging rights as well. Well bowled. Straight delivery. Umpire looks at the LBW decision and says no. Left armour coming round the wicket. Straight delivery. Umpire look. Darajnak, thank you very much for your comment. It's people like you we like to see in the chat with comments like that. And that's what keeps us motivated as well. So I appreciate your comments about ECN, and I will be passing that on to the crew here with me. So thank you very much for saying that. Yeah, we value fans like you. Down leg side, just gets away from Aravin there, spins him right round like a record baby right round. He does find eventually. Have a list one more time. Just comes up his foot, does the full 360, then he does a full, almost does a 720 there, and then finds the ball. It's all good. Solanke getting a couple of dots here. Swings this delivery out towards deep mid-wicket. Good quick throw. Could have the in trouble. Oh, I thought the batter was going to be in trouble there. It just took a slight little bounce, and Solanke was maybe a few steps off the stumps and doesn't have the reach. But Ahmed, just for a second there, I think he thought he was going to be gone. We continue. Sazib with that customary all arms, no feet swipe that he plays, and it works for him. That's the catch. It works. So you can't pick on him for not using his feet. Tries to elevate, shouts to catch it. Desperately running in so hard off the boundary. Davison Romani almost pulls off an amazing catch. He had to make up a lot of ground. It's gone down. Ooh, that was super, super close there. Hello to Jake Stewart. Good to see you in the chat. Always good to see you in the chat there. Hello to David Owner, who also joins us in the chat. Hello to all of the Blue crew. Make sure you're giving me a wave so I can give you a shout out. All of those mods. Now, what's happened here? Aravind is very, very keen. I think he's suggesting it's come off his. Suggesting it's come off his gloves, but I think it was his back foot that was already secured over the line. So umpire says, nope, we'll continue. 100 up with that previous deuce as well. So 100 for 2 after 8. That expected score still around the 125 area. It was hovering around 150 a few overs ago, but a couple of tighter overs, and also a couple of wickets as well has brought that right down. So 2 overs to come, 100 on the board. Prague Tigers, where are we going to end up? Where are we going to end up? Hello to Paolo Campini. Hello there, PK. Hope you're well. Hello there to Desica as well. Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for jumping in and saying hello. See you put the cup of coffee icon on. Yes. I've actually got a cup of coffee here right next to me because I'm sort of going solo. I'm constantly talking. I keep looking at it thinking, I just have a sip, but then something happens. Desperate to get myself a cuppa. Got him. Well, there you go. KO Meta hits back here. Picks up a wicket. It's not the wicket they wanted, but it's the wicket they got. Watch this one more time. Just really, really good. Honing in on that off stump. It's just a straight ball that's just coming in on an angle. And Ahmed has to go. Only bothered the scorers for just that one run. That means that Mia is now going to come in. Shaheen Mia, who usually bats a bit further down the order. So it's good to see the Tigers giving him a go here. No doubt the instructions really straightforward. Get Sazib on strike with a single first up. That's all you got to do. And then they're going to be looking for Sazib to finish off the game in style. Let's see how we go. KO Meta comes in again. Well, there you go. Well, whatever the memo was to the new batter, it clearly wasn't read. There's no way it would have said get bowled first ball. And that's exactly what's happened. Can you believe it? Well, Meadow has done well here, KO. Good friend of mine, and actually a really fun guy to commentate with as well. A couple of times we've done a few PCC tournaments together, and he's got 2 in 2. So his figures are looking a bit better now. 2 for 18 he's got. And Tigers, just a little wobble here at the time when you think that the foot should be put straight to the boards. Hello to Thomas Martinez as well. Crushmaster's joined us too. Great to see you all jumping in. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday wherever watching from around the world. Thomas saying he was watching the Spanish squad, the Spanish session. Yeah, I caught a bit of that as well. But then I got the taxi with Vinny to the ground this morning, so he just gave me the complete update, which was pretty handy. But I will watch it back maybe sometime over the weekend. So shout out to people in the Spanish squad. Hat-trick ball coming up. KO Meta, can you pick up a hat-trick? Oh, it just ends up being a wide. It misses the leg stump, misses the pads, and the keeper just lets it slam into him and fields it. So it's a wide. So a little bit of drama there for a wicket. Ends up not happening. Cut away. Oh, a diving attempt there at point. At a very short point as well. Cover, point, and third have all come in a few steps off the 30-yard circle. maybe just for that hat-trick ball previously, they've just come in and they stayed in on the batter. Look how close they are there. And that is almost a ripper catch diving away to the left there. It doesn't stick. So with the exception of the 7th over, have a look at how the runs have just tumbled away for the Prague Tigers. And that's PCC just getting used to playing with only nine players, 8 fielders and a bowler. And the bowling has just gotten better. So that's a proper shout out to PCC. And it just shows that they are a team who really do dig deep. I got to say, I'm kind of impressed with that graph, actually. The way you can see the runs tumbling down in these later overs at a time when they need to be going hell for leather. Speaking of that, Sazib Bouillon's on strike now. So put up the barriers. And there he goes. That's a wonderful flat shot, that one. That has gone all the way. For 6 runs, it was a flat 6. Probably didn't get more than 10 feet off the ground as it flew to the boundary. Watch where it bounces. Yeah, no problem at all. Great shot. Bowler in again. Tossed up. And he's punched that very nicely between deep mid-wicket and the long-on area. So a couple of boundaries at the end there. Sazib was watching a bit of carnage at the non-striker's end. He gets finally to the striker's end and just restores a little bit of equilibrium to this this total. 116 for 4, 9 gone. He will be at the non-striker's end for the start of the 10th. And it's going to be Ridawan Ahmed who's going to face. Let's see if he can just quickly get off strike straight away with the single. PCC will want to be onto that. There are singles everywhere, of course. Sabwan Divisi, captain, he's going to take the duties to bowl the last. He's got the ball in his hand. And here we go. Last ball of the innings coming up. Sorry, last ball. What am I talking about? Last over. Apologies, folks. Getting a bit excited there. And he gets the single off that ball. So well done. Got the memo and delivered. Just waiting a sec here while Sazib is going to just checking his gear there. So 117 for 4 on the board, 5 deliveries to come. Scorer in the 120s, probably in the 130s. Depends what Sabah can do here with the ball. And remember, Sabah will no doubt open the batting for PCC in about 15 minutes' time when it's their turn. There's a fair bit on his mind right now. Here he comes. It's a full delivery, edged, flies away through that vacant third area. There is a player at third, but he's a lot wider than that. There is no player who's fine at third. It's going to go well and well back into the wheat field for 4 runs. And you see the player just coming into view there. A long way off. So 121 for 4. 4 deliveries to come. Bit of pressure on the bowler here. It's a slower ball. Hit down the ground and the single is turned down by Sazib. Doesn't feel that Ahmed has got the boundaries in him and says, no, we won't run on that one. It's funny, this morning when I was talking to Sazib about that 100 he scored the other day, and I mentioned that don't be upset if I say you don't do any footwork, because you don't. He just laughed and he said, I'll keep my energy for the shoulders and the arms. That's literally what he said. And it's the same thing here. He's striking the ball down the ground where a single is easy pickings. But he's also very much aware that he needs to be on strike because he feels he's the one to hit the ball to the boundary line and over the boundary line. So a couple of dots in a row. So maybe the trust he has in his own ability, well, it's yielded a couple of dots. And it's a good ball. Flirts with the line. Sazib cannot believe it. So that's 3 dots in a row. So maybe the idea of Sazib not running the quick singles is probably not always going to be the best plan. Maybe it sometimes works. 121 for 4. Last ball, the innings coming up. 130, not on the cards anymore unless this is a minimo or a no ball. Here we go. Struck beautifully. It's coming straight towards the comms area. It's going to take a bit of left turn Albuquerque and go into the scorer's hut for a big 6. So he finishes with a smash down the ground and a lovely strike for 6. Look at this one. Laced that one out. It was right in the slot. Saba completely misses his length there. Saziboyan, 81 off 35. That's a powerhouse effort from him. It's 11 off that final over as well. 127 for 4 for the Tigers in the first match this morning here at Vinoj. It's a very good innings. Throws down the gauntlet for the Prague Cricket Club there. They'd have to think about what they're going to do with the batting. Remember, Prague Cricket Club, they're 2 players short. And that's kind of shown on the scoreboard, really. It's been really tough going for them. A lot of running around in the field. A lot of work for them to do. So that could take a fair bit out of them. I'll try to get a bit of mail on whether they're going to have a full squad for the next game. That's going to be coming up at half past 11, so still a long way away. Still got a whole innings to go here. Still got plenty of cricket to come. The run chase is going to come your way very shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying don't go too far. The run chase will be upon you before you know it. 128 is what's going to be required by the Prague Cricket Club. So I'll see you back as soon for the continuation of this match 23 in ECS Czechia. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the gorgeous Vinoj Cricket Ground. It's gorgeous because look at that sky and have a look at that ground. Beautiful blue skies. Just a few misty wisps of white clouds way, way, way off in the distance there, barely even discernible from the camera's viewpoint there, and the players walking out into the centre. It's Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you all back to this run chase, and a big run chase coming your way right now after the Prague Tigers scored 127 for 4 after their 10 overs against a undermanned PCC squad. PCC are playing with 2 players down, unfortunately, so only 9 in the team. Of course, that's due to player availability. A lot of players needing to have to work today. Just one of those things that they were unable to overcome. A lot of phone calls being made overnight and this morning to try to get everybody on the field, and they end up at 2 players short. But we're not going to dwell on that. Instead, we're going to look at this run chase coming your way with PCC looking to muscle their way towards a score of 128 to try to get the points here. The bonus point situation is 89 for a bonus point for PCC, 89. Just keep that locked away in your minds as we look forward to this run chase. Sabawan Divisi is out there with Gune, and Aja Alam has the brand new Grizzly in his hands. Joe Foster, standing umpire, very experienced umpire here in Czech Republic, getting ready to officiate as the Tigers are just negotiating their field, moving around. So right now for Sabah, you've got there's a field at halfway between deep mid-wicket and long on. I wonder if they're going to push them around a bit further. And you've got third, the player at third on the boundary. So 2 players on, diametrically opposite each other in the field. In order for them to see to each other, they've got to look straight through Sabah. Well, as I speak, the long on deep mid-wicket moves towards deep mid-wicket. Here we go, first ball of the run chase. It's full, club down the ground, but miss hit completely, goes to mid-on for a dot. Nice way to start that. Welcome back, everyone in the chat. There's a bit of love and support in the chat I can see for PCC. There's also a bit of love and support in the chat for the Tigers. So should be a hot contest both on the field and in the chat. Clubbed, what a spanking shot that is. Just sat up, a bit too much width, and Sabah has elevated this one out of the park over the top of the covers for a big 6. Look at this one. It just pitched wide and it kept going. There's no breeze like there was yesterday. I remember yesterday watching on the feed, and I know I was joining a few people in the chat yesterday watching that breeze really take the ball quite a fair way away, blowing from left to right across the screen. And that ball just pitched outside off and kept going. And Sabah steps up and goes crash. Great shot. Great way for him to open his account with that big 6. Some people asking about Sudesh Wickramasacre. Not in the squad for this match. He's one of those people who I mentioned before was working today. Is unavailable. Could not get out of work. Worked away from Sabah towards deep mid-wicket for 2. It's a nice shot, actually, because it didn't have a lot of pace on it. And mid-wicket is deep. There's no mid-wicket. In fact, on the leg side, 2 fielders inside the circle. There's a square leg, and then you've got Sazibuan, the captain. He's in the mid-on area. Apart from that, it's mostly an offside field. Straight down the ground, mid-off. Cuts that one. Doesn't get past mid-off, so good fielding, good bowling. 2 balls to come. Just those 8 runs so far. Need to be going at 13 and over from here on in. The PCC, and just remember, if they get through all their wickets, they're going to be in a bit of trouble because they don't have 2. They're missing 2 batters. Well, Sabah completely sort of off balance there and goes for a big swing. That ball does not get up. Bit of a shooter. It's lucky it probably wasn't on the off stump. Would have collected the stumps and then some. Last ball, the first coming up. 8 runs off it so far. And just gently paid by Sabah, who just looking to see out the over there. And that's where the score will finish after the first over. 8 runs. Look at this one more time. Good delivery. Straightens up, coming in towards the top of leg, top of middle pretty much. And a good over after that 6 got hit off the second ball of the over. It was a very good over there from Ajalam. Well done. So a couple of numbers here for you. We all saw Sazi Boyan play another blistering innings. It's another not out for him as well. And 81 not out off 35 in that previous innings, including his 7 fours and 7 sixes. And, another not out. So his batting average must be skyrocketing. You're probably thinking, well, Phil, yeah, another not out. How's the batting average? Well, let me answer that question for you right now. With that innings Sazib's just played, he's now up to 466 runs for the tournament. 350s and that lone century he picked up on Wednesday. So that's pretty good going for him. So 8 out of 8 innings, he's converted 4 of those 8 innings into at least a 50. Pretty good. 51 sixes he's belted, 27 fours he's hit as well. So he's a 6-hitting machine. He really is. And now with that 81 not out, he's just scored his average now. Wait for it. After this delivery. Hit uppishly, finds the gap. That's a really lovely shot. So Gunnar just takes one delivery to settle down, and he's cut that one away beautifully and picks the gap. It goes backward a point, and it beats the fielder who's rushing around from third. Can't get to that 4 runs. Nice shot. So Sazib's batting average now with 466 runs in 8 innings with 4 not outs. His average now is 116.5 with that not out in this tournament. That's not bad. You'd have to say he's pretty handy. The Prague Tigers recruited Sazib at the start of the year. He joined the Tigers pretty much since about January. And obviously he's starring for them in the domestic competition here as well. Really strengthened the batting. And of course, here in this ECS, Sazib loves the European Cricket Series when it comes to Prague. You can see why. Short, slam. That looks so good. Down on one knee and crashes that one out of the park. What a great shot that is. Something about this young fella. You want to keep your eyes on him. Former Singapore under-19 champion, and he has absolutely laced that out of the park. And Ibrahim Mia, who I was singing his praises a few days ago when I was commentating with Danny on Monday, watching him bowl. I thought he bowled so well. Just getting a bit of treatment here. PK in the chat saying, happy Peacock Friday to you all. Indeed, it is Peacock Friday. I've got my Peacock Friday shirt on. Thanks pretty much to Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia. I know he's not in the chat at the moment. Hopefully he'll pop in pretty soon. And, he can see that I'm wearing a shirt that he graciously got across to me. Came all the way from Melbourne, the shirt that I'm wearing today, via the suitcase of Danny Hudacek. So thank you to Danny for being the courier in this situation. And yeah, and also massive thanks to Scotty and his unflinching, unwavering support for ECN based down there in Melbourne. When he jumps in the chat, it's always a pleasure. Some people in the chat know that that man Gunnar is from ex-Singapore under-19 champion. Down the ground. Oh, I tell you what, it's a miss hit. Shy at the stumps, hits, but he's home, and they're going to take a buzzer. Well, it bounces in front of the player. It's miss hit, the drive. It bounces in front of the player in the mid-off area. He collects it, throws the stumps down. Subber was well and truly home. The bat was grounded. In fact, he'd almost stopped running at that point. Watch this again. Miss hits. And then they take the single. So apologies, it was actually Gunnar who had to get back because he backed up quite a fair way there. And they're going to sneak through for a single. That's the end of the second over. 20 on the board. And 2 overs gone. Slightly off the required run rate at the moment. At the same time, the Prague Tigers were 30 on the board after that second over. And they muscled their way up, I think, towards 49 in the power play. Anyway, let's see how we go. Last over of the power play coming up. Big over this one. It's hit hard, but it goes straight to the player at mid-off. Sub, I can't believe his luck. He's picked out the lone player. Last over the power play, so it's the last over for the fielders to be all but 2 up in the circle. Let's have a look and see where the fielders are. The deep fielders, you've got a deep point. And as I speak, they bring in point in, and they're pushing long off out. Gives a charge, tries to hit this towards the leg side. There's gaps aplenty on the leg side. It's mainly an offside field here, and quite attacking field. They only had the 1 player out, would you believe? Now for the right-hander, it looks like they're going to drop 3rd on the boundary line in the deep, bringing up the fielders in front of the wicket into the circle. Let's see who else is going to drop back. I think they're persisting. They're persisting with just the 1 fielder out deep. And that is, so they got a 3rd actually inside the circle, and then they got a 3rd pushed around a little bit towards the backward point. And he's just coming around a few more steps, heading towards backward point. So halfway between backward point, deep backward point, and 3rd. Punching the covers. Throw to the keeper is good. Good fielding from the Tigers. Good field placements and good fielding as well. Keeping the pressure right on PCC, who can't seem to pick the gaps now. And with the exception of that big Maximo in the last over, the boundaries are drying up just a little bit here. And this is a good power play defense for the Tigers. 21, 3 balls to come. Well, that one gets through the gap there. That's placed really nicely there. As Gurnett leans into that square drive all the way along the deck, 4 runs. Kaushik does say that once upon a time, Divisi was a beast of player. Right now, I don't see that in Divisi anymore. I think it's fair to say that Sub 1 Divisi, look, when he was a beast player, that was about probably 3-4 years ago, and prior, where he was absolutely manic. He was unpredictable, but when he got going, he was an absolute sight to behold. And he still is such a great hitter. But I think his batting has matured a little bit, and as he's the captain, and he knows the team, it's getting through the player there. Just as I give the Tigers fielders a bit of a rev up and say how well they've done. Well, Ajay Alam comes in with the fancy footwork, and he prevents the 4 with only inches to spare. The fielder there in that mid-on area is a little bit lucky there. It's getting through the player there. He's done very well. Good to see an old friend at the ground just give him a bit of wave there. Can you believe Arun Ashokan is in the ground? That's awesome. Awesome news for PCC. Interesting that someone in the chat just asked where Arun was, and I can actually now tell him where he is exactly. So how about that? It's really good timing. Good to see you, Arun. Good to see you, mate. And that's the end of the over. So 27 after 3. And let's have a look and see what's coming up here on the European Cricket Network. Indeed. Netherlands take on Bangladesh in the Women's T20 International. That's come to you from Scotland. And that game is taking place on this Sunday, on finals day here. But please make sure you've got a couple of screens going there. It's big action there from 12 o'clock from noon GMT. And that's 2 o'clock Central European summertime. And 5:30 in the afternoon, India Standard Time as well. So watch out for that one. It's going to be a fantastic little tussle. That first time we've had Bangladesh on the European Cricket Network. We're excited. Hope you're excited as well. And big shout out to Cricket Scotland for getting us in there with a chance to put that on the screens. I'm really looking forward to that. Hope you are as well. We start the 4th now. Azari, the human dynamo, as I call him. Oh, just puts it up in the air. Could have gone straight down the throat of the fielder at 3rd. Sorry, at fine leg. He's up inside the circle. Could have gone straight down his throat. You can see him fielding there just at the top of the screen. It comes into view there. Straight down the throat of the fielder. Ooh, that could have been so close. Just looks to guide it. Gets a single. Just a single, though. So in case you missed it, I can confirm that Arun Ashokan is at the ground to play for PCC in the next game. And that is awesome news. Really good friend of mine. Got a lot of time for that man. Former skipper of the national side and led the national side so well. Former captain, obviously, of PCC regular. and a man who really developed his bowling in the last 4 or 5 years. His batting has always been excellent as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing him playing. He'll be named in the squad for the next game, I'm sure of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here at the ground. He's got his gear on. He's got a massive smile on his face as well. Azari, human dynamo, winds up. And there it is, releases there. I think Vinny likes to call him the Ferris wheel. I see it as a dynamo, just the way that it's like he's winding the elastic band and then the release comes. I think Vinny likes to call him the bowled very well too, by the way. He hasn't been too expensive. I think the first game he played in the ECS, I think he went for about 25 of his first 2 overs, so somewhere in the mid-20s. Didn't pick up a wicket, but since then, his bowling has gotten better. And he's causing issues for the batters. He's asking questions to the batters of the opposition. They're not quite knowing how to actually handle him. 30 on the board, halfway through the 4th. Asks the question there, and the umpire agrees. You're caught in front. And that's a big wicket. Guna has to go for 19. He'd overtaken Sabawan, who just seems to be hitting the ball straight to the opposition fielders at the moment, and he's caught plumb in front. Umpire has no hesitation raising the finger on that one, says, yes, you are done. First wicket falls at the score on 30 in the 4th. PCC slump here. They need a lot of runs off not many deliveries, and that run rate is already at 15.5 and over. Trouble uploading here for PCC. Hello to Venki. Good to see you in the chat. It was good to catch up with you the other day too here at the ground. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying a bit of time off for Venerated Cricket Club. They finished their 10 games yesterday. Finished their 10th game yesterday, and they're currently sitting second on the standings on 10 played 10, won 4, lost 6, 17 points. Have a slightly negative net run rate. So they're going to be holding their breath today and tomorrow to make sure they do make it into final Sunday. There's a lot of cricket to come. 4 games tomorrow, 3 more games after this as well. Every opportunity for the teams around them to try to rearrange that points table. But Venki, I know you're listening. My fingers crossed for you and the mob from VCC. You got the points. But is 17 going to be enough? We'll find out. Tavleen Singh, a new moderator to our Blue Shield and Spanner crew. Tavleen, I'll just ask you kindly keep the comments positive. As a moderator, we like to lead by example. So how about we do that? That would be a really good thing to do. In contrast to Thomas Martinez's comment about Hazara's run, it reminds me of a cards trickster. Nothing up my sleeve. Then he brings out a Yorker. Indeed. Nice one there, Thomas. 30 for 1 after 4. PCC in a bit of trouble here now with 1 wicket and 3 runs only off that over. Need to find something here. Saba needs to free the beast. His inner beast needs to tap into that. And Aravind has only just joined him in the last over. So early days for him, but he's not got any time to sort himself out. He needs to get into the groove immediately. Yeah, Venki, I hear you, mate. You're at the mercy of Saturday playoffs, and also today's playoffs as well. You never know what can happen. Burno are here. They're going to play 2 games today. PCC and the Tigers, who are playing this match now, they've got 3 games today. This is the first of those 3 games. So after this match, Burno will take on Prague Cricket Club, and then Burno stick around to play the Tigers in the game after that. Well, that's going to help things for PCC, as that has looked like 4 since the moment he began to swing that blade. That's cut away perfectly for 4 runs from Saba. Watch this, complete control over the top of the infield, and the fielder, who is not quite squarish at a deep point. He's more sort of a deep extra cover. Had no look on that one. That's gone a long way back. Someone's got the pill. Good stuff. So the last game today will be the repeat of this game, which is Prague CC versus the Prague Tigers. I do believe that PCC should have a better strength team coming up. In fact, I can confirm for you that PCC will have a fully loaded team for the next match taking on Burno. So unfortunately this morning, they were unable to get 11 people on the deck simply because of player availability, people not available for work commitments, and a whole bunch of other reasons, family commitments as well. Unable to get the whole team on. And it's kind of showing here, which is why the Tigers are on top. Turning for two. Excellent running. Aravind Sridhar, he is so fast between the wickets. He made those two look easy. Look at this, sets off straight away. Why the Tigers are on top. He's already gone faster than Sabah, and he gets home with plenty of time to spare, and even just a few extra moments to sort of push the bowler out the way. Oh, Sabah goes inside out. He's not comfortable with that shot at all. You can see it spins him about 90 degrees towards leg side as he tries to get under it, and it just spoons. So luck running his way for the captain. But they need this. This is the part where PCC accelerate, and you know what? Just see what happens. If you're going to lose by 50 runs, so be it. But you got to go for it. You absolutely have to go for it. Just a reminder too that the Tigers already sitting top of the table on 19 points. They're going to be hard to dislodge. They're going to finish their group games today. Shot. That's what you want. That's a great shot. As another player coming to the ground, is walking right between the sight screen and the ground, getting in the way of the. And as I mentioned that, he actually walks around. So excellent stuff there. Good awareness. I think it might be someone for the Burno Cricket Club just coming to the ground, wearing white and walking right behind the bowler's arm. Not very clever, but he's going to go behind the sight screen. So thank you for that. No, he's not going to go behind the sight screen. He's going to walk in front of the sight screen. Seriously. Oh, boy. Sorry about the hold-up, folks. That's just a player in a white shirt walking right in front of the sight screen. And clipped away nicely into the gap, and that's going to find the boundary. So that's a good sign for PCC. Another boundary. Sridhar, this is, who has muscled that one. So firstly, big Maximo, then a 4. 79 off 31 is what's been asked here. Nick the Brown Bear. Yep, it's triggering me slightly, so apologies if I'm sounding a bit personal about that, but it's just triggering me a bit when players who, if they're in the centre, they'd be the first ones to complain, and then when they come to the ground, they just completely check themselves out of the hotel, and they don't realise what they're doing. I don't get that. Don't get it one bit. And I know who that was. Who was walking between the sight screen and the field wearing a white top, and he is a player who's played a lot of cricket and should know better than that. So apologies for the delay there. End of the 5th, 50 on the board, so the 50 up with that single. 50 for 1 after 5. A lot of work to do in the second half of this innings for these two. 78 off 30. It's not impossible, but for that man, Sridhar and Divisi, they've got a lot of work to do, have to dig deep. Hello to Kev, who says exactly what I'm thinking as well. You do get him everywhere. You get him at the international level as well as the lesser level here. Anyway, I've settled down now. There's no more people walking across wearing white, walking right in front of the sight screen. So Phil G can sit down and continue on his merry way. Well, actually, I don't commentate sitting down. I think most of you know that. I think I've said that a few times before. Dynamo comes in. Winds up, and this has been thrashed out towards the boundary rope on the leg side for Sabah. Finds the fielder again. Sabah's not having a good time, but his timing, at times, his timing is not good because he's picking out the fielders. His placement's not good, and that's why he's laboured, really, really laboured here. Oh, sorry, that was Sridhar then. But he's really laboured along, has Divisi. He's been there for 13 balls for the 18. Very un-Sabah-like. It's on the stumps. It's crashed out towards deep mid-wicket. Good work. Really good work on the boundary up there. That's Mia who's out there. He's lightning quick on the boundary rope. Picks up, throws the ball back, keeps it to just 1. Very un-Sabah-like. That's a great bit of fielding. It's on the stumps. It's crashed out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 left-handers at the crease as well. So the players, the fielders don't have to keep swapping over. Aravind facing the Dynamo. Hazari. He's laced this one straight down the throat of deep cover, who just pops it up in the air like he's playing volleyball, but he can't recover to take the catch. Aravind gets a life. The Dynamo. Hazari. Thought this might go all the way. Watch this. Just pops it up. Unable to jump forward and complete the catch. Ooh, could be vital. Keep your eyes on that. Aravind dropped on 12. See if he comes back to haunt the Tigers. 75 of 27. This just need runs in these next 2 overs. Big couple of overs coming. Off the legs, it's Mia again, who he scarps right across the field. He'd done such a good effort to get to the ball, and in the end, a slight little fumble, a slight little slip, and allows the boundary. 4 runs. Watch this one more time. Makes room, looking to work this one on the leg side. Gets to it, and the slight slip, and he was unable to recover from his own fumble. Zari steaming in again. Good bowling performance from him. Again, they're looking for leg side. It's a pretty heavily stacked offside. So anything that's coming in on a good length, they are looking to work it. Try to get under it and get it towards leg side. Not always successful. 58 on the board. 1 more to come. I don't really move the field too much around between the 2 left-handers. Pretty much the same thing. Again, leg side, it's long on. It's a backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. That's it for on the leg side. So they have to really work it through the covers just like that. And that was just a powerful strike into the covers. Cover fielder, honestly, probably saw it for a split second, then had to take evasive action. That's Sazibuyan, the captain there, and that's how it feels. So now he knows, is that why they back away when I do that? 62 for 1. That over goes for 12. So still behind on the run rate. 66 from the next 4 overs. It's a big ask. I've said this before, I'll say it again. PCC are the kind of team who could do that. Let's see if they can. Starting to find the gaps occasionally, but 2 boundaries per over, they need to be going better than that. Been impressed with Hazari though. He's despite 12 coming off that over, he did pick up a wicket and only for 3 runs in his first over. So 1 for 15, a good return from the human dynamo Hazari. Tight little chase coming up here. Really tight little chase coming up. Tell you what, another big over. If they can get themselves under 50 required in this over, oh, this sets up a really, really good last 3 overs. Let's see how we go. Leg side wide, that'll help the cause. Not so much if you're a Tigers fan. 3 overs. Have a look at this again. Just a full and a bit of swing he couldn't quite handle. Ibrahim Mia back for his second. Went for 13 off his first over. Let's see how he goes now. Saba goes aerial. He hasn't got all that at all. Oh, it lands only halfway to the boundary line. And this is the problem, I guess, for the Tigers, is if you've got a heavily packed offside field and the bowler puts it on middle stump, middle and off, like he does there, and it's short, Saba's going to look to work him in the air on the leg side. And you've only got 3 fielders. One fielder who's very much in front of square. I mean, he's at deep mid-wicket, square leg, regulation square leg, and a long on. Ibrahim in again. Crash down the ground. Long off all over that one. Just the one. Good over so far for the Tigers. 63 off 22. Miss hit. It sounded miss hit. It's gone straight into the hands of Ajay Alam, who takes the catch. Sub-1 Divisi's tortured innings comes to an end. That's 25 of 17. Maybe just starting to find the motor running a little bit towards the end of that innings, but unfortunately for him, the captain has to go. That's disappointing for him. I was thinking if he sticks around, anything can happen because he is capable of something special. But hitting down the ground cross bat style like that, it's not always going to be. It's not always going to. You can't get as much power out of the shot. and he just lofts up in the air. It's a good catch taken there by Ajalam coming off the long off boundary. Excuse me, long on boundary. Brings Ravi Solanki into bat. He's no slouch with the bat. Let's see how he goes. PCC need him to fire right from the very start. As the second wicket falls in the 7th, it's halfway through the 7th, 65 for 2 on the board. 21 deliveries left. You sort of feel the next 3 deliveries plus over are it. Is there any way they can get down to under 40 required in the last 2 overs? Give themselves a chance here. Pushed out to the covers. Off the mark straight away with a single. Ibrahim Mia generates good pace off a short run up. In again. Again, miss hit up in the air. Goes down towards Ajalam, who's already taken a catch in this over. And just for a moment, he thought he was in again. Aravind staring at the bottom of his bat. It's exactly where it hit. Real toe end shot that. Probably a bit of luck too. In again. Rush Marsh in the chat suggesting Solanki needs to switch over to the kind of mindset he had in his final innings. Well, in the finals last year, you're absolutely right. He played a blistering game, didn't he? Just that, I think was that a cameo 40 or 50 odd? He played so well. Slams into the pad. Big shout there, not given. Going down leg. Hobbling a bit there. Just keeping an eye on Ravi. Just looked a bit proppy getting towards the non-strikers end there. 7 overs gone, 68 for 2 on the board, 60 needed off the last 3 overs. So it's pretty simple, really. 20 runs per over required for PCC to get the win over the Tigers. For the Tigers, they just need to keep them nice and restricted. Remember, the bonus point score, 89 for the bonus point. So if the Tigers can contain PCC to less than 89, so 88 or less, they will take home 4 points in this contest. And that would pretty much book in their top 2 finish in the division, which looks unlike that they get shaken out of that. United would have a chance to knock them out. PCC could still possibly do it, but it will help the cause for the Tigers quite a lot as that starts the 8th over with a hit down the ground for just a single. Can't do it in singles. Need to find a magic over here to stay in touch. If this over doesn't go magical, you just feel they're not going to be able to chase these runs down. Ajal, cool customer under pressure. Aravind goes leg side. He's going to get a boundary here. Well, he does find the boundary because it just strays a bit. It's a bit too full, and he's hit that one very nicely indeed along the deck. Win predictor well and truly in favour of the Tigers here. Can't see PCC getting up. Here. As I've said on chat many times, I'm going to repeat it here right now. PCC, they find a way sometimes. And that's why you've just got to just see the game out to its completion. It's just that thing about PCC. They've got a long history of really making a mess of people's predictions that they're going to lose the game. When I've played against the Prague Cricket, I don't think I was ever in a team that successfully defeated the Prague Cricket Club. And obviously, I played with the Barbarians, as I've talked about numerous occasions. It's hit in the air, chases on for Sojab. Well, a little bit of channeling the World Cup moments there with a lovely instep pass to his counterpart there, and that has saved a boundary. That's pretty good indeed. I think he's saved that. I think it's okay. I think it's all good. Going to look at one more time. There's it's pretty close. World Cup
What's your call?
Moments there with a lovely instep pass. I think it's all gravy. I think it's all good. And that but centimetres, really centimetres. Smack down the ground. That should be covered off. Just going to be the one. This looks like a bridge too far, a river too wide, a mountain too steep, an ice cream too cold, a curry too hot for a PCC to try to get over here. 76 for 2. 2 to come in the 8th. Got him. There you go. Ravi Slanka needed runs in a hurry. He went for the big swing over deep mid-wicket, the left-hander, and he's lost his stumps. And Ajay Alam has nailed him. There you go. Bang. Stumps akimbo, Chris Smith. Now, Ravi's looking in trouble there. He's looking in right trouble. I need to try and find out about this injury he's got because I'm not sure where that's come from. But, yeah, he looks, well, you can see clearly he's hobbling off the ground. He looks in all sorts of strife. I saw his name was already mentioned in the next team sheet lineup for PCC, but I'll have to double check that because he's taken an eternity to get off the ground and he looks in trouble. I'll keep my eyes on that. I'll report back to you as soon as I can. Kusha Mendon comes out and he's going to take straw. He's not going to take strike because it was the... No, he will. It wasn't the end of the over. Got one more to come. 76 for 3. One more to come. 52 required from 13. As I said before, that's pretty much going to be game gone for PCC. Can't see them coming back from here. It'd have to be a miraculous, an incredible last 2 overs from PCC. But Kushi Mendon facing. Good to see Kushi here at the ground. Good friend of mine. Known him around the corridors of Czech cricket for many, many years. Elevates down the ground and almost reels in an amazing catch there. So what's actually happened there? It almost knocks it into the other player's hands. Let's look at the replay one more time. This is quite astonishing. So there's that. And just drops it down to ground there. Knew he was momentum taking him across the line. So it's a good save. Saves the 6 in the end. Well, saves 5 runs to be perfectly accurate. Saves 5. But Kushal Mendon almost starts off with a big maximo. Ends up with a single. 77 for 3. 51 needed off the last 2 overs. Well, the equation's pretty straightforward. Don't mind the runs per over here. 51 off 12. Let's just concentrate on this one. Everything has to find the boundary. And that's just going to get through for buys. So it's an even 50 off 11. So it's almost mathematically impossible, but it is heavily improbable for a win here. Arvind Sridhar, well, if he can find some magic here and get after Sazi Borjan in this over, you never know, the game could still be alive. But for me, I think Tigers have done enough and they look like they're going to be able to do enough. What's interesting to note, don't forget the bonus point is 89. 89 for the bonus point. Lofted down the ground, the hat comes off. Bounces in front of the player running forward there. Just for a split second there, you could see how fast the player's coming off the boundary up there. Ibrahim Mia thought he was in with a chance of a catch there. So just singles here. So it's a bye and a single. PCC, they need to at least get a point out of this competition just to make sure that they're away from the bottom 2 on the standings. Still got a bit of work to do. Kushal Mendon gets it on the full, clips it off the pads. Going to be just the 1. Oh no, hold that thought. It could be back for 2. It is. It spills out of the hands of the fielders, but he's got a backup. It doesn't get to the boundary lines, so he's got backup. And they get back for a couple. I mentioned at the start of the innings a few of the numbers for Sazi Borjan. I'm going to read them out one more time because he belted a beautiful 81 not out off 35 deliveries in this game. As Kushi goes down the ground one more time. And again, just a single. So Sazib, he started this today on 385 runs. So he's got 466 runs for the tournament in the Premier Division here. That's 350s and 1 century from 8 innings. He's had 4 not outs. So that means his batting average is 116.5 in this tournament. Pretty handy. Pretty handy batter he is. Laces this one out of the park. Big 6. Nice shot that. So Sridhar here, he's still trying. He's still trying to get the runs. Never say die, just says PCC. And that is a lovely strike down the ground. And with that shot, that gets him to 88. So 1 more just to secure that bonus point which looks like they should get with only 7 deliveries left. It's 40 required. And they just need one more run just to lock in. Just to lock in that bonus point, which they will do. You'd expect they would do. So yeah, Sazi Bouillon currently averaging 116.5, and that is 51 maximos and 27 fours in those 8 innings. Swings hard at this one. It should be cut off, and the boundary rope skirts the boundary line. And, oh, it's a bit awkward for the keeper, but he's okay. And back for 2. Sazib gets across and gives Cushy a little handshake and says thanks for the competition because this game is done. Almost done. One more over to go, but as far as the scoring is done, PCC are going to fall short here. 38 required off the last over with those 2. They do bank the bonus point, though, so they get a point out of this. Tigers look like they're going to get themselves 3 points out of this game as well. But for the Prague Cricket Club, they do lock a point away. So they do get something out of this. Last over coming up now. Interesting. Akhtar Ruzaman is coming on to bowl. You usually see him bowl in the middle overs here for the Tigers, but Sazib obviously felt that he wasn't the right person to bowl in the middle overs. So he's coming on now to bowl the last over. And singles, unfortunately for PCC, aren't going to do it. Be interested to see if PCC can crack the 100 here. Wouldn't be the first time or the second time in this tournament where they struggled to get to triple digits. And that's also from batting first too. So it's been a tough old tournament for them. It just confirms what we've seen over the last couple of years in the 2024 final here in Czechia when the Bohemians beat PCC, and last year when the Tigers beat PCC in the final of the Premier Division. That well, the bats almost dropped on the stumps there. That was pretty close to a strange old dismissal. Watch this one more time. Swings. And just a little bit off balance there and almost throws the bat on the stumps. That would have been quite an amazing dismissal, that one. Hope he's all right. So yeah, sorry, what I was saying, it just to me, it just really confirms the passing of the torch and the fact that the Prague Cricket Club for years have dominated the domestic scene here in the cricketing of Czech Republic and obviously at the ECS. That the torch has been passed on, and other teams are very hungry to share in the good fortunes. Playing here at Vinoj in the European Cricket Series and also in the domestic season as well. PCC really being challenged quite heavily by several clubs. The Prague Cricket Club, they have 2 teams in the first division, and they've had 2 teams in the first division here for quite a number of years, both the PCC Kings and the PCC Rooks. And the Kings always seem to have just a little bit more power than the Rooks, but the Rooks sort of like the B team, but fair enough, they hold their place in the first division. They're very strong as well, the Rooks, but they've been challenged. Tigers challenging them. Vinirati had a great win over PCC a couple of days ago as well. Tigers are going to notch up a good win over the Prague Cricket Club. United have had a good win over the Prague Cricket Club. So PCC going through a bit of a change, and you're seeing it happen right before your eyes here, and also you saw it last year. Just these changes in the lineups, youngsters coming through, and it's the older players, the more experienced players who have to sort of turn a bit towards more of a mentoring kind of role. Has to reach for this one. That's flown away off an edge. I reckon that's going to beat the fielder to the boundary line. It does indeed. So a boundary here. Sridhar batting very well. Bit of a lone hand for him. He's going to muscle his way up into the 40s. It's a very wide ball. Would have been called wide as well. Ends up being a pretty easy boundary. So one more to come. 97 for 3 on the board. Will they make triple digits, or will PCC end up only with a sub 100 score? Chasing a good total. It was a good run chase. I mean, it was 128 required. Last ball of the game coming up. May have got a little bit of something on this. That's going to go to the boundary, I think. It does make it to the boundary. and that's indicated as 4 leg buys. So they do get to 100. It's going to be 101 for 3 for PCC in response to the Prague Tigers. 127 for 4. The Tigers pick up 3 points here. PCC will pick themselves up 1 point. When at the start of the game, PCC won the toss, elected to bowl first. They fronted up here at the ground this morning with 9 players available only, so they're already handicapped quite heavily there. Prague Tigers, 127 for 4, led by Sazi Buljan's 81 not out of 35 deliveries. Another blistering innings from him. Set the score, set the target at 128 required, and PCC just struggling, really struggling right from the get-go. Saba was he was playing okay at the start, but you just felt he was picking out he wasn't picking the gaps, he was picking the fielders. He wasn't picking the right deliveries and just looked a bit out of sorts. Sort of found his way sort of up to around about sort of, into the 20s. Gunnar, who was batting there with him as well, he struggled as well. And it was pretty tough going there for the Prague Cricket Club. Yeah, Subwan got 25 off 18. Aravind Sridhar, that 40 off 20, very good for him for being not out. Gunnar got a 19 off 12. Looked good, but unfortunately was caught plumb leg before wicket off the bowling of Hazari, the human dynamo. So the Tigers get the win here, and they're going to be happy about that. They bank 3 points. Prague Cricket Club bank themselves a single point, and that is going to match 23 done and dusted, and it really solidifies the Tigers' spot at the top of the table in the standings. So we're going to take a short break here. We've got the next match coming your way in about 15 minutes' time. So I'll be back here in about 30 minutes' time to bring you into that game. And that is going to be Brno Cricket Club versus the Prague Cricket Club. The old enemy battling it out each other. This is going to be a great game. And the PCC team, they will have 11 players on the field. I've had a look at the squad. And if you want to check out the squad, go to ecn.cricket and go to the event details. You will find the game. You can click on that and you can see all the players who are listed. It's all there for you to see. But right for now, I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to be back here shortly. Make sure you're back here as well. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network in the Czechia Premier Division 2026 edition. Don't go too far. See you soon. Hello everybody, match 24 coming your way right now. It's going to be PCC taking on the team from Brno, and it's PCC to call.
Tails.
It is heads. What would you like to do?
You're gonna bat first.
Brno win the toss. Having a bat first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next match coming your way on the European Cricket Network. It is match 24 for this ECS Czechia Premier Division. Phil G here in the comms to take you through this game and through the rest of the day as well. Brno Cricket Club are turned up at the ground and they're going to take on the Prague Cricket Club. Fresh off a defeat to the Prague Tigers. And the Prague Tigers earn themselves a well-deserved break, having picked up 3 points in that result of match 23 going their way, to the tune of 26 runs as well. It ends up being quite a comfortable win for the Tigers over an undermanned PCC team. Only 9 players in that team. But never mind, we're moving on now because it is Brno taking on Prague Cricket Club. Prague Cricket Club do have a full squad, and so do the Brno lineup as well. Just having a look through the lineups too, and it looks like 2 very strong teams going head-to-head here. So the PCC squad, they've called in for reinforcements, and the people who were unavailable for the first match this morning have managed to get moving on as well. Jacob Jack's you in the chat. Careful what you say there, Jacob. That could almost be construed as something quite rude. So just be honest. I know you're trying to be funny, but that could be construed as something a little bit rude. So please mind your comments in the chat. Thank you. And welcome to everybody in the chat too. Johnny He is there as well as Jacob and a whole bunch of people out there. Wonderful to see you, and Nick the Brown Bear as well. So thank you for coming along and thank you for tuning in. Wonderful to have your company as we get ready for this match. And in case you missed it at the coin toss, well, you saw it just there. And that is, of course, that the Brno Cricket Club won the toss, selected to bat first, putting Prague CC into the field. Brno's had a very good break. They've had a few days off, retreated back down south into Moravia, and now they are back and they're ready to go. Let's see how they go. They like to get some points here, just to get themselves off bottom of the table and make sure that they're considered as part of the finals mix. That's all they have to do. Get off the bottom of the table. Let's see how we go there. A lot to do there. A lot to do for both teams. Prague Cricket Club. Let's have a quick look at the standings, actually, just while we're getting ready for the first ball of play. So Brno are currently sitting only on 5 games. They've played the least amount of games as everybody. So they've got 2 games today and 3 games tomorrow. So their division is pretty much the top and tail of this sort of 8-day Premier Division situation. So they're going to play 2 today and 3 tomorrow. So they'll have the first and the last game tomorrow, plus the game in between to try to make up some points. Start with a good short ball. Really, really got off the deck there. That was Rahmani there who's bowling. And Mohammad Ratul, who's been in scintillating form at the start of this division. He's out there with Joyce and Sam, looking to get the team off to a very good start. We'll see how we go. So, settling in here. I'm looking forward to this tussle. These are old enemies. These are 2 teams who, in the domestic T20 competition, have pretty much played, I want to say every final, but every time they play, it's been a close final, semi-final, domestic game. Doesn't matter what it is, they always play out a very, very close game. Oh, that's gotten away from everybody there. Looks like that's, I think Sharan Ramakrishnan's back into the side and he's got the duty with the gloves. It is indeed Sharan. Just gets away from me a little bit there. Shout out to the people in the chat. Yep, indeed. We don't need to explain what Jacob was saying there. But Jacob, maybe ask your dad about that one and let's not lament. But I'd probably prefer it if those sort of comments weren't made by our moderators in blue. Thank you. We continue. And fielded by Mohammad Ratul, who kindly hands the ball back to Davis Rahmani. Good over. Good start for PCC here. Very good start. Burno be looking to get a really good score on the board. They've got this game, then they've got the next match against the Tigers. And they've got the Tigers who are going through a bit of a red-hot streak at the moment. So it's a bit of a test here from Burno. Cut away and straight into the hands of the player. Can you believe it? Oh my goodness, what a body blow this is for Burno. This is a massive body blow. Mohamed Rattul goes for one. He is absolutely filthy with himself. He cannot believe he's picked out the fielder there deep. So it's a bit of a test. Watch this one more time. Cuts in the air. Maybe he didn't know the player was right there. I reckon he didn't know the player was there. It's a very good catch, and what a breakthrough that is. Burno lose their star gun batter in the first over. It's 3 on the board. That's 1 wicket down. What a catch. And what a brilliant bit of camera work there as well. PCC having a good, proper get around. They are excited. Why wouldn't you be? Mohamed Rattul is gone. And he's been a brisk run scorer here for Burno, and he's gone already. Incredible stuff. What a start. Johnny Heeson with a zinger there. Thank you, Johnny. Oh, speaking of lovely, what a great catch that was. And Romani just beats Mohamed for pace. Mohamed Rattul just thought, yep, I could just fend that away. The way he reacted after he played the shot and after he was caught, he was really filthy with himself. And I reckon he's completely forgotten or just not seen there's a player down there for exactly that shot. Couldn't have picked him out any better. What a start for PCC. What a start to the game. So Romani, he's got his back up, got the wind in his sails. It's only halfway through the over. We've only had 3 legal deliveries. We had a wide as well. Let's see how we go. Just flat bats this one, cross bats it in towards the point area. Arun Ashokan there, who's back into the side. Good to see Arun here. I saw him come to the ground and he actually stuck his head in the comms box just towards the end of that previous innings with a big smile on his face and said hello. So I sort of feel like for the last 5 or 6 years when I've been commentating on the Czech cricket games here, he's always been there. It's only recently he sort of dropped off a little bit. Family commitments, work commitments, and he stepped back as national team captain a couple of years ago. And this one has been struck really hard all the way along the deck for 4 runs. Joyce and Sam gets into the groove, and he finds the boundary, first boundary of the innings, slammed out through the offside. Great shot, really good shot. Thomas, Nick, and Johnny there with a few happy comments there. We've got our own Bart Simpson. I love that one from Thomas. I love that. It's probably a bit of an in-joke for the Blue Spanner crew, the Blue Shield crew, who's currently in the chat right now. It's very nice. Jacob, don't you worry about that. Put it behind you. But please refrain from using that phrase again. It does have very much adult connotations, which is no good here in the chat. Don't like that in chat. I'd appreciate it if you actually went back and just retracted that comment as well. We don't like to see that sort of thing in the chat. But no worries, Jacob. We all move on and we all learn from our mistakes. So it's all gravy. It's all gravy. 9 for 1. So who won the over? Oh, you'd have to, for me, PCC win the over, getting rid of Mohamed Rattul in that over, and only 9 runs from it, including a boundary and a couple of wides. So PCC win that first over quite nicely over Burno. Burno still, they've still got a lot to do. Joyce and Sam is out there. Bodadeka as well has joined him. They're 1 wicket down. See if they can really put the pressure on here and get some runs on the board. Sadesh Wickramasekra comes to the bowl just to make things a little bit more difficult in this second over. Beast has got the ball. And Beast is going to step up to the plate. And just before we kick on here, just shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Just a reminder, I'm looking at Ludo Gold gameplay. Repetition equals spam. You only need to drop your comment once and it will be seen. If you're going to be repetitive, and this goes for everybody in the chat as well, we ask that you don't need to repeat yourself. We'll see your comment and we'll respond. Well, we'll respond if it's a good comment. Of course we will. I love to shout out people's good comments. I know Vinny does as well. Rico's the same. Tina does the same thing as well. So, yep, no need to repeat yourself. Usually ends in a timeout because our moderators do a sensational job. Sadesh, here we go. Starting the new over. And kicks us off with a wide ball outside the off. Joyce and Sam doesn't have a swing at that one. Hope everybody is well on this very sunny Peacock Friday. Coolish conditions at the ground still. The sun is beating down, but there's a lovely cool breeze coming across left to right. Nowhere near as strong as it was yesterday, as that is cut away perfectly when Joyce and Sam, he's hit that one really, really well. All the way along the deck. Sadesh, after bowling a wide, just puts that one just a bit of a half tracker outside the off. Doesn't really have any variation whatsoever, just straight through and cracked away. Now you can see the experience of the huddle. Just at the bottom of your screen there, Arun having a chat with Saba, who's the captain, and Sadesh. I mean, how about three of the most famous PCC names in recent years all together there in just that one shot? There's a helicopter coming across the ground. It can't be the Vinicopter because he's already here. I think it might be. I think it's a trainee copter flying overhead now. Might hear it pick that up in the background in the noise. We continue. Sadesh comes charging in. Much better. Tucks him up. Just a single to, well, just short of the square leg. Nicely played there. Sadesh in again. That's a much better line and length. As Bodadeka unable to do much with that. Couldn't get under it. Couldn't pull it across the line. Couldn't do anything at all with that delivery. Ends up dotting up. The deep fielders here. Let me give you a shout out for the deep fielders. We have a long on down on the boundary line, straight down the ground. And we have third on the boundary. Wide-ish third. The shot's going to bring in the long on. That's Subwan Divisi, who loves to field out there on the boundary. Takes a very good catch, he does, and he's a good chaser across the ground. So, yeah, Subba down at the boundary here at long on. And for the right-hander, you've got third, who's a little bit wider, not fine, but not wide enough to be a deep backward point. And Arun is, looks like he's vice-captain at the moment, because with Subba on the boundary, Arun is just working in the infield and the outfield. So just as I speak, they're pushing deep mid-wicket out, very square deep mid-wicket, and bringing that third back in. Oh, desperate dive, saves a boundary. That is terrific desperation in the field there. And a quick throw back. Going to get a generous round of applause from his teammates. That was excellent work in the field. That was a boundary off the bat. Absolutely crashed. Look at this. The fingertip. That Davison Romani out there, I think it is. Yes, excellent work. Desperate dive. Every run is so important, and he saved a boundary there. And I think every PCC player gave him a bit of a cheer and a pump up after that. Deservedly so. Or goes to play something similar, and Sadesh puts a little bit of extra hot sauce on that one. Gets through to the keeper. It's going to be 17 for 1 after 2. Good steady start here to the game. Nice tasty game coming your way. This is match 24, by the way. And we've still got 2 more matches after this. So it's a four game day today. Try and get that one out quickly. Just during the week on Tuesday and Wednesday when I was here, we had 3 games only per day. So returning back to the 4 games yesterday with Vinny Sand and Mr. Maxo on comms. Nice surprise for everybody. I bet you weren't expecting that. And then myself back today. And then Vinny and Danny will be back into the hot seat tomorrow. And that will be the last day of the group stage. And the way that this division is turning out, it's probably going to be even too early today to predict who's going to end up where on the points table. We'll have a look at it after this game, have a bit of a closer look, and we'll talk through maybe some possibilities. But at the end of the day today, we'll go through that a bit more detail. We'll talk about what has to happen tomorrow. Not one single player could move for that one as it gets cut straight across the top of the infield, and no one's anywhere near that one. Third is a little bit finer than he was in the last over, and that pretty much went to where the fielder was. He's now in the wheat field. I can hear the music from the Children of the Corn. Great Stephen King story, that one, as he's hunting around in the wheat field there. And, well, let's hope they don't have any youngsters suddenly appear out of nowhere and smuggle him back into the village. No, nothing like that. Anyone who's wondering what I'm talking about, Children of the Corn, fantastic novel by Stephen King, published in the 80s, made into a horrible film, which spawned about 5 awful sequels. Didn't deserve a film. It was a creepy story, though. Very creepy book. Anyway, Children of the Corn. There's no corn there because it's a wheat field, and we get the ball back. I digress. Any Stephen King fans out there? Make yourself known. 21 for 1 on the board with the 4 off the first of Davis and Romani's second over. Bruno looking to dig deep here. Need to try to find a number of boundaries here. Try to muscle that score well into the 30s after the power play. It's a slower delivery. It's fuller, and it's clubbed all the way out towards deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. Not a good ball. Slower ball's a good idea, but just, wrong line and length. That deep mid-wicket was more square than I actually realised when he just bowled the ball. And I think maybe the captain's probably figuring that out too and is thinking, well, why is he so square? Well, he's returned it back to the spot. So it's quite a squarish deep mid-wicket. Probably needs to go a few steps to his left. Anyway, we continue. Extra pace on that one, but it does go wide. Score ticks up to 26 for 1. Still 4 to come in the over. Nick the Brown Bear. I was obviously hit a nerve with you. Yes, indeed. No clowns hiding in drains either. 100%. Probably one of the greatest horror novels of all time, that one too. Movie was good too. Well, the 2 movies were good. The TV show was not bad either, but it's a wicket gone. So, a Nick caught behind. Sharan Ramakrishnan makes no mistake, holds onto a faint feather edge, and Joyce and Sam has to go. He was looking lively there for that 19. He scored, but not lively enough as now he has to go. Davis Romani picks up a wicket. Look at that, edged. Got him down on a knee, looking to flay that away.
So, a Nick
Backward
caught
a
behind
point.
Sharan Ramakrishnan.
Unable to connect on that one. So, Davison gets his second wicket. Breakthrough just at a point where they need to be accelerating for runs after a couple of 4s and a wide off the over, and then a very good comeback from the bowler there. Hamid Ullah comes out to bat. Good friend of mine. Let's see how he goes here. He's a left-hander, and when he can get going, there may be runs scored. He's due for a good innings, I have to say. He's played a couple of sort of slightly underwhelming innings in the last couple of digs in this ECS. So he's due for good innings, and Berto need him to stick around here. Start carving up the attack. Taking a, looks like, thought for me he's taking leg stump guard. No, he's taking middle stump guard. So let's see if they go with the leg side field. Still inside the power play. Fine leg. So third for the right-hander becomes fine leg for the left-hander. And they do have a third player on about a 45-degree angle from the bat as well. They're the 2 players out. Oh, that was so close to a caught and bowl. Romani almost completes a fantastic caught and bowled as Hamid Ullah is just left stuck on the, as well. They're stuck in mud as he just sort of slight little stutter. And Romani almost pulls in a ripper. That would have been huge for PCC. And for Hamid, that would have been disastrous. 26 for 2 on the board. 2 to come in the over. Hamid looking to get off the strike. Nervous start for him. Bruno needs someone to come out and just absolutely go the tonk. I haven't said that phrase forever. Short. Oh, that's a nasty one. I think maybe we just want to just check on the batter, make sure he's okay. He's given the shoulder rub. The bowler, very sporting like, just checks on him as well and gives him a fist bump, make sure he's okay. Joe Foster, square leg umpire, comes across, has a couple of words. It didn't hit him on the helmet, so there's no concussion test. But Joe, good to see the umpire just walking across and saying, "You okay? Yep, you're right." He's just giving a wave and saying he's all right. He's worn that one on the shoulder. That's going to leave a mark. That's the kind of thing you show your grandkids and you say, "You see that? That's because I love playing cricket." Reminds me when I came home from my tour of Hungary back in 2011. I walked in the front door and my missus looked at me. She said, "Why have you got a bandage on your face?" And I showed her the stitches. And I said, "There you go. That's because I love playing cricket. Now get me a straw because I can't drink properly." Oh dear. Mrs. G will never forgive me for that. Scared the life out of her. As that's just pushed down the ground for a single. He's off the mark. He'll be very happy and relieved about that. And that is going to be the power play done. 27 for 2 in the power play. Hey, look, folks, we're turning up the heat this weekend. On Sunday, the 31st of May, it is the Netherlands taking on Bangladesh in the first of that Women's T20 International. That's come to you from Scotland. Our big thanks to Cricket Scotland getting us involved in the telecast of that. We are looking forward to bringing that to you as well. So there'll be that going on at the same time as finals day here in Prague. So make sure you tune into that one. What an exciting proposition that's going to be to see the Netherlands and Bangladesh for the first time. Bangladesh on the European Cricket Network. We're very proud to be bringing that to you. So get your double screens up and running on Sunday. Make sure you're tuning in to myself and Vinny here, but also make sure you're tuning in to the action come to you from that Women's T20 match from Scotland. Exciting stuff. We'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Thomas Martinez there with a great response to a question from Mukul Mishra. If ECN takes the bruises the Aussie way, give it a rub, you keep going. That's exactly what it is. So I'm a big fan of the Aussie rules football. No padding, nothing like that. Nothing like the American football where they wear so much protective gear, it's ridiculous they can even move. But no, the Aussie way is you have no protection and you just go hard at the ball. Yeah, you get knocked down, get up, dust yourself off and walk it off, princess. Just walk it off. It's a very popular saying where I come from, walk it off, princess. We say that about a lot of the players who get knocked to the ground. Sometimes players just got to do that, just walk it off, stand tall. Anyway, Hamidullah, the man we're talking about, he's looking right now. Need to dig deep, does Hamid. Needs to get some runs on the board for his team. He's cut this one nicely. Goes straight to the player, though, who doesn't shy the stumps. They won through for a quick single. Good running between the wickets between these two. Very good running indeed. Nick the Brown Bear, you crack me up. The NFL players, exactly. Where are my shoulder pads? Where's my helmet? You don't belong in that game. That swung away hard, high and handsome. That's the Triple H out of the ground. What a great shot that is. Well, but Badadeka hasn't really seen much of the strike recently. I haven't really been able to call him too much, but he's swung on that one. Oh, and also just noting that Mataranga just pulled up a bit proppy there. I hope he's all right. Just pulls up a bit proppy and puts his hand down to his ankle, maybe trying to get off the pitch. Might have stepped in that little area where the pitch becomes the grass. It does slightly dip down a bit. There's a drop of about a centimetre, maybe a centimetre and a half. Just got to watch out for that. But Badadeka picks himself a 6. He's faced 5 deliveries for his 8. These two need to get the motor running for Berno. Get down the ground, chases on, the ball wins that race. So runs starting to flow in this over, and it's good timing for Berno because they need those runs to be flowing. That run rate does need a healthy little injection of life, and that's going to help big time. $11 off the over so far. Good over for Berno. Currently going at 10.4. They need to be getting that up towards 12 and then some. Need to set a good target here for PCC. Kind of feel that PCC are back to full strength. Nice tumbling save there from the fielder, getting around from third. Can't stop the single. And just that one. So 39 for 2 on the board. Last ball of the over coming up from Mataranga. Couple of good shots to the boundary off the blade of Badadeka, but now Hamidullah, he's on 2. He would love to find the boundary with the last ball of the 4th coming up. What can he do here? Swing and a miss. He spins himself right round, baby, right round like a record, baby. And that is going to be a wide to be re-bowled as well. So Mataranga changing his angle, coming around the wicket, just strays way too far outside the line. And Hamidullah's got me doing song lyrics. It's amazing how that can happen sometimes. Here we go. Oh, could have almost been another wide. but he's found the boundary, so that's going to really boost the confidence of Ula as he finds the boundary off the last ball of the fourth. And Bruno have had a good over here. Mataranga just not quite hitting his mark, getting hit for 3 boundaries in the over. 2 fielders combined, but they can't stop the ball getting across the line there. 44 for 2 after 4. That run right now up to 11. So these two batters just settling in here. Now, it looks like Hamid's going to get a little bit of the old magic spray, which is water and compressed air. I'm pretty sure that's the recipe. No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't know what's in that magic spray. I think that's the whole point of the magical mystery spray. So he's getting a little bit of treatment on the shoulder there. It's obviously causing him a few issues. And getting a sip of water as well. Conditions are pretty good out there in the centre. It's not too hot at all. It's probably around about sort of 20 degrees already, but there is that lovely cool breeze coming across the ground, keeping it very, very cool for the batters and the fielders and the umpires as well. So conditions are very nice. But yeah, Hamid Uli, see they're just getting a little bit of a spray on the shoulder and a little sip of water. Ravi Solanki, who looked a bit proppy in the game previous, he is bringing a slight injury into this game, but he was named in the previous match simply because PCC were down on numbers, and he's just showed a bit of guts and determination by coming out to bat with a little bit of a leg injury. He comes in a bowl now. Good full delivery to start with there. Oh, pressure on Ula to get to the striker's end, but fielder there just takes his eyes off the ball and allows them to get home for a single, quick single to start off. Everyone's doing really well there in the chat. I'd ask the people in the chat to please abide by the men in blue and follow their instructions. They are the moderators and they keep that chat clean and keep it motoring along. They do a sensational job. A lot of time for the mods. Just misses a chance for a caught and bowled. Sub one Divisi misses on a chance to field the ball cleanly as well and has to go chase. So that goes back across the boundary for 4 runs. At least one more time. We'll put the hand out, the right hand out more in desperation. Saba's actually overrun the ball. Can you believe that? It might have taken a little bit of a Tortuga bounce. That area where he was, that area is prone to strange little Tortugas, a couple of big ones. If you go about, say, 5 to 8 meters in off the boundary line straight down the ground, it's really rough there. We've seen a couple of balls bounce there and go straight up in the air and across the top of the players who are trying to field a ground ball. Just one of those things. But close to the boundary rope, it's still rough, but nowhere near as rough. So a couple of little funny bounces happening in that area. And wouldn't you know it, it's straight down the ground, slightly towards the leg side for the right-hander where it's a little bit rough. So Saba fielding there. I'm not surprised he got a little bit caught out of position. Arun Ashokan is fielding in the long off area. So they're the 2 fielders deep, 2 of the best fielders in the Prague Cricket Club lineup. Cuts straight to the player at point. Batter Deckett needs to find the boundary here. Needs to find some, needs to get some gaps. These two seem to be hitting the ball a bit too easily to the players. Burno getting a bit tied down here in this middle overs. It was a good over last. It was the highest scoring over of the match in the previous over. But still getting really tied down here. Solanki with a quicker delivery. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Watch this one. It's right across the top of the wide line. So if it grips, that white ball takes any part of the tram line, it's for the bowler. No problem at all. Once again, just leaning back to leg side and trying to slam it through the covers. So shot selection not the best. Ends up being a dot ball. And why don't we bring you into the commentary area here. Thanks for joining us today. Phil G here for ECN. Welcome you to another beautiful sunny Friday. How good is it? And how good's the shirt? Hey, I've got to give a shout out to Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia for getting this top to me. Very nice indeed. Thanks pretty much also to Danny Hudacek, who was the courier getting this all the way from Melbourne here to Prague. So this is courtesy. Slightly retro, but it's not bad. Yeah, cutting a good little style there. What do you reckon? But thank you to Scotty from ECN Supporters Club of Australia. I don't think he's in the chat right now. I did send him a picture of this earlier today, and he was quite happy about that as well. So, Scotty, thank you. And thanks to everyone who's joined us here today. Hope you have a wonderful Peacock Friday. Hope you all got your Peacock gear on as well. I can tell you here at the ground, Vinny's got a great Peacock Friday shirt. If I could try and get it on camera later, I'd try to do that. I might just take a picture and drop it in the Spanish squad because he's looking absolutely primo. Although he did have a great shirt on yesterday too. Those Ducks blew my mind. Anyway, we're halfway through the game now. Six over, about to start. And it is going to be sub 1 Divisi. As I say, Marzi's doing a cracking job here in the comms with me. Thank you very much, Marzi. Loving your work, mate. Sub 1 Divisi comes on. We start the 6th. Oh, Hamidullah, just those sort of shots don't work. Needs to stay balanced. Just a funny little pirouette there. Needs to step out to the line of the ball. Just some of the basics sort of getting away from the Burno batters here. And Hamidullah, I kind of feel like that 11 that he's made has been a little bit laboured. Gives a charge, gets under this one, and he's going to find the boundary rope and then some as he puts that one downtown out of the ground. Joe Foster, standing umpire, puts his hand in the air like he just don't care, and that has gone all the way for a big, big Maximo. Hamidullah, he's the kind of batter I feel that when he sort of gets into those sort of low 20s, he's the kind of batter who just has a massive wave of confidence, and he can just suddenly build a lovely little cameo, maybe push into the 40s before you know it. And that's exactly what Burno need. There are 2 wickets down, and they need these 2 to fire up. Otherwise, you know, swing hard or go home, get another batter in. Got to do something here. They need runs. Oh, he goes to the leg side now, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. A Maximo to build the confidence, and the next ball gets sent out of the park. Have a look at this one. Saba puts it in the slot, and Hamid has swung that blade and hit right through the line of the ball. And that's so much more important than swinging across the line and just hoping you go to deep mid-wicket. He's hit it through the line of the ball and finds another 6. Back-to-back Maximos uploading there for you. Oh, goes over the top of the fielders. Oh, can you believe it? The long off fielder was coming inside the circle, and it's hit straight his head. He would have pocketed that one if he'd stayed on the rope, but captain felt that they need to make that change. You see he's backpedaling there. Couldn't quite see who that is, but that's disappointing. So a big over coming your way now. 16 off the first 4 deliveries. Hamidullah. Here he goes. 2 more to come. Goes again to the leg side. Shouts to catch it. No one's catching that one because that's out of the park. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Burno Cricket Club. It's gone magical now. 22 off the over. Still 1 to come. And sub 1 Divisi bowling like a man who's a little bit tired. Just get that feeling. Chaya 1, 2, 3, 4. I think you've just got exactly what you've just predicted there in the chat where you said, oh, if he hits 3 to 4 Maximos, then score, but definitely 120 plus. Well, he's done that. And this time it goes to the offside. It goes straight to the fielder who shies the stumps. Clever of him to shy the stumps because Hamid was a little bit slow out of the blocks there. Good fielding from Saba, though, behind the wickets to stop the ball going for overthrows. That might have left a little bit of a mark as that came in really quick. See there, look at Hamid. He had to really run home. Then he took a bit of a left turn at Albuquerque and just struggled to get across the line, but he makes it. The throw was kind of wide. Look at the over, though. 23 off the over. Exactly what the Burno Cricket Club needed there. 73 for 2 after 6. Hamidullah has just gone up a gear. And he retains strike. Danger over this one for PCC, and I'll tell you why. Because Ravi Solanki, the left arm, is bowling to the left-hander. So it won't be as potent as bowling to a right-hander. And Hamidullah just coming off a blistering over himself. Just maybe hit himself into a bit of form here. Solanki carrying a slight leg injury. It shouldn't affect his bowling too much. Here we go. Good battle, this one. All right, lace this one out of the park. Crash. Hamidullah stepping up to the plate here for Burno. He marches into the 40s with that lovely strike. Well, as I said a few moments ago, there was that great comment in the chat where said, if Hamidullah can get a couple of Maximos, the score's going to build into the 120 mark. Well, there you go. That was Chaya 1, 2, 3, 4. You're welcome. Delivered. Piping hot to your screen. Have a look at that. What a great strike. PCC is suddenly look around and saying, look, guys, the last 6 deliveries, 5 of these have gone either over or to the boundary. So the last 6 deliveries have been sent for 29 runs. He tries to swing this out towards deep mid-wicket. Miss hits it along the deck for just the single. Bowler moves to 41 with some very big strike in the last few balls. Turns it over to Badadeka, who needs to step up to the plate as well. They're 2 wickets down, Burno, and there's only, 3.5 overs, 3.4 overs to go. Needs to put the foot down here, accelerate, or give someone else a chance to belt up the runs here. They're going to need something around 140, I think, Burno. They need a lot of runs. Hits this. Oh, it's been tipped over the bar. Can you believe it? Straight down the throat of the fielder, right there for that catch. That's the reason the fielder's there. You had one job and you blew it. Solanke, unfortunate for him, it doesn't catch. Well, let me try that again. The catch doesn't stick. That's what I'm trying to spit out. The catch does not stick. Solanke's going to change size here. Going to come around the wicket to the right hander. I think that's a better move, a much better ploy. Goes up in the air. Arun won't drop this. Arun Ashokan, safest pair of hands you'll have here on the ground today, and he pockets the catch, no problem. Badadeka gets a little bit of buoyancy from that 60 hit, tries to go again, doesn't have the same effect, and that man, Arun Ashokan, he's got a safe pair of hands, holds a good catch. And that's exactly what I was saying. You either go hard or go home. Badadeka goes hard on the first ball, and the next ball he holds out down the ground at long off. But intent, and that's what it's all about. You show intent, you get a tick. I know that Corey Rutgers, good friend Corey, whose birthday was just a couple of days ago. Hope everyone sent Corey a happy birthday message. Yeah, Corey was a big fan when he's been managing, coaching the Spanish team, of using the big red pen on the score sheet to note intent. And that's what he would do. And I think that's such a clever thing for a coach to do. So when they can reflect back on the innings of any player, they can say, well, look, I'm not seeing the intent that I'd want to see. I want to see a little bit more from you in this innings. Yeah, sure, you scored 30-something, but it took you, 30 deliveries to do it. That's not the intent we're looking for. And I can show you every delivery where I saw intent. Very clever. Naveed Ahmed is out there. He is no slouch with the bat. Very talented spinner he is as well. Great spin bowler for both the national team and for Burno Cricket Club. Up in the air. And that is going to be a second catch to Arun Ashokan, who will not drop that one. Just tries to get under it and muscle it out of the ground. He's fallen about probably 5 meters short of his target. And Arun, that's the reason why I've said many times he's one of the best fielders, best catchers in the PCC squad. And he holds on to another chance. And Naveed Ahmed, who's a no slouch with the bat, but unfortunately on this occasion he goes for a second ball duck. But at this stage for Burno, you know what? You just got to get the runs. You just got to pile them on. So Solanke breaking through with a couple of wickets here. Batters trying to take him down the ground. Sorry, Venky, I just saw your comment just now about what line of lengths get you dots or at least the amount of runs conceded. Least amount of runs conceded. Any backup data give you an insight? Ooh, I tell you what, the Philgy consultancy, cricket consultancy is open for business, and this week only you get a 2-for-1 deal. So we can talk about that offline, Venky. I say that tongue in cheek, of course. That goes alongside with the Philgy coaching tips and also the analytics. 2-for-1 this week only. Sadesh comes back on again. Arun's going to get a third catch. Oh, AFL style, holds it right in front of the eyes, a good leap off the deck. So you can't keep Arun Ashokan out of the team you can keep him out of the team, but you can't keep him out of the game when he's in the team. Takes the third catch in the same position. And Burno just looking to elevate out of the ground, just unable to do it. And it's the prize scalp of Hamid Ullah. He has to go for 41, but a very good innings from him. He's top scored for the side, and he gave him some real momentum push in those middle overs as well. But unfortunately, he's not going to be around towards the end. They needed him to stick around. Tries to elevate, gets under it, and just pops it up way too high. But it's a very good innings from Hamid. He's given his head a bit of a shake. He's walking off. He's filthy with himself. He's still slamming his the pads and the bat because he's unhappy that he's not going to be able to stick around and just build a bigger score. And what it means, though, is that 2 new batters are now at the crease. Vasudevan and, of course, teammate Khan is out there. Well, that's taken me back about 2 years to my first ECN gig when I was in Portugal, in Coimbra, at Miranda de Covo, the Estadio de Municipal in Miranda de Covo. We had a few Khans playing and I couldn't help myself. Just kept referencing Star Trek 2. Terrible, Phil, terrible. Terrible jokes. But Mahtab Khan, he's out there with Vasudevan. That's Arun Vasudevan. So between the two of these, middle order, and if Roberto needs to stand up here, there's only, what have we got left? We've only got a handful of deliveries left, 2 overs and 4 deliveries left. 87 for 5 on the board, the middle over. Stand tall here. PCC looking to put the squeeze on. They've taken 3 wickets in 4 deliveries. Sudesh Wickramaseka gets a wicket off the first ball of his over. Goes with Solanki's 2 wickets off the previous over. Leg side wide. Venkatesh Magasharam in the chat saying Mantab can influence the game quite heavily here. He sure can. If he can try to farm some of the strike, Mahtab, try to get the ball away, work it away off Sudesh. Strike down the ground. That looks like that's Aravind there. He's coming off the boundary. Very, very straight in the long on area. Long off is Arun Ashokan. He's already taken a couple of catches there. He's just stepped up to regular mid-off. So he's going to stay inside the circle now at mid-off. Good ball. Just beaten for pace. Just completely beaten for pace there. So the deep fielders, you have a very straightish long on, deep mid-wicket. Yes, a boundary right, a square of the wicket at around, yeah, call it deep square leg. Fine leg and third as well. So they're giving protection to Sudesh behind the wicket for anything that gets away from the keeper or goes fine either side. Sharan's doing pretty well there though with the gloves, and that's flicked the wicket, hasn't it? That's just flicked the wicket. Well, I think for a moment there, both batter and a few people weren't too sure about that. Watch this one more time. It's just kissed the off stump. That is astonishing. Yep, and a little nod from the batter there. You can see, just gives a little bit of a nod. And Sharan and both Sudesh are saying, look, the bails are off. It's just giving a little kiss on the way through. 6 wicket down then. 89 for 6. 1 more to come in Sudesh is over. He's bowled beautifully in this spell. 2 for 11 plus what's coming up next. Skipper Rahat Ali goes out into the centre. Let's see what he can do here. Good chat there from Johnny Heesum to say, if you like what you see, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. We do what we can for our subscribers, and building this little machine we've got here for you is what it's all about. So yes, if you like what you see, like the video and subscribe to our channel. Elevates down the ground ever so slightly. And Aravinda, again, just cleans up, throws back to Sudesh. 2 for 12 for Sudesh off his 2 overs. Excellent bowling from him. Good pace, good variation. Think about it, he got hit for a 6 off his first ball of his first over. So since then, he's come back beautifully. And he's got PCC well and truly on top here with Bruno now 90 for 6 after 8, 2 overs to come. Yeah, if you like what you see, and if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. There's a massive back catalogue of all the games that we've had here on the European Cricket Network, plus a whole bunch of interviews that were done at Cardamom over the many marquee events we've done there, and a whole lot of really good stuff, highlights, packages, full days plays as well. There is so much cricket there that, yeah, why don't you subscribe to our channel, come back and have a look at the back catalogue anytime you want, relive all the fun all over again. If you've been watching ECN for a while on YouTube, still haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? Click that button. Good Yorker to start with. Real good, sharp delivery. As Gune comes on to bowl the 9th, that's a great start to the over. Evelyn Singh asking how many runs in the last 12 balls. Well, I can tell you in the last 6 balls, there's been 3 runs off the bat and 1 wide and a wicket and a dot. Wish I could tell you more, but I actually don't have a ball by ball description in front of me. I'll try and find it for you. If you go to our website, there is an over-by-over summary. Might be worth checking out. Bowler in again. Down the ground. Arun's got it. Just blocks that one. Can't stop the single. So, yeah, Tavleen Singh. It's a good question. How many runs in the last 12 balls? Let me quickly add this up for you because it ain't many. Off the bat, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. 11 runs off the bat because there was a Maximo in there. But more important, there's been 4 wickets. 4 wickets have fallen in the last 2 overs. And that's why Burno are now really struggling here, this middle order. That's lofted, and that's going to be just over the head of a desperate attempt. It's actually at the fingertips. Oh, that's Sudesh there wringing out his hands. He goes up one-handed, and I think it might have just maybe taken the fingerprints off one of his fingers. That was quite close. For a minute there, I thought, oh, that's easily going to be 6. Then I realised that Sudesh, he's got a bit of a leap. He's giving his right hand a real ring there. I think it's taken the fingertip right off. So he's lost his fingerprints. They're probably sitting on the grizzly. Grinesh should probably check the ball, make sure it's there's no human skin on that. But a much needed 6. Score up to 98 now. Quick single into the covers, 99. So anyone who's interested in those specific stats about the last, like the ball by ball description of what's going on and the runs being scored as this goes up in the air just out of reach of fielder running back there. Almost manages to reel it in, but not quite. Looks like the tall figure of Samira Mataranga. It was indeed. Yeah, you can go to the live match centre, ecn.cricket. And then you can go to the game in question and you can have a look at over by over and you can calculate all the runs. You can see all the wickets. You can see where things have happened. And that gives you a really good overview of the concentration of where wickets have fallen, where runs were scored. Well, they're desperately here for a wicket. They think Khan's got a little bit of something on that. No, end of the over. Umpire not interested in the appeal. Sharon's still asking the question. Not sure what that's about. And I think the bowler's waited for his sunglasses as well. Finally gets his sunglasses back. The umpire thought he'd gotten away with that one, but no, he hasn't. So that is 101 for 6 with 1 over to come. Mataranga with the job. Went for 17 of his first over. He's got the job to close out this innings for PCC. Bowling against the lower middle order now, as opposed to when he bowled that first over, when he had Hamid Ullah on an absolute heater. Trying to do something with, when Hamid Ullah's on a heater, it's very hard to do because he was striking the ball beautifully. He had a real red hot moment in one of those overs. Carved 23 runs off the PCC bowling in 1 over. Also got after Mataranga as well. So Mataranga now, none for 17, starts the 10th. Swings hard, down the ground, 6 runs. Rahat Ali, the skipper, goes bang and starts to elevate for his team. Have Bruno got enough, though? That's the question at hand. Have they got enough? 107 with 5 balls to come. Well, have a think about this, folks. What is par for the Premier Division? What is par? For me, a par score for this kind of caliber, it's got to be 120 plus. It has to be. 130, I think, for me is par. I think anything under 130, you left that door wide open. It's a wide ball there. Mataranga spins around quickly to look at the umpire and in the end just goes, yeah, you're probably right. It's a wide ball there. Mataranga. If the umpire calls it a wide, he's not probably right. He's very right because the umpire has the final say, as it should be. And it's baked into the rules. Edged, taken, juggled, but still taken. Mataranga finally gets a wicket, gets a breakthrough. Toiled away here. Have a look at edged. Sharan knock it in the air and gets it on the second bite of the cherry and reels that one in. So Bruno lose Rahad Ali just after he belts a 6 down the ground. The instruction to the new player running to the centre, I think, is going to be pretty straightforward, and that is runs. Tree comes in. That's Tripurari Lal, who's known for his bowling more than his batting. But if he can swing the blade here and try to find the boundary 2 or 3 times in the next 4 balls, maybe muscle them up to the 120 mark, maybe. But they might as well just go for it. Go hell for leather. They got to go for it. But Mataranga will be happy to pick up a wicket there in this final over. Thanks to the shot. Tree just not equal to the party. Can't get anything on that one. Little wonder. He does have, interesting enough, third and fine leg have just come finer. Just as I speak, they come finer. I was about to say maybe Lal just maybe needs to just sort of open the face of the bat and just try to run it down to third, but they've just gone finer for that exact moment. This is a good shot. This is going to be a bit of a chase. No, it's not. It's going to easily get to the boundary rope. Smashed towards the cover boundary. 1, 2, 3 bounces, 4 runs. Very nice indeed. Jacob Jake Stewart is getting pizza ads. He's starting to make me hungry now. I have to wait to the end of this match before I can have my lunch break. Pizza doesn't sound too bad. Actually, speaking of food, did anybody know? I'm going to take a page out of Rico Fool's book here. Just bear with me a moment. Dot ball. Take a page out of Rico Fool's book. I believe yesterday was International Hamburger Day. Didn't know that until late last night. I was just doing a little bit of work, doing a little bit of extra research for today's games. And I looked down and there it was, International Hamburger Day. So happy International Hamburger Day for yesterday. I'll try and find out what today is, because every day is something. I don't want to sort of lean too much into the way Rico does stuff, because he does it absolutely sensational. I do miss that a bit from Rico. Need to get him on. Love to get got him here to Prague to commentate again with him. Breaks the stumps, run-outs affected. Don't worry about the international days, because it is so far all PC's day as they managed to affect a run-out on the last ball. Watch this one more time. Slams it in short. Play takes off straight away. That's Mahtab Khan hoping to get home. He doesn't get home. Sharan knocks the stumps down, and that is going to be the end of Burno's innings. 112 for 8 after their 10 overs. Apart from that, 2 very good overs there. One that went magical and one that just touched 18 runs. Apart from that, it was pretty tough going for the Brno team. Hamid Ullah lent into that with a good 40-odd off only a few deliveries. Did very well indeed. So it's 112 on the board, and that gives PCC 113 to chase a little bit more easy for them than the previous match where they had to chase 128 and fell short of that one. So another run chase for PCC coming your way very shortly on the European Cricket Network. Let's see how they go. They're going to be a lot happier with that. There's a stronger lineup as well, a lot more depth in the batting, and just a bit more focus in the team as well. Really good to see. For Burno, look, the score is on the board. Their bowlers are going to have to be really on here, and their fielding is going to have to be right up to the mark. We're going to see how we're going to go in a moment. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far. We've got a run chase coming your way. It's going to be a tricky little run chase. It's a nice little tantalising score of 113, and you'd expect PCC to get that, but we'll see how we go. I'll be back shortly. Call it about 12 minutes' time. Don't go too far, and I'll see you back here for the continuation of this Day 7, Match 24 hanging in the balance. Burno or PCC? Who's going to win? I'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, everybody, to the run chase here for match 24, the game hanging in the balance. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you back from where you're watching around the world. Thanks for your company today on this wonderful Peacock Friday at a very lovely, sun-kissed and glorious Vinoj Cricket Ground. Blue skies as far as the eye can see. And a very, very dry ground. The ball is going across the ground at a rate of knots when the ground shots are being played. So full value for money for the shots here for the players after the Burno Cricket Club mustered up 112 for 8 off their 10 overs. Tough going for them. They just struggled a bit to get partnerships going. One bright shining light in their batting was that man Hamid Ullah, who put together a very good 41 off 17 with 4 sixes and 3 fours in his innings of 41. Bodadeka 20 off 13. Took a little while to get going, but when he did, he looked pretty good. Unfortunately, couldn't stick around there with Hamidullah and put on a good partnership, and the rest of the middle order unable to really get amongst it, which is a bit of a shame because we know the Burno team are strong and powerful, and that's why they have been fixtures here for many, many years, both in domestic and in the ECS. So, all to do here for the bowlers. Going to need a lot from the bowlers. Rahat Ali, the captain. A lot is going to be on his shoulders to make sure he's got the right changes and he's got the right bowling attack as well. So, all to do. For PCC, they'll fancy themselves here. Opening with Subwan Divisi and Aravind Sridhar, which is a pretty strong opening partnership. And they've got a really good depth of batting in this lineup. Arun Ashokan in the side as well. Sudesh Wikramasekara in this side. Sudeta Roy Udagala also in the side. And we start with a swing and a miss. Of course, Ravi Solanki, who's carrying a little bit of a niggling injury. I don't think he'll bat unless he has to. I don't think you'll see him coming in at second or third drop if that happens. And of course, Sharan Ramakrishnan, who looks like he's in good touch, he'll be there as well. So it's Niraj Mishra opening the bowling, as he often does for Burno. Bowling to Sabah. Sabah gets a lucky edge there, finds the edge and it flies away despite close attention from their player at 30. He's up inside the circle. You can see him at the top of the screen there just before the ball was bowled. And unfortunately, he has... Well, it's got nowhere near him, but that is streaky. There he is, just coming to play at that moment. I get anywhere near it, though. So a little bit of luck running with PCC, not so much running with Burno. Don't have a big run chase here on the hands to PCC, and wouldn't they love to get a win here if they possibly can? Have a quick look at the standings. I'm going to tell you what's going on there. PCC currently 4th place in the standings. They're on 16 points. Burno at the bottom of the table, but they've only played 5 games. This is their 6th game. They're on 10 points. They would love to get a good win here to increase their net run rate and also to get points on the board. Every point vital here. The bonus point, you can't downplay it enough in this ECS. The bonus point situation has been absolutely critical, as it always is. You get 3 bonus points. It's the same as winning a game. That ball has finally made its way back. Took a while to come back, but we've got it back nonetheless. We continue. Pushed towards the not mid-wicket. That is the cover area. Mid-wicket's the other side. Phil, you knew that. As Sabah punches this away. Just a single, turns the strike over. And Aravind Sridhar is going to get to face his first delivery. So after completion of this match, we'll talk a bit more, maybe before we start the next game, about the table and the standings and where people are at, and where teams are at. As this, the standings are still very fluid at the moment. Still probably early days to talk about who's going to finish up where, but for now, right now, I'd say Tigers have pretty much got themselves into a position to play in Qualify 1, but it could change. You never know. If they drop 2 games later today, they got the next game against Burno, then they got the last game against PCC. If they drop one of those games, maybe drop them both. They never know. They could leave the door open. There's still too many ifs and buts. So I'm going to wait till the end of the day to talk about the standings. This has been knocked around the corner and finds the gap. 4 runs. Lovely strike, that one. Goes back with a square. Goes a long way into the tall grass as well, into the wheat. And Divisi looking good here. Just looked about our sorts in the previous innings. Had problems placing the ball. Picked out the fielders a little bit too often. A couple of boundaries look good, especially on the offside. He was playing some lovely shots on the offside, going aerial along the deck. Mishra in again. Danced down the wicket. It's been belted down the ground, and that has gone across the boundary rope for 4 runs. What a great strike that is. So Divisi moving his feet again to the pitch of the ball. Look at this. Dances down and goes crunch. And doesn't give a chance for Mishra to sort of move it off the seam there as he turns it into a bit of a half volley. So 14 off that first over. 3 boundaries coming from it, all from the bat of Sub-1 Divisi. Good start. Very good start indeed. So the bonus point situation is that the PCC need at least 79 to secure a bonus point. And dare I mention, the ball that shall not be mentioned, according to Montelus, 197 games. I'm keeping count of that. It's 197 matches since a GB. Bonus point, 79 for the bonus point. Just keep that in the back of your minds as we continue. Skipper Rahat Ali comes on the ball. Aravind facing up. We start us with a wide ball. Going to look to almost glance that down leg side. In the end, it misses the lot, and that is a wide extras tick along. Win predictors well and truly got this in favour of PCC, picking up the points here. It's been a pretty good Premier Division, I have to say. Really enjoyed this. Hope you've enjoyed it as well. Just a reminder that Vinarati have played out their 10 group state games. They're currently sitting second in the standings on 17 points. That will probably be shaken up a little bit because the teams under them have still got plenty of games to play. That's a bit of a rank full toss. Probably lucky to get away with that, not going all the way to the boundary. There is protection there. A backward square leg player. Fielder out there for that one. Let's have a look around the ground. Looks like it's third is out on the boundary. Interesting to note, they've got third on the boundary, and then they've got what looks to be like a gully, a deepish gully. And then they've got point slightly, can't tell if he's backward on this angle. I don't think he is. Hit around the corner. Ahmed Ullah there at mid-wicket, gets around and fields that one cleanly. Just a single though. So after a really good start to that first over, just a little bit of a cautious start here with Rahat Ali just trying to keep the runs down. And Sridhar and Divisi just working the ball around. Thomas Martinez talking about the ads he's getting. I was trying to hear some what ads he's getting. Well, goes aerial and out of the park. Just over the rope. They went probably more higher than it did sort of along, and that has come down about 3-4 metres the other side of the rope. Score skips up to 23. Aravind finds his first boundary. Connected with it very nice. It was a bit of a 9-iron off the par 3. It just lands and bounces almost to a dead stop. Any golfers would have been very happy with that shot. He wasn't happy. That's Rahat Ali, the skipper. Comes in a bowl again. Just down leg side one more time. Just hasn't quite got his placement right here. So the leg side field, you've got deep backward square leg. You have, well, you call it a short, very sort of square third. Mid-wicket, regulation mid-wicket, not a deep mid-wicket. And then you've got mid-on as well. That's your leg side field for Aravind. It's a full bunger, and that is smacked out of the park, and that it gets the treatment. That was not a good ball from the skipper, Rahat Ali. He knows as well. He's got to hit the deck. So that's the second 6 hit in this over, and that got proper treatment. Watch this. Not a good ball. Swinging through the air, but coming right into the hitting arc. And Aravind is a player worth every little bit of his salt, and he puts that one out of the park. And this over is getting away. It's also called a no ball as well, so this is expensive. Game slipping away from Burno already. We're not even out of the second over, and I'm already saying it. The game is slipping away from Burno. They've come up here for 2 games, then they've got 3 games tomorrow. So it's a big couple of days for that team. This one's gone up in the air. It's not going to get the boundary. Hamid Ullah, and, well, he brings very close attention to the fielder who's grasped it, and that's really disappointing for Bruno. They should have held on to that. That's just not good at all. Hamid Ullah really crowded the player who was crouched ready to take that catch, and it goes to ground. So a chance goes begging. Joyce and Sam just lets it through the fingertips. Well, there you go. That's a wonderful comeback from the bowler. If my fielders can't catch it, then I'm just going to bowl him. And that's a ripping delivery, that one. That is classy. Watch this one more time. Look at that swing. And a little bit of a fist pump there from Rahad Ali. He's happy with that. Saba's not so happy. He tries a bit of juggling with the bat. Doesn't work. Look at that. Beautiful in-swinging Yorker. And then the fist pump, the double fist pump from the bowler. It's quite a reserved double fist pump. He hasn't gone too over the top. That's just one wicket, but it's a big wicket. They get rid of the captain. Sub-1 Divisi has to go. Sharan Ramakrishnan, who's in good form, he comes now to the crease with a run rate required only less than 10 and over, 9.9. PCC lose the first wicket in the second over on 32. Scoring's good. A few people in the chat mentioning that maybe the bonus point is on their mind. You might be onto something there, Crushmaster. You might be onto something there. Wouldn't be surprised. One more to come in the over. It's been expensive. They did pick up a prize scalp with Sub-1 Divisi. Rahad in again. Oh, it turns this well off the pads. That is going to go all the way, one bounce. It's going to go for 4. So the over goes magical despite the wicket falling. But Ramakrishnan off the strike, off the mark straight away with that lovely strike. Works it off the pads. Very strong on the pads he is. At the comfort level he's got, watching that swing and working it away in the air. One bounce just inside the rope. Knowing that there was a fielder out there, just supreme confidence from that batter. Lovely strike. PCC stepping up to the mark here. 36 for 1 after 2. 77 required from 48. It's looking like the PCC team are looking solid here right now. Berno, having a bit of a discussion, trying to think, well, how do we break this? What's the plan? What do we do here? They've still got one more over for a power play to go, so they're limited on what they can do in the field. Let's have a look what they're going to go with. So deep backward square leg, and third is on the boundary. Now, how are they going to manage this? Because they've just pushed deep point on the boundary. That means one of those two other players has to come in. And it's going to be deep backward square leg comes into regulation square leg. Right. So that means anything short on middle stump or even just slightly outside off is going to be pulled around the corner for 6 runs. Or for a boundary, possibly. So they really need to be bowling nice and tight here, De Bono. We continue now. Matsap Khan gets cut away in the air. It goes pretty fine, though, as that player at deep point has to go and chase the ball. Well, he's actually going to leave it for the player from third. Now. Sorry, from third to run around into the car park and get that
Way
one.
in the air,
it goes 40 for 1. Arvind Sridhar continuing normal service pretty much. A few people in the chat getting behind PCC here, feeling that they're going to win this. It's interesting, isn't it? You just kind of feel that may exactly happen. Berno, they get the wicket of Sabah in that previous over, but it still went magical for 22. So the intention is still there. And you think about it, they've still got Sadesh, they've still got Arun, they've still got really, really good batting to come. And this is the thing about PCC is that, okay, in the previous match they only had 9 players, but when they got a full squad, really can be quite threatening here. That's cut directly to the player at point. No run. 73 required off 45. So after a good boundary to start the over, it's a very good comeback from the bowler. Matab Khan bowling really good last couple of deliveries, couple of dots. And miss hit down the ground. It slowly makes its way down to Niraj Mishra in that mid-on position. Easy single, easy pickings there. It's Sharon on strike. Let's see how Sharon goes. Over in Sridhar coming off a very good unbeaten 40 of 20 deliveries. Straight down the throat of mid-off. Smacks it straight in. So Sharon Ramakrishnan has to go. That's a vital breakthrough for Burno. Hits straight into the safe hands of Rahat Ali, the captain, who barely drops anything. 40. Have a look at this. Straight down his throat. You still got to hang on to him when they come at you like a rocket, and he gets in good position, holds a very good catch. That's the skipper. So second wicket falls. It's a vital wicket as well. It's 41 for 2. It does, however, free the beast, who's striding to the crease as I speak. He's got the bat leaning. I love the way he walks out with the bat on his shoulders like that. He looks like Paul Bunyan. He looks like the folklore character Paul Bunyan striding into the forest with an axe about to fell an entire forest. He is looking like he is ready to do business here with Bruno. And this is going to be a real test for Bruno now. If they can get rid of Beast, suddenly they find themselves just tapping into that middle order of PCC. You've got to get through a few batters before you can hit the soft underbelly of PCC. You probably got to get about 6 down before you can start talking about, yep, now we're going to get down to the people who are not known for their batting, who may struggle a little bit. But one success at a time is what Burno are thinking. Good first up ball. Beast not off the mark. He loves to get off the mark with a quick single, does Beast. So that's Wickramasacre. That's how he does it. He doesn't in that situation. So 3 overs are gone. Power play's done and dusted. Hey, just remember we're going to turn up the heat this weekend on Sunday, 31st of May, when we've got finals here. We have got on the European Cricket Network, Netherlands taking on Bangladesh in the Women's T20 International, come to you from Scotland. And so we've got a couple of games going on, a couple of different broadcasts happening at the same time this Sunday. And that's going to be so exciting to get Bangladesh for the first time ever on the European Cricket Network. Massive shout out to Cricket Scotland as well for partnering with us on that. And we're very proud to bring you that on the European Cricket Network, alongside, of course, the finals day here in the Premier Division. So great cricket going on, International Women's T20, plus the finals of ECS. What a brilliant weekend of cricket we've got coming your way on the European Cricket Network. Enjoy. So 41 for 2 after 3. Chipperara Lal gets the ball. Rahid Khan marshalling his field. He himself is dropping back into a long on area. We've got long off as well. Deep point. And you have a player square on the leg side at a deep square leg. And it looks like it's third is back on the boundary rope as well. Tries to lace this one out over the head of long off. Ends up bouncing a couple of meters in front of long off for just a single. Sridhar turns the strike over, gives Beast a chance. The field changes over for the right-hander. Sudesh Wickramasacre yet to get off the mark. They've been there for 1 ball, so fair enough. That's no negative to him. So field switches around. Deep square. No deep mid-wicket, but you've got a long off and a long on. But long off is pushed around a little bit. He's quite wide. Long off is a lot straighter. Deep cover, and third has just moved around on the boundary line. I call it a little bit finer than regular. Tree and Sudesh easily pushes this into the covers to get off the mark with a single, as is the way he likes it. So interestingly poised in the game here. 70 required of 40. Slams this one straight to the player who holds a neat catch. Aravind cannot get underneath that one enough. And can you believe it? Tripurare Lal has had a breakthrough in his over in the very, very middle of the over. Look at that. And that is a wonderful catch to Naveed Ahmed, who's a very good outfielder. He's a great spin bowler as well. We'll see him probably shortly come on to bowl. Holds onto a good catch down the ground. Aravind just fails to get underneath that one enough. A good innings though from him. He goes for 20 off a handful of deliveries, 11 deliveries in total. He steps aside as the third wicket falls for PCC, 43 for 3. This run chase just getting a little bit tasty here. PK, thanks for the shout there, PK, about the interference. Much appreciated. Might be just the way the wind's blowing, as is the case that happens here sometimes. But thanks for letting me know. Thava Gune comes out now at a vital time. Talented player he is. Known for, well, I know the chat has been telling me this quite a fair bit the last couple of days that he's played for the Singapore under-19 squad and had success there. Very talented player. Good pickup for PCC as well this year. Registered very early on. Lal with the breakthrough. See how he goes. And just pushed away for a quick, easy single to point. No mess, no fuss. So PCC still well and truly ahead of the, well, when you look at the win predictor there, 72% to 28%. Bruno definitely got a sniff though, but they're going to need a wicket or two. Sudesh goes crunch. Absolutely spanked that one out of the ground for a big 6. Umpire got his hand in the air because he just don't care as that one gets smashed. Smoked. You run out of superlatives sometimes, don't you? It's almost effortless. I know people have been talking up Sazib Boyan and a few other players for some of their really big hitting, and Sazib is quite a beastie player when he gets going. But this is original beast. 50 up as well, by the way. 50 for 3, getting towards the end of the 4th. One more to come. Successful over for Tree. Can he finish strong? Does. Good full length. Full length deliveries here at Vinoj is what gets the wickets for me. The short balls don't usually get the wickets. They usually get punished quite badly. The ball is not coming off the deck with any sort of real momentum or pace. You don't really get the same bounce that this pitch sometimes used to give, especially after, you know, like wet conditions and then suddenly it dries really quickly. It's been very dry here. I don't think it's rained here, like properly rained here for at least 2 weeks, maybe even 2.5 weeks. And it does show. The field's looking a little bit drier as well. It was a lot greener when we first got here on Sunday, or Sunday 2 weeks ago. 51 for 3 after 4. So this is match 24. With Berno already been, well, they were sent, they chose to bat first in this match, put 112 on the board for loss of 8 wickets. Prague now, Prague CC, looking to chase that down so far. Chases are good, 62 from 36 required. Looking pretty much on here, but they have lost 3 wickets. If they lose another 1 or 2 in the next couple of overs, I think this chase is going to be a lot closer than maybe a lot of people realise. A lot of ifs and buts. A lot of ifs and buts. Skipper Rahat Ali for Berno fielding just in front of me here in the long off position. Hoping his team can find another wicket here. Pushed into the cover, shy at the bowler's end. It's a good throw right on top of the bails, but Sudesh is very quickly home and completes the single. Hamid Ullah with a good arm. Another wicket here. Look at this, but Sudesh was always going to be getting home there. Ball flashes past his eyes, but he doesn't flinch. Right. Turns the strike over. Good running. Matab can't just lose his run up there. 61 of 35 required, so that run rate thereabouts 10 and over. I think it's a bit of a shoe-in from here, but still got to get him. Up down the ground. Takes a little bounce as it hits the end of where the pitch area is, and it might have slowed it down just a little bit. In the end, it's fielded nicely by Naveed Ahmed. I wonder if Naveed will get a bowl, or whether Rahat Ali feels he wants to keep the medium paces on him. He's bowling Matab Khan. I think he'd want to get Naveed on for the next over. Oh, Beast has got a bottom edge. It's a chase on here. It's a fair bit of work. And it's a good bit of work too. Oh, the throwback's a bit wild, but good backup. So keeps it to just 1. I thought they'd get back for a couple there. Sudesh doing it in singles. He's hit 1-6, but everything else is in singles. There's Hamid Ullah on your screen, who belted a very good 40-odd in that innings for Berno. Bowler in again. Gives a charge, laced out, 1 bounce, 4 runs, crunches it through the cover boundary area. Great strike there from Gune. Just goes bang. Bowler in again. Lovely stuff. Charge, laced out, 1 bounce, 4 runs. ECC on top here. Bruno really need to find something, find a wicket or two as we get towards the end of the fifth. 58 for 3, 2 to come in this fifth over. 55 from 32. It looks like they should probably get this one done with maybe an over to spare at this current rate that they're going. Oh, that was close to being caught. That was perilously close to an edge. You see what he's trying to do. You've got third up inside the rope, and then you've got the boundary rider who's at a very wide third, halfway between third and deep backward point. Big gap there, massive gap. You find that edge through there, it's going to run for 4. Gives the charge. Oh, what a ripper catch. That had no right to be plucked out of the air like that. That is an astonishing catch. What a fantastic effort that is in the covers. Running around and just putting up the big mitt. Chipperare Lowell has picked that apple out of the tree as easy as you say, well, how do you do? And he's happy about that one. Gunnar has to go, and that is a big wicket for the Burno team to collect there, and it's a great catch. Nice little roar around the ground as the players acknowledge that that was an excellent catch. Watch this one more time. Hit uppishly, and look at that. If it gotten over his head, was it going to go to the boundary? It was going to be 4 runs. The boundary rider, who was a lot straighter, was probably going to struggle to get to that, and that is an excellent, excellent catch. Great work. It's going to run for 4. So, PCC lose their 4th. And it just means that the door is still open for Burno to try to cause a bit of an upset here. Looking to defend a score of 112. If they can defend another 55 runs of 30 deliveries. Sudesh Wikramasekara, is he the key here? Ravi Solanki comes into bat, which surprises me. He's carrying a leg injury. He's trying to move around a bit briskly, but I wasn't sure about that. And that is normal service resuming after the end of the 5th over and the start of the 6th. It's punched by Sudesh through the boundary. Look at this one. Just guides it all the way along there. Doesn't try to go aerial. And Chipperare Lowell, who just took that excellent catch, is coming on to bowl. His first ball goes for 4. 62 for 4. 51 needed from 21. Very important over this one. Yeah, very surprised that Ravi Solanki came out to bat. I thought he was carrying a leg injury. Thought maybe they might send someone in above him just to try to protect him because they'd want him to play out the rest of the day. They do have one more game after this, but it's at the end of the day. So they will take a break after this game. The next game coming your way in the European Cricket Network here is going to be Brno taking on the Prague Tigers. That's after the conclusion of this match. So PCC get to just have a bit of a rest. Well, you bowl that there to Beast. That's what he's going to do all day, every day. I'm surprised he didn't hit into the car park because he will do that time and time again. I think he's pointing to the bottom of his bat and saying, well, I would have hit it to the car park, but look, that got on the bottom of the bat. He's too strong on his pads, and Chipperare has just given up a pretty easy 6 there. Sort of feel while Sudesh is there, PCC in firm control of this match. Remove Beast. Could be a very different game. Could be a very different finish to this game. Very different. Lowell in again. Punch down to the covers. Boundary rider Hamid Ullah finishes that one. Picks it up, throws it back in. 2 to come. So Sudesh turning strike over. Ravi Solanki is going to face his first ball. Left-hander. Means the field's got to move around a little bit here. Now, Ravi Solanki, I mentioned before, he's carrying a slight leg injury. Also, didn't bother the scorers too much in the previous game. Only got a handful of runs before being dismissed. Let's see what he can do here. Just tucks it off the hip. Again, a single out to that same player again. Ahmed Ullah has just rolls the arm over. Maybe he's sending a message to the captain saying, hey, I can have a bowl. I think you will get a bowl. 70 for 4, last ball of the 6th coming up. 43 off 25. It looks pretty straightforward for PCC. As I said, they lose Sudesh. Suddenly, it makes it a little bit shaky. And it's amazing what nerves can do. Chops down on this one. Always a single. Close on the offside as, well, the nearest fielder on the offside is extra cover and then point. So anything into the covers or towards mid-wicket is always going to be single, and that's how they're going to finish the over. And that is 71 on the board for loss of 4 wickets. There's still 42 required off 24. Triple Railway Lowell may take a great catch in the outfield in the covers, but he goes for 23 from his 2 overs. Picks up a wicket along the way as well. Sudesh Wickramaseka's on 22. Solanki's just on the single. So a fair bit of work here to be done if you're at the Brno Cricket Club. If you're PCC, you're thinking 42 off 4 overs. Yeah, should be good. Should be gravy. Should be fine. Still got to get the runs though. Let's see what's going to happen here. I want to shout out to everyone who's watching from around the world. Hope you're enjoying the telecast so far. It's fantastic stuff here. Really, really good game here unfolding. You just feel they wish that the Brno team had another 20 runs or something on the board just to make it a little bit trickier. But that's down to PCC's very good bowling and fielding in that previous innings. And now Tawari comes on and starts us off with a bit of a loosener. And now he gives the arms a bit of a flex. I wish they do that before they bowl. Flex the arms and bowl the wide before you actually come onto the field. You know, save the looseners for the practice area. Don't bowl the looseners in the actual game. Happens a few too many times. I think some bowlers maybe just take that a little bit easy sometimes, and Tawari there's done exactly that. He goes leg side again. Not good. This game is nice and tight. It's hanging in the balance. And you need to have pressure deliveries every single ball. Leg side twice in a row is not good enough. If I was the skipper, I'd be over having words. I wouldn't put up with that. I would say, no, not good enough. Do you want to play finals on Sunday? That's what I'll be asking my players. Do you want to play finals on Sunday? Tawari here needs to get it on. Well, he gets it on the pads. It's an ambitious appeal. So he's still honing in on leg side, and why you want to bowl to Sudesh on his legs is beyond me. No, good delivery. Needs to tighten up. Needs to tighten up a lot better than that. Now he's going to bowl to the left-hander, so this may actually help matters. Changing sides as well. Going to come around the wicket. Solanki facing up. Let's see how he goes. Just opens the face. Not a bad stop there at the point fielder. Sort of had his weight going one way, but managed to stick out the mitt and made sure it didn't get past him. It gets past him, it's 4 runs. There's nobody behind that player. Field moves around now for Sudesh. Deep mid-wicket, long off, long on. Deep cover, deep point. Everyone else up inside the circle. Tawari in again. Keep it off the pads, we're all chanting. He doesn't, and that's what happens. Well, sort of saw that coming a mile away. Tawari is going to put it on the pads, and which, you know, as I said before, only reasons he'll know. And if his captain doesn't get over there and say something to him and say, come on, outside off. I've given you an offside field, heavy offside field. Don't put it on the pads. And Sudesh is just making this game his own here. 81 for 4. And we are only halfway through the 7th over. A couple of wides to start off with. Better. Tuck Sudesh up. Well, a bit of a communication mishap in the between the two batters there. Ravi Solanki doesn't want to take the quick single because he's carrying injury. Sudesh saw the quick single and said, yep, come on, let's go. Watch Ravi Solanki at the non-striker's end. He takes 2 steps, then says no, and he's almost sold Sudesh a bit of a harsh one there. And tell you what, that'll put some fire in the beast. Let's see his reaction of the next couple of deliveries. I think he might take it out on the bowler. Tawari in again. There you go. That's what happens. You keep putting the ball there on these little half volleys on his pads. He's going to do it every day, all day. He's got the stamina, and he'll just say, look, keep putting it there. That's fine. The game will be over before you know it. Not a good over this one. Tawari just honing in on the legs and on the pads, and I'm not sure why he's doing that. Just can't get the radar running there. 15 off the over so far at a time when they need to put the clamps on. It's only 26 required from 19, and it looks like PCC should walk this one. A better delivery to finish it over with. A funny old throw back to the stumps. Tawari puts his hand up and said, hey, Sudesh, I wasn't trying to hit you with the ball there. It was just a bit of a dolly throw anyway. Nothing to read into that one. 87 for 4 after 7. And I think, yeah, the chat's pretty much agreeing with me on that one about Crushmaster and Thomas are both saying, yeah, easy pickings. In the end, no surprises. 100%. It's a bit disappointing for the captain, though, because just that little bit of a rush of blood that they get by taking a wicket and the next over, just those deliveries going wide on the leg stump and Tawari just getting nowhere in the right spot. And anything on the pads is just, yeah, it's just too easy pickings for someone like Sudesh Wickramasinghe. It's exactly what happened. And that's why that's all happened. 26 required off 18. Looks pretty straightforward. A couple of good overs there. Over number 3, number 5 specifically for Burno, looking very good indeed. But everything else, or even number before that little patch there at the end of the power play, nice there. But now building up again as Sudesh starts to get into a bit of a mood here. Gets really, really comfortable. He's looking for what's happening here. Oh, keeper's going to get the helmet, which means he's going to field up to. He's going to keep up to the stumps. Fair enough, because it's going to be Naveed Ahmed coming on to bowl the 8th. Interesting they've kept him to this late. Interesting Rahat has decided. I'm not sure why he bowled Tawari. Probably would have. Well, hindsight's always 20/20, isn't it? But probably would have looked to maybe bring on Naveed Ahmed in that 7th over. But anyway. Jacob Jack Stewart saying good night. Well, good night to you. Forward to catching you again very, very shortly. Ravi Solanki hits this one. Bump ball. Naveed Ahmed fields off his own bowling. And just remember, he looked at the umpire and he said, bump ball? Umpire said, yeah, bump ball. Bump ball. Just held the pose for a second and thought, hang on. Oh, that wasn't a bump ball, though. But it goes over the head, Naveed Ahmed, and spills through. Oh, no, the boundary right. It spills through a bit too fast. It's going to go for 4 runs. Mahtab Khan has a bit of a nightmare right on the rope, and it drops down and lands on the rope. Just held the pose for a second and thought, hang on. Oh, that wasn't a bump ball. Naveed nowhere near that one, and then straight through the legs. So PCC. Only 22 needed now. And Ravi Solanki looks like he's got a restaurant booking he has to get to because he's in a bit of a mood here to hurry along. Oh, almost a juggled effort there, but no, he spills across the line. And Naveed is holding his hands up saying, guys, come on. See, come on. Have a look one more time. He goes aerial, goes down the ground. Anyway, juggled across the rope for 4 runs. 95 on the board, 18 from 14. Ravi Solanki looking at motor things along here. See, only 22 needed now. And Ravi for a moment. Well, I guess that was this time. It was an umpire who was walking between the ground and the sight screen. Oh, there you go. See, everybody does it. Unbelievable. Real lack of awareness here. Anyway, we're just waiting for everyone to get settled. Naveed Ahmed trying to make a bit of a difference here. He'd love to dislodge a couple of these players if he can. Smashed, absolutely smashed. Goes over the top of a couple of the Prague Tigers guys coming back to the dugouts as they're making their way back. So they've got the next game against Brno. So Ravi Solanki, this is what he can do. He's a very good pitch hitter. The 100 up as well. 101 for 4. 12 off 13 is what's required. And it's looking like they're going to walk this one just in the last couple of deliveries. Don't forget, if you like what you see, you can always subscribe to the channel. We've got plenty of videos on the ECN YouTube in the library. So please, if you haven't subscribed already, give a subscription and, of course, hit that like button. Let us know you're enjoying the cricket here from Prague. 101 for 4 on the board. Last ball, the over coming up. Solanki goes up in the air. It's not going to make the boundary. Rahat Ali should take this one. He does take it. Takes a catch. Not much noise or celebration coming from the ground because you'd have to sort of feel that, Bruno, it's not going to be enough. They didn't get the play they wanted. Ravi Solanki just goes to hit out or get out, and he chooses to get out. It's a quick fire 16. Last ball, the over coming up. And for Bruno, well, you know, where there's a wicket, there's always hope. Could say that. I also suspect that with Sudesh Wickramaseko out there, currently on 34 not out, and Arun Ashokan walking to the centre, you would expect these two to really bring it home quite nicely. 101 for 5, 8 overs gone, 2 overs to come. Shout out to PK Paolo Campini, Crushmaster, Chris Addison, Johnny here in the chat. The moderators I can see there who are keeping everything going nicely and going in the right direction. Thanks for your very hard work here. Not just today, but also throughout the entire series as well. You guys are constantly there. Really appreciate your work as we start the 9th. And Sudesh just happily pushes this one into the point region. They could do it in singles if they want. Niraj Mishra, he wouldn't. He'd love to get a wicket if he can. He would love to try to pick up a scalp here. Try to take it into the 10th. That would be the game plan for Burno right now. We've got to take it into the 10th. Anything happens in the 10th. Everything happens in the 9th, but anything happens in the 10th. And Arun just tucks it around the corner. Oh, it's a fielding mishap. That's going to hit the rope. It does hit the rope. It goes for 4. Joe Foster, you can see the umpire there, Joe Foster at square leg. He'd already had the hand out of the pocket ready to indicate 4. He could see clearly that the fielder was going to get nowhere near that. And that is a really, really bad blue there. 7 off 10. 4 balls to come in this over, and then a whole other over after this one. 7 off 10. Finds an edge, works the way, 4 runs. It's too easy. Easy pickings. Burno are going to be 20 runs shy of a decent score here. I said that right at the top as well. I just felt that they were going to be 21 shy of really making this a difficult chase. Past score here for me is around about the 130. And anything under 130, you just leave that door wide open to be chased down. And PCC, not quite a full strength, but close to full strength PCC, just making a meal of this run chase. Not a problem at all. 110 for 5, 3 required now from Justine. So 1 boundary or a couple of singles will get it. And it looks like they're going to get it with a whole over to spare at least. Last roll of the dice for Burno. But it's going to be pretty hard to see them winning from here. It's going to be hard to see PCC losing from here as well. Mishra steaming in. Played off the pads. It's just going to be a single as it's played out to deep mid wicket. So just 1. Arun Ashokan turning the strike over. Sudesh Wickramaseko with a good innings from here. Good solid innings. Some good hits from him. Big hits for 6. Courtesy of Tawari's bowling. A bit wayward there getting onto the pads. And also a few of the other bowlers as well. And also just clever, pushing for singles and keeping that scoreboard ticking. And then he does things like that. He sees it short. He sees it quickly. And then he absolutely smokes that one out of the park for a big, big 6. So PCC end up with 117 for 5 after 8.5 overs. So it's a big 5-wicket win with 7 balls to spare. Well played PCC. Get themselves back into the winner's circle with a good win. So they pick up 3 points. Burno will get 1 point out of that. And we'll have a bit of a look at the standings before we start the next match coming your way shortly. Match 25 is what's coming next. Let's talk about match 24. Look, in case you missed it, Burno Cricket Club, they won the toss, selected to bat first. 112 for 8 is what they scored. Hamid Ullah top scoring in that with a very, very good quick fire 41 and a good bit of aggression from him. 41 off 17. No one else really jumping in, helping out. Aniket Bodadeka with that 20 from 13. I guess you could say he was a bit of a shining light as well. Prague Cricket Club with 113 to chase down. They've done it with 7 balls to spare. Led quite nicely. Aravind Sridhar with that 20 off 11 did really well at the top. And then it was Sudesh Wickramaseko with a not out 41 off 18 with a few small little partnerships along the way. But really, PCC, you felt they were never really in any trouble whatsoever during that run chase. And they complete the run chase. They get 3 points to their cause, and that's going to help them big time. Match 24, done and dusted. And PCC get the win. Match 25 coming your way very shortly. It's going to be the Burno Cricket Club taking on Prague Tigers in the next game. That starts in about 15 minutes' time, so make sure you can join me here for that one. Looking forward to that one. That's going to be a very good test for the Burno Cricket Club. They've now played 6 games. Their 7th game is coming against the Tigers. They're going to play their last 3 games tomorrow. You just get the feeling that Bruno are going to feel a lot of pressure in this next match against Tigers and also the next games tomorrow to make sure they're one of those top 4 teams. They've got a lot of work to do. Let's see if they can do it. Join me, Phil G, here at the Vinod Cricket Ground on the telecast when I'm back here in about 10 minutes' time for the next match. That's match 25. Coming your way very shortly on the European Cricket Network in this Premier Division. I'll see you shortly. Match 25 coming your way on the European Cricket Network as we continue this Premier Division. We've got the team from Brno taking on the Prague Tigers here, and it's going to be Brno to call.
Tell.
Tails it is. What would you like to do?
Oh, we're gonna bat.
Brno won the toss. Having a bat first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome, everybody, back to the Vinoj Cricket Ground for the continuation of this day number 7. ECS Czechia Premier Division. What a day it's been so far already. So we've seen a win to the Tigers. We've seen a win to the Prague Cricket Club over Brno just now. Now Brno need to front up against the Tigers in this next match coming your way. It's going to be match 25. About to start. And just have a quick look at the standings. You can see if you go to ecn.cricket, go to the event details and see the standings. You can see there that the Prague Tigers sitting happy on top of the table on 22 points. They're 3 points clear of the Prague Cricket Club. Following behind Prague Cricket Club are Vinaradi Cricket Club on 17 points. United then on 16 points. Brno and the Bohemians on 11 points apiece. And the danger of the Bohemians is they've only got 2 more games to play. So if Brno can get a win here, just try to get themselves up off that equal 5th place, because it's the top 4 who will go through to the finals on Sunday. So Brno still with a good chance here. And then they've got 3 more games to play tomorrow. So we're really going to be holding our breath right the way through to the end of play tomorrow to see who's going to play where in the finals. So nothing is set in stone, nothing at all. Still a bit to do here. The one thing I will say is this, though, with United having 3 games to play, they'd have to win 2 of those matches and hope that Tigers don't lose, do lose 2 matches in order for them to possibly get a top 2 position. So the standings still very fluid, still a fair bit to do here, still a lot of cricket to come. The Tigers, though, they're going to play their 9th match right now, then they've got their 10th match after this one against PCC. We're about to start match 25. Agile Alarm with the pill. Cut away beautifully there. Mohamed Ratul opening for the team from Brno, and he didn't have a good time out with the last match. Let's see what he can do this game. He played a similar shot to get out in the previous match as well, and he was absolutely filthy with himself. Hit it straight down the throat of a player who was right there for that catch, and the catch was indeed taken as well. So let's see if he can do a little bit better this time round. So here we go then. And in case you missed it with that little toss video right at the top of the innings, very well-dressed Phil G with a gorgeous-looking shirt, by the way, courtesy of Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia. Though Brno win the toss, elect to bat first. Agile Alarm with the pill. Good bit of away movement there. You see it pitches and just continues away towards the keeper and towards the slip fielder. That is a genuine slip fielder in there. I wouldn't call that a short third. I would call that a genuine slip. So how about that for a bit of an attack from the Prague Tigers? Very watchful. Mohamed Ratul being teased outside the off stump. That's how he got out for the first the innings he played just previously. Hello to everyone in the chat. Good to see you all in there as well. Cut away beautifully there. Doing very well on this lovely Friday, wherever you're watching from around the world. Give us a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from. And of course, let us know who you're supporting as well. Brno or the Tigers. Has to reach for this one. It just goes into the covers. No run. So a good start, firstly with the 4. Tigers. And then it's been dot wide dot. Umpire Fischel doing a terrific job at the strikers end. He's had a great tournament. I think Joe Foster is the square leg umpire at the moment. So umpire's doing a sterling job once again in this tournament. And obviously, as opposed to last year when the European Cricket Network had the luxury of side-on replays and multiple replays and the ability for umpires to refer things to the third umpire, we don't have that anymore. We may get it again in the future, but we don't have it right now. And I think the umpires have held themselves to account here very, very well in these Challenger and Premier Division. Joyce and Sam getting a chance to face his first delivery to get towards the end of the first, only 5 runs from it. Agile Alarm has bowled very well. Deep fielders, we have a Well, long off, just watching him coming into regulation mid-off as they push the mid-on back to a long on. And then you've got, looks like a very square third. Nice bit of keeping there behind the stumps too, by the way. Very good work with the gloves. That's Aman Hossein who's got the keeping gloves on. A little bit of acrobatics there for you. We don't charge extra for that. It's going to be 5 without loss after the first. Hello to Julian Dawson. Haven't seen you in the chat for a little while, Julian. Great to have you with us, as always. Hello to Tavleen Singh, who joins us as well. Johnny He. That's my good friend Johnny Hisam in there. And Thomas Martinez. Hello to you all. Hello to everyone in the chat. Wonderful to see you. Giving a shout out to the men in blue. They do a great job moderating the chat and keeping it friendly and keeping it motoring along very nicely indeed. And hello to all the non-spanners and non-shields as well. As the second over starts. After the Prague Tigers took a bit of a break in that previous match, they got to sit it out, but they've got this game and then they've got the next game, so one after the other to finish their group stage. And currently sitting top of the table and sitting very, very, very happy at the top of the table too. They're clear by, well, let me see, they're clear by 3 points and they have an additional game in hand as well of PCC, who are behind them in second place, 3 points astray. As Sazibuyan, the captain, well, doesn't really get a lot of that, and that's why it's gone straight down the throat of the player running around from mid-off, and that is, mid-on, and that is a pretty big wicket there. Joyce and Sam has to go for a duck. He doesn't affect the scorers, and it's a bit of a, well, how would I describe this shot? It's a bit languid, I guess, really. I was going to describe the bowling like that because a short run up Sazibuyan doesn't really charge him with a lot of pace, rolls the arm over, and the shot from Joyce and Sam is not good. And first wicket falls in the second over, 6 for 1. As Mahtab Khan comes out. Let's see what he can do. Mohammad Ratul is a good hitter. I see that's Karish, 33rd. Mohammad Ratul is a very good hitter. They want him on strike. To be honest, I think Verno want him to farm the strike. He had a very good start to this tournament, playing for the Brno Cricket Club. Very good start indeed. I think the first day he actually got three half centuries in 3 matches on the Saturday. That's a bit of a shocker. Joe Foster with it. A new invention of the wide call there. What was that dead ball call? It was a dead ball, wasn't it? I thought it was indicating a wide for a second, but no, the batter stepped away. Thought Joe was reinventing something there, but no, definitely dead ball call. Batter stepped away, Joe called it. So, cannons onto the stumps. Have a look at the Maximo rate there. The Tigers leading that Maximo charge. Have a look at that. They are a long way in front with PCC behind them. Poor old UCC, not many Maximos coming from their bat per 10 overs. Only looks about 4. Well, this one's gone straight up in the air. That could have easily gone to hand again. So Mahtab Khan just chancing his arm. They're trying to go aerial. I think what Burner need to do is to get the ball on the deck because they're just mishitting this. Well, this one's gone straight up in the air. They did this against PCC. They just need to have just grab a moment here. Seem to be a bit of a shadow of their previous selves. We've seen them up here at the ECS many times. Obviously, they're very popular in the domestic season here in Czechia. But they just seem a bit of a shadow of their previous selves. It's a full delivery. Just the open face of the bat pushes it through the fielder, who makes a real meal of that one. That was just a bit lazy. Just a little bit lazy, that one. Loses sunglasses at the same time. And Sazi will probably just look at that fielder and say, I don't know what you're doing there, but don't do it again. It's a full delivery. Look at this. It's just a forward. It's just a back foot defence almost. Through the field, 4 runs. Take him any way you can get him. Mohammad Ratul, he's the key here. He's got 10. And he is a very talented umpire as well. So umpire, what are you talking about, Phil? He's a talented opener is what he is. I'd love to see him pick up a big score here, would Burno? Well, this is quite astonishing. Let me walk you through what's happened just there. Sazib bowled just as the fielder who retrieved the boundary ball just got inside the inner circle. Otherwise, it would have been called no ball. And when he did that, he just got inside the circle.
here
He
with
literally
Bruno.
stopped and suddenly it went straight over his feet again. Have a look at this. And there he is.
Well,
And just skips
this
over the
is
feet
quite
one more time.
astonishing.
So I know it's a long way down there to the ball, but maybe think about using the hands rather than the feet because it ain't working for the feet. But still, Prague Tigers find themselves in a very, very strong position here already. 15 for 1 after 2. And Boyan gets 1 for 10 from his over. But those 2 boundaries off the last 2 balls just spoiled what was otherwise a pretty good over from him. So, welcome to everybody who's watching from around the world. It's good to see you all in the chat. Give us your comments. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know what's going on in your world as well. Engage with everyone else in the chat too. That's what we like to see. And the men in blue are there to look after you and keep the chat nice and friendly and to keep it moving in the right direction. So just ask you to respect them and respect their instructions, please. As we continue now, third over starts. Good stop. Very good stop. That went straight to mid-wicket in a hurry, but good work there. Down on his knees, just making sure it doesn't get through, just a single. Gets Mohamed Rattle on strike. He's on 14. As I said before, he is very much the key. Moving around here a little bit. Got a bit of aerial stuff going on there. Must be an air show nearby, I think. Tucked around the corner. Just miss-hit along the deck, just for a single, quick single there. Yeah, good work from our cameraman there, spying looks like a fighter jet going through a bit of a show-off. We are situated between a couple of airports here. I know you hear it 1,000 times from us here, but yes, we have like almost like a learner's airport. Obviously, you get like a car driving school. It's like a light plane flying school very close to us. That's Letnani Airport, which is also a venue for rock concerts as well. So that's carved through the infield all the way for 4 runs. Nice shot, that one. Altab Khan gets into the business of hitting boundaries. And so we get halfway through the third. Watch this one more time. Airport, which is nicely balanced, nicely placed. Through the infield. Watchful all the way to the boundary rope. 4 runs. Nice shot. 21 on the board for loss of 1 wicket. Rono are going to need a lot of runs here. And then they're going to have to find quick wickets. Again, if they can get a win out of this match, again, it just throws the whole standings into a bit of a disarray and sort of throws all these predictions out the window. Tigers, they would love to get another win. And just out of reach of the desperate dive from the player there on the 45. As Khan manages to find another boundary. Tigers, they would love to get another win. Worked nicely off the pads. Desperate dive. Always going to get past though. Desperate. $25 for 1. It's full. Clicked off the pads. And finds the boundary. So boundary is sort of running a bit now. So Mahtab Khan and Venkatesh Magasharam, the captain of VCC, Vinarati, he was in the chat earlier. He was talking about Mahtab saying, you watch him, he suddenly can hit the motor up and run. And before you know it, he's got himself a good score on the board and gets the whole team up and running. So between him and Mohamed Rattle, they've really pushed the run rate along nicely here. 29 for 1. Last ball of the power play coming up. Goes downtown. That's a great strike downtown. Bruno end up on 35 in the power play, and that's a pretty good power play for them. That's going to inspire a fair bit of confidence. It's a good strike too. Not a lot of footwork, not required. Downtown. Wiki's on there for some reason. I'm not sure. That's Wiki just flying around there, saying hello. So there you go. So I can tell you there's actually no air show in Prague this today. However, funny enough, there's actually an air show happening over the weekend, and the May 30th and May 31st. But that's over at Hradec Králové, which is about an hour train ride from Prague. You see there, I'll be surprised if this is just a bit of practice going on for the air show. Now, Hradec is, it's an hour by train, so by plane, it's not too far at all. Oh, some very good footage there. So that's going on not too far away from us in the neighbouring airport, but there's no air show in Prague. There's an air show in Hradec Králové on the weekend, and I reckon that's just a bit of practice work there for some of the pilots who are based around Letnany and Kabeli. There you go. There's something keeping people entertained in between the overs. As we continue now with the fourth over starting. And Mohamed Rattle, he's not thinking about aeroplanes and twisting, turning contrails. He's just pushing the ball out for a single. Fantastic stuff. A lot of the supporters of the Brno Cricket Club are really hoping that Mohamed Rattle really switches on here and picks up some runs. 36 for 1. Give a shout out where it needs to be. Mahtab Khan, no slouch, hitting boundaries in that previous over. Clubs this one down the ground. Sajib Mia stops that one. A little look at his hand and says, ouch. Paolo Campini with a zinger. Oh, Julian Dawson as well. I didn't see you said that about Vinny showing off. I don't think that's Vinny in the plane. I'm pretty sure it's not Danny either. I think Danny gets motion sickness every time he walks, so I don't think that'd be Danny up in the plane. Oh, now, how is that missed? Oh, Rattle almost comes undone there. Be Danny. Have a look at this. It shoots low, and it just misses the off stump. Keeper can't get something down to it either at all. That was perilously close to knocking his off peg back. 37 for 1 on the board. Brno going along at around about 10.5 and over at the moment. Played with soft hands. Mohamed Rattle not looking to get after the batting too much. Well, for soft hands, this is close. It's going to be not out though. Didn't take the ball cleanly, broke the stumps, and they get back for 2. Pressure on the fielder. Very, very good running between the wickets. Look at these two. Set off straight away. Rattle especially really put the head down, and he knew he wanted to because that was a long, long way to go for the bowler to retrieve that. The nearest fielder was Hazari, who was on the cover boundary. There's no way he was going to get to that before the bowler did, and in the end they run a very good 2. Well done. Well run. 39 for 1 now. Clubs this one. Straight down the throat of that man, Hazari. I just shouted his name out. Mohamed Rattle should have heard me. That's exactly what he's there for. He's taken a very good catch. Gives a little fist bump. They're very happy at Prague Tigers because they managed to get rid of the very, very dangerous Mohamed Rattle. He doesn't quite get underneath that. And look at that, straight down the throat of the fielder at deep mid-wicket who hangs onto it and says, thank you very much. Ahmed Ul has been pushed up the order. So he's going to come out. He belted a very good 41 off 17 in the previous match. If he can replicate that, that will help Brno. But that's going to sting. Losing Rattle just like that, that's really going to sting. Liam O'Donnell asking, is 125 good? I said, well, Liam, it's a good question. I'm putting par at about a 130. I think anything under 130s, you know, that's kind of the point where I say I think that they haven't got enough. I think that they're short of about X amount of runs. Call it whatever you like. Anything over 130 for me is definitely good, is very good. Anything over 150 is brilliant. So for me, I call 130 par. I think 120 as a par score. I think it's underdone. I mean, you saw in the previous match, 113 runs collected with 7 balls to go, pretty easily named by PCC. I don't think that was a problem for them at all. And in the early game, Prague Tigers scored 127 off an undermanned PCC. And PCC only managed just 100 runs there, so that was very much under par. That is the end of the over, 39 for 2 after 4. And for Brno, the run rate's now dropped below 10, which is problematic, to say the least. So here we are, 39 for 2. Almost 3/4 of the runs have been scored in front of the wicket. Only 25% of the runs scored behind the wicket. Back to Razaman. to bowl his second. Went for 20 off his first. So Tigers rolling the dice here. Oh, shoots through that one, kept quite low. Mahtab Khan, who hasn't seen much of the strike in the last over. Has a look at that one. He says, well, I don't want it bouncing there again. Watch that. Just keeps a little low. There is that spot right there in front of the right-hander on about sort of 5th or 4th wicket in that channel. It just tends to shoot sometimes. That one doesn't. Shout a catch. Well, Mia sets himself to take a leap on that one, and the leap, well, it never came because it was never going to work. It goes for big 6 down the ground. So, Akhtar Razaman, interesting that the captain brings him on to bowl because he went for 20 off the first. I was surprised to see him throwing the ball. But maybe they kind of feel, look, Hamidullah's out there. He's only just arrived. Maybe there's a chance we can bowl to him. And Sazib needed to get a second over out of SM. That's probably why he's bowling him. He knows he needs to get another over out of with a new bowler to the bat of the crease. Best time to do it. But Mahtab Khan. Ooh, and that's been worn on the shin, and that's going to leave a mark, folks. Well, I tell you what, I think that's Arjar Alam out there, who's a very good bowler for Tigers. He's checking himself out. That's going to leave a mark. I always wondered whether some of the players here might wear shin guards. I know at high levels, the fielders who come in close, like a silly pointer or a silly cover fielder, might put on shin guards and wear the helmet and maybe protection as well. But I think for the regular fielders, they probably don't do it. But not a bad idea. Well, they're happy with the nick there. So's the umpire. Definitely heard something. And all has to go for a duck. Well, it's a stark contrast, that 41 he bowled in the previous game. Just like unbalanced. He walks. He knows he's gone. He gets a feather edge and caught behind. That's the 3rd wicket to fall. And Burno just starting to collapse themselves here. Just like a dying star here. I don't want to make it sound too harsh on you, Burno, but someone needs to stand tall here. One good over, and that was the 3rd over. But apart from that, it's been pretty tough going. Mahtab Khan's still out there. He needs to farm the strike now. I know I've said good things about Naveen Ahmed with his batting, and there's some pretty good talent in the batting lineup there for Burno, but Mahtab Khan, you seem to be the one in form. Farm the strike. You just need to hold it together. Try to get as many of deliveries in the next 5 overs under your belt as possible. Your team needs it. All it goes for a quack indeed, says Crushmaster. You are correct. Julian Dawson, how do you get to the ground from the city? I'll explain it in a moment to you, Julian. That's a good question. As it hits down the ground, just come to the single. So anyone who's in Prague on a weekend, you want to come to the ground to watch some cricket, I'd highly recommend it. What you do is you take the red line on the metro, you go all the way to the station at the end of the line called Letnani, and at Letnani, you come out of the exit and you go for the bus that takes you to Vinod. That's the 159 bus. Hits the wickets, bounces away. But just be cautious because the 159 bus on weekends, it does run quite infrequently, especially on Sundays. There is a bit of a rush around about 9 o'clock in the morning, and then on Sundays, I think about 5 o'clock in the evenings. Maybe there's, well, when I say a rush, 2 buses every hour. Otherwise, it's literally a bus every single hour. So it's not frequent, and it's 48 for 3 after 5. So it's not always easy to get to. That's why a lot of people take taxis out here, or they just drive themselves. But you can get public transport out here. You just got to get to Letnani Metro, which is the end of the line on the red line going north. Easy to get to. And Prague transport, cheap as chips, really, really cheap, which is excellent value for a very safe network of public transport they've got here. Trains, trams, and buses. That's a no ball. If ever I've seen a no ball, that's one that's also going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 byes as well. So a no ball and 4 byes there to start the over. Samuel bowling. Don't often see him bowling. That's probably why it's a no ball. So Julian, yep, hope that answers your question. Next time you and Sarah pop across to Prague, maybe come down. Maybe come down to the ground. And if you do, you know how to get here now. But if you do come back to Prague, please let me know. And I'd be happy to maybe jump in a taxi with you and get you guys to the ground. Come and watch a bit of the cricket. Maybe Julian gets you on comms as well. I don't know if you're planning another trip. Julian and and Sarah both visited Prague. Was last year, wasn't it? I think it was just after the ECS, actually. Runs here as the keeper can't stop that one. Another bit of a wide delivery for that one, and well kept by the deep first slip there. Maybe give him a pair of gloves. As Samuel just struggling a bit here with the ball, trying to get it on the deck. Here we go, third time's a charm. Oh, third time was a charm. Sort of everything happening in slow motion there. Naveed Ahmed almost coughs up his wicket to a caught behind there. Almost gets a tickle on it. Thanks for saying that, Julian. Yes, indeed. Well, please let me know if you do find yourself coming over here again. That goes for anyone in the chat too. You find yourself coming to Prague, drop me a message, let me know. More than happy to guide you up to the ground. And also maybe guide you to a couple of the really cool venues. Keep you away from the tourist traps. Always key, stay away from the tourist traps. And you're going to have a great time if you do that. It amazes me, tourist traps. It amazes me how many people, tourists, just go to the places which they shouldn't go to. But I guess if you're unaware, then you've got no point of reference. So what would you know? I always do my homework, find out what the tourist traps are and stay away from them. This has been swung away. There is no one getting anywhere close to that one. It's going to be a couple of bounces and 4 runs. So swinging the blade is Naveed Ahmed, and he collects another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for him. Trying to muscle this score up towards triple digits. Try that even. And then maybe get a few more on top of that. They found in the last game against PCC that 112 runs was never going to be enough. I felt they were about 20 runs shy of something competitive. And against the Tigers, with someone like Sajid Bulyan in devastating form, even 130 is going to be tough. This is nicely hit. Hazari, though, is the boundary rider, and he makes no mistake there. Look at this. Full. Gets on half volley. Can't pick the gap, though. Bowler in again. Oh, it's up in the air. And where's that ended up? Ended up in nowhere, really. Just the one. And it's going to end the over. 64 for 3 after 6. Naveed Ahmed slapping his leg pad there. Cannot believe that's gotten away from him. He really wanted to power that one. Well, Julian, I saw your last comment there, and I tell you what, if you could get up to the ground, I would absolutely love to get you on comms for a match, at least a match, and we could talk about all sorts of stuff with you. Obviously, that's hoping that I'll be on comms, which hopefully I will be in the next few series. No reason I shouldn't be, of course. Well, if it's not me, it's probably going to be Vinny. So either one of us would love to have you up here for a bit of a chat, talk about all things Spanner and Shield, talk about all things going on in your world as well. Club straight down the ground. Not for the first time. The stumps at the non-striker's end has been struck. And everyone goes off to find the bails. So tough here for Bruno this match. Really tough. Joyce and Sam and Hamid Ullah both went for second ball ducks. Naveed Ahmed's only been out there for a few moments. He's up to 10. Mahtab Khan holding things together. 30 runs, 31 for him, sorry. As that one is mishit down the ground for just another single. So a couple of boundaries in the previous over, but they need to be going better than this. Bruno just struggling, really struggling here. Mia, in again. Clubbed around the corner, and it's just going to very slowly trickle out to the boundary. It went so slow. There was always an easy 2 there. Naveed Ahmed has to take evasive action as the ball hits something and almost goes up to the helmet. Interesting, the Tigers, they're going with a slip. Going with slip fielders here. Sajid Bulyan has obviously got some sort of game plan, but he's loving the idea of a slip. over the top of the fielders in close there at backward point and all the way for 4 runs. There's no one guarded the boundary behind the wickets on the offside. Hazari, the human dynamo, he's patrolling the boundary on the offside, but he is around the extra cover position. So Burno here just getting a couple of boundaries here and there. Interesting to note, we haven't seen Hazari bowl. Ion Simon had a bowl. Shaheen Mia's now having a bowl. Dabs this one down. This time straight to the fielder, just the 1 run. So yeah, Hazari hasn't had a bowl yet. We've used 6 bowlers so far. So it looks to me that with the second last match of the Prague Tigers, this one here, this is their 9th game of the group stages. Maybe just trying a couple of bowlers out for an over, just to see if that's some option they could have when they play finals on Sunday, because they will definitely play the finals on Sunday. It just remains to be seen which final they'll play. At the moment, I get the feeling they're going to play Qualify 1. If they get a win here or in the next match against PCC, I reckon they've locked in a top 2 position. It's on the full, and that is crunched out of the park. Big 6 there. So Mahtab Khan, he's the key for Burno. And I said before, if he can farm the strike and keep that going, they can get a score around 110, 120. But he's going to have to do that, and he's going to have to get the communication down to Naveed Ahmed, who's been pretty handed as well with the bat. He strikes that 6. So between the two of them, could be something uploading here, which would be pretty good. 79 for 3 after 7. Naveed Ahmed will face the first ball of the 8th. So he really needs to try to find the boundary here. Just kind of get the feeling that an expected score of 113 is not going to be enough, because that's almost what they had against PCC. They scored 112 against PCC in the previous game. It was not enough. Those runs were chased with 7 balls to spare. I get the feeling that, again, another 115 sort of score, that kind of area, is not going to be enough against Tigers. They're peeling there. There was definitely a hit, but it hit into the ground and bounced up into the wicket keeper. I'm just trying to fool the umpire, and the umpire says, no, I'm not having any of that. Soji Mia now. And again, just drops the bat on this one. Short third fields. Interesting bowling action here from Soji Mia. Have another look at this one. The old, I'm not going to show you my grip on the ball until it's too late kind of moment. Look at this. KG holding the ball behind his back. And now have a look at the grip. Slams into the pads well outside the line of... well, there's cheers because it's come off his pads. Look at this. So, Roger Mia, just, yeah, it hits the inside of the leg and cannons onto the stumps. And I tell you what, Mahtab Khan cannot believe his eyes. And there's a lot of laughing going on in the Prague Tigers. They can't believe that Soji Mia, I don't even think he's a part-time bowler. I think he just got given the ball because Captain Sazibuyan is just experimenting with a couple of bowlers here on the eve of the finals and got himself a wicket. There you go. Very good indeed. Tavleen Singh asking what are the requirements to participate in the league, and Thomas Martinez has given the perfect answer. Thank you, Thomas. Couldn't have said it better myself. And remember, you can participate in this league if you can, but you've got to be part of the club. And remember, there is no payment involved. There's no contracts. There's nothing like that whatsoever. These are just players who play domestically here in the Czech Republic, who love playing in front of the camera on the European Cricket Network. And that's what this ECS is all about. Takes his hand off the bat. Does Naveed Ahmed. No chance of run. So a bit of an over out of nowhere here from this man, Soji Mia. He's got 1 for 2. Bowled a terrific over. And it's completely brought Bruno to a screeching stop as this is just pushed down towards the extra cover for 1 run. Hajar Alam, he's still feeling the ill effects of that shot he took on the shin. He's definitely laboured with his walking. He'll be looking forward to a day off tomorrow before he bounces back on Sunday for finals. They do have one more match after this one. Be interested to see if Arjar actually plays because he took a nasty, nasty bounce with a cricket ball flush on the shin. And that really would have stung, really left a mark. 82 on the board. It is 8 overs gone, 4 wickets have fallen, and you feel that Burno just don't have a score big enough to defend here. Their bowlers are going to have a very hard time trying to work this one. Naveed Ahmed's still out there. He's facing, for a man of his stature, he can time the ball so sweetly. Let's see what he can do. Find a little bit of magic maybe. Ahmed to bowl his second over. And just gently pushes. Not looking to do too much there. Aaron Vasadevan comes on to strike. Tough going for Bruno. Really tough going for them. Their top order hasn't really fired today. Swing and a miss. So for the Burno Cricket Club, this is their last match of the day. They need to try to defend whatever score they can get here. They're back tomorrow, and they've got a very, very tall order tomorrow. They need to take on, firstly, United. Then they will play the Bohemians. They then have a break, and they're back to play United in the last game of the Premier Division. That's in the afternoon, later afternoon tomorrow. Vinny, Mr. Maximo, and, of course, Danny. I don't have a nickname for Danny, but you know who I'm talking about, Danny Hudacek. He will be on the comms, the two of them together. They will bring you all the action live here from the ground. That will be the second last day of the tournament, second last day of our tour, and of course the last day of the group stages. So this is the second last day of group stages. We've had match 23. This is match 24. Sorry, we've had match 24. Bruno here trying to make a bit of a total here for this 25th game. Well, this one's finally been connected. Running around is the fielder. One bounce. Fielded cleanly. And a good throw back as well. So Bruno just struggling here in these final overs to get a big score on the board. As Naveed Ahmed just swings for the rafters, hoping for something here. Watch this again. So, yep, well and truly inside the rope. 7 deliveries left to try to make something out of this one. Here's the last ball of the 9th. Tries to make room and finishes with a dot. Tough going there. 9 overs gone. It's 85 for 4 on the board. Tough going here for Bruno. Prague Tigers just getting done what has to get done. And they're doing very well indeed. Just shows how strong they are and how, well, I mean, for me, I kind of feel that they are real red-hot favourites to defend their title here. They've done almost everything right. They've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individual bowlers. And Sojay Mia is going to bowl the last. And how about that? He has almost picked up another wicket. How does this miss? Well, it misses because it was going to be called for the leg before. His appeal was rather muted as it was going down leg side. Just the one out to deep mid wicket. And this innings just feels like I'm watching it in slow motion right now. It just feels like it's going very, very slow indeed. And it's a real struggle here for Bruno. Well, it gets through the keeper. These are bonus runs. That is, I think, a bit of fancy footwork has stopped that getting to the boundary rope, keeping a very close eye on umpire Joe Foster. He's just going to call it byes, and it was saved indeed. So good work there, good chase. $87 for 4 on the board. 3 to come in the innings. Doesn't look like triple digits are going to happen for Bruno. And that is going to be trouble because you feel that a team like this Tigers mob should get this in pretty easily indeed. Oh, that's a wide ball there. Good night to Chris Addison. This says, good night, Blue Crew. Thanks for joining us today, Chris. Wonderful to see you again, as always. Hope to catch you tomorrow. Taveline Sid says, please wear something blue tomorrow to support UCC, Phil. Indeed. I tell you what I'll do. I'm actually not here on comms tomorrow, Devlin, but I tell you what I will do. On Sunday, I'll probably wear something blue on Sunday. Because it's finals day, I like to dress up appropriate for finals day. So it means I need to put on all the big boy clothes and try to match it with Mr. Maximo Vinny Santa, who always dresses up for finals day. So you're going to see me wearing my very fine blazer with a very nicely ironed shirt, shiny pair of shoes, and a big smile. I might even actually have a shave as well. How about that? How about that? Really turn it on for the cameras there on Sunday. 2 balls to come, couple of wides, just extending the longevity of this over. 89 for 4 on the board. Navid Ahmed steps across and plays a very clever shot indeed. He's found the boundary rope and then some, and it goes all the way for a big 6. Well, that's going to help the cause. Have a look at this. Steps across, exposes the stumps, one hand off the bat. Clever from him. Navid Ahmed standing up for his team, but not enough players, not enough batters for Burnout standing up. And that's why they are staring at 95 for 4 with just 1 ball to come. Hello to Steve Cook in the chat. Good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while, Steve. Wonderful to have your company. Dave Owner as well. Good to see you. Good to see everyone in the chat for this game. 3rd game of the day. Tries it again. And will he have the same success? He does indeed. So a couple of big 6s at the end there to Navid Ahmed, and he helps his team up to the 100 score with that final shot there. A bit more control on that one, actually a bit more elevation as well, as a bus goes behind the ground in the background there. 101 for 4 after 10. That's what the Brunei Cricket Club have achieved. 101 for 4. And for me, I'm just not sure that's going to be enough. It remains to be seen whether it will be enough. Good scores there too. Firstly to Mahtab Khan for his 38 from 19. And then Navid Ahmed with a 34 not out at the end there, just to help the team on to a decent score-ish. But you can see there, look at those overs 8 and 9. Just not enough runs. And too many small overs, not enough big overs. And I just feel that Prague Tigers should overhaul this pretty easily. Well, I say that, but you never know what's going to happen here. Burnout going to have to bowl their hearts out here. For the Tigers, well, the run chase is pretty straightforward. 10 and over, just with a couple of extra runs as well. But anyway, we'll see how we're going to go, because that run chase is coming your way here on the European Cricket Network in about 12 minutes' time. So why don't you join me, Phil G, here back at Vinoj in about 12 minutes' time for this run chase. And it is match 25, hanging in the balance. Burnout Cricket Club with 101 for 4. Prague Tigers, over to you. See if they can get it. I'll see you back here shortly.
Proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, everybody, to the continuation of this match 25. Burno Cricket Club put on 101 for 4 in their 10 overs, and the Tigers will fancy themselves to reel in that total quick smart indeed. Phil G here to take you through the continuation of this game, and then we've got one more game after that as well. But for this one, Burno Cricket Club desperate to get a win here. They need to make sure they can get something on the board. Not just a point, they're really going to need the win here because they're currently sitting in 5th place on the table, equal on 11 points with the Bohemians. And that's the 5th and 6th place teams in the standings. Remember, when we get to this time tomorrow, we're going to be talking about which two teams will drop off and not play in finals on Sunday. And you do not want to be part of that conversation. And right now, Burno and the Bohemians, they are 5 points astray of United, who are sitting in 4th place in the standings. But United still have 3 games to play tomorrow. So you get the feeling, no matter what happens tomorrow, United should improve on that score of 16 they've got. Therefore, Burno and Bohemians, well, Bohemians, we're going to see them tomorrow. They're going to have limited opportunities to try to get off the bottom of the table. Mathematically, it can still happen, but I kind of feel for the Bohemians, and already I kind of think that they may be one of the teams to miss out on finals action. It would be such a shame because they're such a competitive side, and they are the 2024 champions as well of this ECS. But let's focus on this particular ECS, this European Cricket Series, because it is going to be 102 required for the Prague Tigers. 101 for 4 was the score by Burno, and Tigers need 102 for the win. The bonus point situation is 71 for the bonus point, and Sazi Boyan is not going to open the batting. Soji Mia is out there. It looks like it's going to be Ajar Alam is going to open the batting. Haven't seen too much of his batting. And we start with a dot ball there, spilled by the keeper. But Mohammad Rattle is always allowed a spillage. No problem there at all. We aren't looking to take a rest, as Amisha Gupta has just said in the chat. And also Crush Master just repeating that as well, indeed. So maybe giving his team... Well, he tried a few different bowlers in that innings as well. You saw there he went through, I think, about 8 bowlers in the end. So just trying a few different things, just having a good look at his team as well. And that's not a bad idea. If you're sitting that comfortable, it probably won't hurt either. So I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 7 bowlers used. Only 3 of those bowlers bowled 2 overs. But just throwing the ball to a couple of different people and saying, well, show me what you got. Burno are in a bit of strife here. So show me what you can do here and give me some food for thought as they look to finish out today and then take a rest and come back on Sunday. And Mishra has started really well here with 3 dots in a row. Soji Mia just looking to play safe here. Don't need to retreat too far into his shell, but not looking to step up and give a bit of a charge here. Just giving our Niraj a little bit of a respect. This one, however, is taken off the pads and whipped away for a Maximo. First runs on the board for this game. Sorry, for this innings, out of the ground. Nice shot for 6. Welcome back, everyone, to this run chase. People are saying, is defend possible? Well, defend could be possible, but it's going to take a lot of work. A lot of work indeed. So let's see how we go here. Hello to Crush Master, who joins us back in the chat. And of course, Johnny Heesum as well. Good to see you, my friend. And everyone else is joining us here. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Peacock Friday. I've got my Peacock shirt on. Hope you have as well. Push to point. And just going to not be able to stop the single there. Oh, no, they don't take a single. My mistake. I thought there was an easy single there. Soji Mia and Ajar Alam. Well, Ajar Alam hasn't faced the ball yet. He looks very comfortable in non-strikers. That's probably the best way to describe him. Looking very comfortable. This one is elevated and it's out of the park for another big 6. So a couple of Maximos in this over. And suddenly, that's exactly what's needed per over and then some. Soji Mia has seen this one well over the rope. And Niraj Mishra has just missed his length on that delivery. So 12 off the first over, and that means only 90 needed now. already under 100 required, so 90 required now from the next 9 overs. Niraj Mishra, feel he's, made a bit of a meal of that one. 3 dots to start with and then 6.6. Mahtab Khan being asked to find a little bit of magic here with both bat and ball, as the ball is thrown to him to bowl the second over. You feel the Tigers all over this contest so far. So ringing the changes in the field are Bruno, but you get the feeling that Tigers are right on top here. I know it's only the first over gone in the run chase, but 12 off it, pretty effortless. First 3 balls got past the swinging blade of the bat, and then Sojamia just stood up and went crash, big 6. Start the second in a moment, just a bit of a false start there. Try that again. But top scored in for Burno in the previous innings, a good 38 off 19. Dance down the track, miss hits that could have easily gone to Rahat for a catch, and also very quickly has to run through for a quick single. But Ajay Alam gets off the mark with that quick single. Turns the strike over, 13 without loss. It's obvious what Burno have to do. They don't have a big score to defend here. They need wickets. They need to get stuck into the middle order as soon as possible. So there's a lot on the fielders and there's an awful amount on the bowlers. How Rahat Ali does his bowling changes here is going to be critical for the outcome of this game. Be interested to see how he goes. Does he take pace off early? Do you continue with medium paces? Niraj Mishra has got good pace, but he's not really express. Mahtab, again, not really heavily on the express pace here. Burno have lost a few players in the last couple of years, and obviously people like Riaz Afridi and Dylan Stain not available. These guys, unfortunately, aren't able to get into the team because they're just simply unavailable or out of the country. So Burno just lost a little bit of their potency recently. Oh, smoked. Absolutely pummeled out of the ground. So dealing in 6s are the Prague Tigers. 1, 2, 3 crunch. Absolutely wellied out of the park. That is gone a long way back. Ajay Alam is ringing the alarm bells for Burno. Score is already up to 20. That's a fifth of what's required in the book already after 10 deliveries. Gamers point asking Naveed Ahmed, bowls or not? He absolutely does bowl. He's one of the best spinners in the country. And I'd be thinking they don't want to leave it too late to bring him on either. He bowled the 8th over in the previous match against PCC, and I felt that was easily too late. So let's see if Rahat can bring these changes of the bowlers together a little bit better than he did in the previous game against PCC. Maybe try to find a bit of success here as well. I think he needs to get Naveed on early. That's what I'd want to do. Otherwise, there's no scoreboard pressure. If Naveed can take a couple of wickets and maybe get through sort of the 3rd or 4th over a little bit cheaper, just to try to put a bit of pressure on the batters, because right now the batters are not feeling any pressure whatsoever. 20 on the board, still inside the 2nd over. Dances down the pitch, straight. Oh, it's a bit of a mix-up here. Keeper doesn't tape it clean. That was a tough one for Ahmed Ratul to take that one. Ajay Alam wanted the run. Sojamia didn't want the run. Big wicket wanted the shot at the stumps, and that is how the over finishes. 20 on the board, 2 overs gone. Tough going here. Shout out to ECN star 16 in the chat. Please, no all caps. That's inappropriate. And when you talk about the gap between T10 matches, obviously you're talking about more the T10 series rather than the matches, yeah? Well, it's only because it's all about getting the federations enough time to plan and work with us to put on a T10. And that's why the next T10 series is going to start next Thursday, and that's in Poland. And that's the first Polish ECS we've got. Rico Foold's going to be in town, and he's going to take control of that one for the comms, plus the Mini Blue crew heading up there as well. They're going to go directly from here up to Poland. This is elevated in the air, running backwards. Oh, Naveed Ahmed thought he was in with a chance of a catch there. two outfielders come together. Interesting note, the two fielders who are out during the power play are both on the offside. One is in front of point, one's behind point. No deep fielder on the leg side. Triparare continues. Nice pace, good pace. Gets agile arms swinging. Maybe one of the things that maybe Burno need to do is to try to keep the batters just bogged down here. Maybe you don't want to necessarily pick up wickets because it will bring Sazib to the crease. Amidullah hangs on to a good catch, so we're going to find out if Sazibullion comes to the crease now with Agile Arm looking to hit out straight down the throat of one of those deep fielders. Could have picked him out better if he tried. Straight down his throat, and that's the wicket that falls. It's not going to be Sazibullion coming out next. It's going to be Ibrahim Mia striding to the crease. So we're going to get Ibrahim Mia batting there with Sajib Mia. You have to say, if this goes well, it's going to be a case of Mamma Mia. They're going very well indeed. But it needs to happen first before I make that joke. I've kind of shown my hand there, haven't I? Never mind. Just a reminder to people in the chat, please keep the all caps off. You will get your comments removed if you continue with all caps. Please pay attention. I ask you to kindly respect the rules, and all caps is definitely a no-no. Tree pushes that one outside the off. Swing and a miss. Ibrahim Mia hasn't seen too much batting. So once again, Sazib just looking to give his teammates a chance here in the centre. Don't have a big score to bring in. But he won't want that run rate to get too out of control. Being the captain, though, he's in complete control of the batting lineup. And if he feels that the run rate's getting too high, he can always sub out one of the batters and bring himself in. And we know he's more than capable of scoring runs quickly. Connects with this one, and nicely. I think it's bounced just inside the rope, 4 runs. It does indeed. I don't need to go to spec savers. I saw that bounce just inside the circle. Rushmaster agreeing 100% there. Yes, they are top of the table, so why not? So 3 overs gone. And just a reminder that Netherlands and Bangladesh on the European Cricket Network coming up this weekend on Sunday, the 31st of May. That's the same time as we've got the finals on, and it's going to be Women's T20 international action coming your way. And very proud to be presenting that on the European Cricket Network. So make sure you tune in for that. Have the 2 screens up at the same time. Watch the finals with myself and Vinny here. And of course, you can watch the Women's T20 international battle it out. Netherlands and Bangladesh. Looking forward to that one. Hope you are as well. It's a bit of a special one for us to be able to present that one on the channel. So a fair bit of cricketing coming on the weekend. And don't forget, also, that's going to go through to the 4th of June next week. We've got more games coming your way next Thursday. The same time when we kick off the Polish ECS, which is coming your way starting next week, the first time in Poland. It's going to be a 4-day ECS. Rico Full will be in town for that. So will the Mini Blue Crew. I believe Mars is going up for that one as well. So you know you're in good hands straight away. Power play done and dusted. 25 off the power play. We start the 4th with a little shot just for a single through the infield. Wide there. Johnny He. Just reading your comment there, Johnny. Sneaky 2 letters for the Capitals. Doesn't matter, Johnny. That was, for me, that was just a misprint. You can see what was going on. Edge flying away, and that chase is going to be in vain because the ball always wins that trace slightly downhill on that part of the ground. And once the ball gets onto that part of the ground, it runs away very quickly indeed. So a little bit of luck running with the Tigers there. Gets past Niraj Mishra. And it's good to see Naveed Ahmed coming on a bit earlier now as opposed to the last match. Coming on and bowling the 4th. I think it's a very good move indeed. That 4 was more luck, more by accident than design. This has been pulled around the corner. It goes straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. There is another fielder outside the circle on the leg side. It's its deep square leg. You have a long on, a long off, deep cover. They're the deep fielders for Naveed. Looking to put the brakes on, maybe try to get a breakthrough. Well, this one is out of the park by only by about a couple of meters in the end. It's but a nice shot for 6 though. Smoked. Anu Deep in the chat saying, who is the commentator? You are reading our chats? Of course I'm reading your chats. The commentator is me. This is Phil G. And yes, I am reading your chats. I see all the comments that are made. And if there's some good comments, I'll read it out. And I like to engage with you as well. Always have done, always will. It's like I'm not just talking to myself. It's like I'm talking to you as well. So that's who I am. And yes, absolutely. I have a screen in front of me and I read all your chats. So, Anil Deep Hassel, please keep the comments coming. Keep the good comments coming. The moderator's are there to make sure that the comments that are not so good get scrubbed out, because we do like to keep everything nice and special and nice and neat and clean. And the moderators do an excellent job. They're the men in blue and also the women in blue sometimes as well. That's going to be the end of the over. So David Ahmed goes for 16, a little bit expensive there, but it's 41 for 1 after 4. And the run rate required is right in hand at 10.2. It's almost literally where it started from. Thomas Martinez inviting, well, you're inviting a bit of a chance for people to have a go at me if they want, asking what the G stands for. That could go one of two ways. So thanks for that. Maybe the G is just a G. Did you ever think of that? Ah, interesting. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. G is just a G. We continue as Tree starts the 5th. Gets a little bottom edge there. Just comes off the keeper. I like Mohammed Rattle at the stumps. He's got the lid on. Keeping up to Tripperari, who sometimes can generate a bit extra pace. Not a lot of spin, but just more of a medium pacer. Tries to give a bit of a rip, but nowhere near the same category as Naveed Ahmed. Pulls this one, goes straight down the ground, just for a single. So Tigers here, just looking to build the score. Looks like they're not really thinking about any bonus points, just looking to reel in the win. 60 required off 33. Don't appear to be in a rush. They do have a big game after this one against the Prague Cricket Club. So I would suspect that Sazi Bouillon is looking to save the bigger name players for that contest as the last match of the day. I mean, why wouldn't you? If you can get a win here using, not all the big names, and save some energy for that last match, that's going to be absolutely vital. Oh, you guys in the chat are terrific. Johnny and Paolo Campini, you guys are awesome. Thank you for not going the other direction, which is what you probably could have. So yeah, much appreciated. Oh, swung away. There's a massive gap out there. It doesn't matter where the gap is. That is gone a long way back. It's actually gone just beyond the sight screen posts on the neighbouring field. That has gone a real long way back. Absolutely middled that one. You see those green posts on the screen? It's gone just past those. Ibrahim Mia, it's taken a little while to get going, but now he's got that bicycle properly pedaling along now. Very nicely done indeed. Thank you very much to Anu Deepal Paletti. I hope I pronounced that close to what it should be. Apologies if I haven't. I might have rushed that one, but thank you to Anu Deep for that comment. Love the positive comments and love the positivity coming from you as well. Much appreciated. We're doing our best here for sure. I've obviously had been schooled quite nicely by Rico and by Vinny. So thank you for that comment. 50 up as well with that big 6. 54 after 5. Naveed Ahmed comes on to bowl the 6th now. Now, I think the interesting because he's been bowled, and I think the batter's having a little word saying, well, what am I supposed to do here? It doesn't look like, he's been run out. Sorry, he wasn't bowled. Yeah, I'm not sure what Mia's complaining about there. He was appealing to the umpires saying, well, either I wasn't ready or something. Obviously I can't lip read and I can't hear what he's saying. But he's clearly out of his ground, and that is given out. Ashu Babu Chowdhury repeating his request over and over again. Repetition gets you timed out. Put a question once and it will be answered by the chat. And if I can't answer it, the chat will. If the chat can't, then I'm sorry. Then maybe they don't know the answer at all. So, Ashu Babu Chowdhury, you're going to learn the hard way. Rohit Shinde is asking, where is Rico? Well, Rico's currently home in Spain right now, but he'll be on a plane to Poland sometime early next week, and he'll be commentating at the Polish ECS starting on Thursday next week, June the 4th. So you'll hear his wonderful tones back on the European Cricket Network then. Hello to Steve Cook. Hello to Hakaran Singh. Yes, this might be a tight game indeed. I tell you what, it might actually be a bit tighter than we originally thought because they're going along at about 10 and over. And for me, I wouldn't want to be chasing more than 10 in that last over. Just in case there's a little bit of a wobble around the 8th or 9th. Just want to make sure you're not chasing more than 10 in that last. Likely to be a comfortable finish. Hamid all fielding out there, but good to see you back in the chat there. Hakaran, always good to see you. I agree, it might be a very tight finish coming up. Arnold Passobletti. Yep, it's not easy to keep up the momentum over 4 games. Imagine what it was like over the previous years when we've had 5 games per day. And sometimes on comms, sometimes it used to happen, we'd have one commentator for a whole day for 5 games in a row. And sometimes that's difficult to do that. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who maybe think comms is easy, but I can tell you something, it's not that easy. There is a level of concentration that's required. There's also a level of creativity and entertainment that's required as well. And just that focus as well for every single ball, every single stat, and just to try to keep it interesting and make sure we keep the energy levels up as well. It's really not easy. I've sort of gone into the comms during the night series in Portugal, in Coimbra. That's where I guess my first ECS event had started. I'd previously done commentary here, well, mostly here at the Vinoch Cricket Ground during the CE Cup and some of the PCC events, any other Czech cricket event over the last sort of 5 or 6 years. I've been doing the commentary on the Czech Cricket YouTube channel, and it wasn't until I really started with listening to Vinny and Rico and working with ECN, sort of realised that just need to up the game a little bit, which is exactly what I've done, which hopefully I've done. You'll tell me if I haven't. Has that been worked away around the corner? No, it hasn't. It's collected, I think, just a little touch of the leg stump there. It has indeed. Exactly. It's been caught leg before is what he's done. So another wicket falls, and it's going to be the high-scoring Soji Mia has to go. So 30 from 15, and this is a big, big wicket now. Once again, Sazib doesn't come out to bat. Feels he doesn't need to. Interesting time. Interesting time. Steve Cook saying, I've been missing it as the stamp collection took over my time. Oh, fair enough, Steve. I hope that's going well. It sounds like it must have been going well. So, but look, it's wonderful to see you back in the chat there, Steve. Always good to catch up with you, Cookie. Well done. But understand that things go on that we need to take care of outside of cricket, of course. Arun Vesadevan gets a wicket on his first ball of his spell. Now he's starting to get into the middle order here. So Radawan Ahmed, bit of a job to do now in the middle order. They've still got Sazib up their sleeve, who hasn't come to the crease yet, keeping himself until, break glass in case of emergency. This is lofted in the air and almost, but not good enough. Joyce and Sam sort of almost gets to take that catch, but he doesn't protect the boundary either. He's getting a little clap from the captain, Rahat Ali, saying, good effort, well done. I think if I was the captain, I'd be saying, mate, you got to protect the boundary. In the end, he's way out of position. So, just little errors creeping into Burno's game here in the 7th over. Oh, it's a wide ball, and he misses out on this one, carves it straight to the player at backward point. They will get through for one, though. Keep a close eye on that required score there. 45 from 20. The run rate's jumped up to 13.5, so some of these middle overs from Burno have been excellent. But 45 from 20, but they still got Sazib in their back pocket. Driven again down the ground. Joyce and Sam again. This time the fielding's very clean, very good. Thanks for the shout out there, Steve. Yeah, it's solo commentary for any commentator is always tough. It's always tough, especially we've got to string games one after the other, one after the other. So occasionally during this series, and also this happened in Portugal as well, is the budget really only stretches for one commentator. So, you know, when we get a second person on, it's because, you know, Vinny and I will sort of try to talk about how can we make this work, how we make it happen. You know, luckily in Prague, we've got a couple of commentators. You know, we've got myself, Vinny, Danny, and Shoban. So we've got 3 commentators, all local, which is very, very handy for the Prague series. You can imagine how tough that is for other series around Europe, trying to get an extra commentator on. You know, we'll try to do it remotely. I had Corey joining me remotely in Portugal. That was awesome. That was really, really good. We've tried some remote commentary in a few other ways as well. We've got the technology for it, and it definitely works, so we can do that. But yeah, it's tough as a solo. And it's not as easy as you might think. I know people listening to comms are probably just, yep, okay, it's a bit of background noise, gives us a bit of data and things like that. But you can give you a proper flavour to go with the vision that you're seeing as well. And the wonderful thing about being here in Prague is we've got the scaffolding. So we've got the tower. Therefore, we've got the camera exactly where it used to be over the past few years. Oh, no, Naveed. Naveed went to slap it back, and I think it's hit him on the head. And it's gone over the rope. So he's come down a bit of strife there. They might have actually struck him in the face. So that's not funny at all. I hope he's all right. Watch this on the replay. Spills. Now, oh, yeah, he's basically slapped it back into his face. I think he's just going to need a moment because that has just hit him, I reckon, just on the cheekbone. Ouch. Yeah, that would have stung. He's saying he's all right. I think he is. Just on the right side of his face, I think he went to slap it back in, but the ball was spinning when it went up in the air, and it's come down, just struck him just above the cheekbone there. I think he's all right, though. 63 for 3. This is swung out towards deep mid-wicket and across the rope. That is a big 6. As someone just in beige is coming towards the ground. Let's hope he doesn't walk between the sight screen and the ground like a lot of people come to the ground have been doing today. Hopefully he's going to go around the long way. I think he will. So that's all good. Square leg is saying to the player who's running back, put your cap on straight. His cap was on back to front. This isn't baseball in the streets of New York. This is ECS. Everyone wears their cap straight. And given. Big appeal, big shout. The lone appeal it was from Martov Khan. Gets himself a wicket here. Have a look at this. Well, smacking into middle and leg. It's a good shout and it's a good call. So Tigers lose another one. 69 for 4, halfway through the 8th. 33 from 15. Is this the time when you send in Sazib Buyan? I'll tell you in just a moment. No, not yet. Now you send in Samuel. So Sazib really looking to his team and saying, look, you don't need me for this. I want to rest. I want to be primed and ready for the big game against PCC. So I like the attitude. I like what he's done here. I think it's very, very good. So if the Tigers can get this win without Sazib batting, that does send a bit of a message to the rest of the teams. And I like that. Provided they get there, of course, too. 33 from 15. It's going to be a tight finish. Wide there, shown by the umpire. And fair enough, too. Just remember, though, they still have Sazib in the back pocket. They can, or he can bring himself out at any time he wants. He might even come on for some last over heroics. And remember what the Spartans did in the Challenger finals. That last match, the last over of the match, when the captain subbed himself off, retired himself out, and it turned to Dheeraj Thakur, who came out and belted 19 off the last over to win the trophy. So that's something that Sazib can do as well if he wants to. It's 31 of 15. So after the wicket, it's been wide and wide. So it's been expensive over. 12 off it, 1 wicket. That's better. Just a single. Liam O'Donnell asking who's playing next commentator. Okay, so Liam, this is match 25, and then after this comes match 26 today. That is going to be the Prague Cricket Club taking on the Tigers. That's the next match coming up after this game. So that's at the conclusion of this game, and that's scheduled to start in about 40 minutes' time. So after the conclusion of this game, looks like we're probably going to have probably about a 15 or 20-minute break, depending on how quickly they get through the next 13 deliveries. So that's the next match coming your way, Liam. And we finish with a dot there. Batter appealed for a wide, nothing happening. 30 required from the last two. And maybe, just maybe, Sazib might retire one of these batters out and get himself in there to ensure they get the win. But otherwise, I get the feeling what Sazib has said to his side, look, I'm doing all the heavy lifting here. Why don't you go out there and win the game? Thank you, Harkaran Singh. Yep. Well, it's good to see you in the chat today. So thank you for giving me a shout out for yesterday as well. Yeah, I was obviously had the day off, spent the day with the missus, had a little bit to do in the morning, so I was trying to jump on it later in the afternoon. Obviously caught some of the Vinirati games. How good was Honza? Jan Hivil. Absolutely sensational, old Honza Hivil. That four-for he picked up. I saw him, he got hit in the face earlier on, bounced back and took four-for in the afternoon games. Really, really proud of that young man. Stand and deliver stuff that just whips it off the pads for 4 runs as easy as you like. Samael goes crunch. And it's not a great delivery. Got to keep it off the pads. There's a way to winning here as a bowling attack, and bowling on the pads isn't definitely part of that. Arun Vesudevan, who had a pretty good first over, 1 for 7. Now he's been hit for 4 off the first ball of his over. Needs to find something here. 11 balls left, 26 required. Still shaping up to be a close finish. Well, not with bowling like this. That's put out of the park for a big 6. So they needed 32 at the start of the over. They now only need 22. 2 balls in. That's just not clever bowling at all. That's on the pads and smacked. And unfortunately for Burno, they've kind of fallen afoul of this. When at the time when they need some good type bowling, some of the part-time bowlers just have not really shown up, unfortunately. And this is a real problem. PK saying Honza was motoring. He was indeed. It was impressive, wasn't it? And this is clever batting too, by the way, by Samuel. Gamer's point is onto that. Crush Master knows this as well. He'll eat up these in-swingers. So Arun Vesudevan needs to get this one right, or this game could be gone. Better, much better. That's the proper length. That's what you want to do. Kind of expect the Tigers to get these runs. 20 required from 9. Depends what can happen in these next 3 balls. Really, really important. Could be a bit of a defense here. Could be a very exciting finish. A lot of people saying easy chase in the chat, but you know what? These are the part-timers. These are the guys who are not necessarily used to being in this position. He's works this around the corner. They're hustling. Going to look for 2. Oh. Don't think 2 was ever on after all that one, so it's a good call to send the batter back. Back to Rosaman. He wanted 2. Samuel didn't want 2. 19 from 8 is the equation. Gamer's Point is missing Rico. Well, Gamer's Point, tune into ECS Poland next week and you'll listen to Rico. He'll be there. And it'd be good to listen to him again too, my good friend Rico Full. I've learnt a lot from over the last couple of years. Well, Crush Master has just said the infamous GB comment. So let me just tell everybody, it's been 198 games since a golden ball. Wide outside the off stump, and that is pinged, but it goes straight down the throat of the fielder at point there, who holds onto a sharp chance. He's looking around, he's waiting for the accolades, but the catch is taken. That is another wicket to fall, so 84 for 5. Tripperari Lull hangs on to a good catch. He took a terrific catch in the previous game, plucked one out of midair against the Prague Cricket Club, which didn't really turn the fortunes around at all, but just gave a bit of a scare. Hazare comes to the crease now. Sazib Bulyan still hanging back. Hazafar showing confidence. However, it's 9 overs gone, 84 for 5 on the board. 18 off 6 is what's required. You get the feeling. Do you get the feeling that this may be a bit tough? 18 from 6, no Sazib. And just remember, before anyone making any judgment calls in the chat, this has been a very long, dry, and very sunny few days here in Prague, and teams playing 10 games could take the toll on the body. Well, batter appeals for a wide, even as it's given. So, batter, open your eyes, mate. Maybe don't worry about what the umpire's doing. Worry about what you're doing. Dr. Ruzaman was appealing for the wide, as Joe Foster, the standing umpire, was already given the wide. And I would say to the batter, you just focus on your job. I focus on mine. Niraj Mishra, can he defend? 17. Swing and a miss. I reckon he can, I think Burno going to get a win here. I get the feeling that Prague Tigers, without Sazib coming out to bat, they're going to be caught short. They're going to be found out here. It's 17 off 5. So, need some fireworks. Dr. Ruzaman, what can you do? There's something going on here on the side. I'm just trying to see what's going on. Is it maybe Sazib trying to get himself on? I think he is, Swing and a miss from a wide ball. Oh, that's a shocking wide. And it's going to be retirement. It is indeed going to be retirement. Thanks, Marzi. I saw you were just leaning forward to let me know that. Thank you very much for that. It is so. Let's see who's going to be retired. It is Dr. Razaman. He does come off. And Sazib Bulyan is the batter who comes in. Captain says, I've seen enough. Get me on there. So there you go, folks. Murno have done quite well to get to this point. But now Sazib comes on and the pressure is going to be on the bowler then. He's bowled a couple of wides. Niraj Mishra is having trouble controlling the swing here. The wind isn't too difficult, but he's just having a bit of a problem with the swing. Sazib comes in, faces his first ball. And there you go. That's what he does. There's a massive shadow goes across the ground. That was an low-flying aeroplane. And so was the Grizzly. And that low-flying aeroplane, they better think twice before going that low to the ground because that Grizzly went pretty high and pretty fast. There you go. There's on the replay the shadow that went across the ground. That was one of the planes taking off from Letnani Airport, flying straight overhead here. That's how close the airport is. So 10 off 4 is what's required now, and Sazib belts a 6 onto the golf course as well. That's gone a long way back. There you go. He's on the path. That's Hamid Ullah has to go all the way onto the path of that. I don't know what hole it is there. That must be about like maybe the 12th or 13th hole. I'll try and find out for you just as a bit of trivia. And we have to wait for Hamidullah to get back on the ground. He's back now. Then from 4, guided out towards the extra cover, no run. Turns into 10 from 3. Well, 2 big hits and the game's done. So you think the Tigers should bring this in now. So here's the test for Brno, and every other team will take note. How do you bowl to Sazib? How do you bowl to him? For me, it needs to be Yorkers, and it needs to be right on top of the shoe. Well, that's going to get away from the player. No, it's not. He managed to get a bit of foot fielding down. They don't take the run. Sazib wants to hit the winning runs, as is his style. 10 from 2 required. It's got to go to the boundary, this one. So if Niraj Mishra can find a dot ball here, that will be absolutely huge. Brno, they're on the cusp of getting a surprise win against the Tigers, but Sazib held himself back until the second ball of the last over. Huge delivery, this one. Got to go to the boundary for the Tigers to have a chance. It's a slow ball. It's a clever ball. And that is not going to go to the boundary. Clever delivery from Niraj. Going to give his team a red-hot chance then of getting the win, barring any crazy no ball or minimo or any crazy infringement here. Bruno are going to get a win, and they're going to keep their chances alive for a finals berth on Sunday. Here we go. Last ball of the match coming up. It's an express delivery. It's well bowled. It's nicked and caught behind as well. So it's a wicket off the last ball. And that's it then. Sazabulyan comes on at 6... out. 92 for 6 after 10. The Tigers have fallen short in a chase of only 102 required. They're going to fall 9 runs shy of the Burno team's total. So 92 for 7. Sazib goes for 6 off a handful of deliveries. Handshakes all around. And so for the Burno Cricket Club, they keep their series well and truly alive with a well-earned 3 points there. You could question the motive and the mind of the captain of the Tigers about what he was thinking about there, sending out some of the part-time batters before him. It hasn't worked. The team have not been able to manufacture a win without him. And even with him, he's dismissed for 6 runs. So that's going to destroy his batting average. So on a personal level, it's a bit of a failure for Sazib. For the team, they taste defeat for the first time in a handful of games. So match 25 goes the way of Burno. They won the toss, elected to bat first, 101 for 4 on the board. Mahtab with a 38 off 19 and Naveed Ahmed helped with a 34 off 20. Prague Tigers, in response, they end up with 92 for 7, which is obviously well short. It's 9 runs shy of where they needed to be. Some good contributions with the bat, but all in all, just nowhere near good enough. At the top there, Sojib Mia with a 30 off 15 looked very solid. A couple of scores in the teens. Radawan Ahmed with 16, Ibrahim Mia with 12, and Ayon Samuel with 12 as well. But no one else really contributing, and no other partnerships really making inroads there. And 2 wickets to Arun Vesadevan, 2 for 19 for him for Burno. So that's the end of that game. So well done. Burno keep their hopes alive of getting into finals on Sunday. They've still got games in hand, as they have now actually got 3 games to go. They're going to play 3 games tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for that. It's a massive day tomorrow to see who's going to get into finals. Looking forward to that, and I hope you are as well. We're going to take a short break now because that's match 25 in the can, done and dusted. Match 26 coming your way in about, half past the hour. So it's a longer break now as that game finishes a little bit earlier. But PCC and the Prague Tigers are going to go head-to-head in about 26 minutes time. We'll see you back here at Vinod Cricket Ground. This is Phil G saying, got a bit of an extended break here. Enjoy yourself and come back and join me in about 20 minutes time for the introduction to that game as we see what happens with PCC taking on Bruno. Anyway, we're going to be back here. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is ECS Czechia Premier Division. I'll see you shortly. Hello everybody, welcome back. Match 26 coming your way, and it's going to be the Prague Tigers taking on PCC in this final game of day number 7, and it's going to be the PCC team to call.
Heads.
It is heads. What would you like to do?
We're going to bowl first.
PCC win the toss, having a bowl first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back everybody to the Vinoj Cricket Ground for the final match coming your way, match 26 of this ECS Czechia Premier Division. It is the penultimate day of the group stages as well. We've still got 2 days to come. Saturday and Sunday, big action tomorrow, and of course finals on Sunday. But today, just got this last match to get through, match 26, and it's going to be the Prague Cricket Club taking on the Prague Tigers. You saw the coin toss just then. Many thanks to Rado for bringing us that coin toss, and of course it's going to be Prague CC win the toss, elect to have a bowl first, and happy to send in the Tigers and then chase for the last innings of the day. Conditions out in the middle are actually pretty good. It's a bit of a breeze picking up, coming across the ground. But as far as our players' comfort is concerned, it's actually not too bad out there at the moment. The sun is beating down, but it's probably around about sort of 23, 24 degrees. That breeze is giving us some very good respite under beautiful sunny skies and quite, well, warm-ish conditions, very dry conditions as well. So the players have had a bit of extended break as we finished that previous game with about 25 minutes to spare before the start of this match. And this match is a really, trying to think of the right ways to describe this game. This is quite a mouth-watering tussle between these two teams. The first game this morning, these teams played for the first time against each other this morning when Prague CC, they won the toss. They elected to bowl first. Tigers put on 127 for 4. Sazip with an unbeaten 81 dominated that. And then when PCC's time to bat came along, they only made 101 for 3 with Aravinda Sridhar top scoring with a 40 off 20. Just couldn't find the runs, just too good of field placements and good bowling change-ups by Captain Sazib to get the win over PCC. In this match, I think it's going to be a little bit different. I think you'll see something a bit different. Remember this morning also, the PCC were a couple of players short in their side, and that meant there were some gaps in the field. So the power play was actually ended up being quite expensive. So a little bit to do here, and a good game coming up, a mouth-watering game coming up, as you could be seeing a bit of a preview of what actually might be the final on Sunday. Don't want to get too ahead of myself there. Still a lot of cricket to go. I'll talk about the standings maybe towards the halfway stage and end of the second innings, because I think it's going to be quite relevant to see how we're going to go there. But I can tell you now that this is the last match for both Tigers and PCC in the group stages. After this, the top teams on top of the standings, that's the Prague Tigers, Prague Cricket Club and Vinarati Cricket Club, they would have all finished their group stages. So we start right now with down leg side. Interesting field placements. An interesting bowling attack from Romani here. He's coming around the wicket to Sazibuyan. Sazibuyan, they've placed Ravi Solanki at the top of your screen there. You can see him just walking back to his position. And that is a short, fine leg position. Looking for something. He may tuck around the corner. Maybe looking for maybe a catch if he elevates something. I've got to say, I haven't seen too many shots he's played in that part of the ground. But this angle, Romani's going to try to bring about the change. Because he does things like this. This is where his bread and butter is, right there, that deep mid-wicket area, and just a gentle backlift and the follow-through. It's all muscle. One more time. And bang. Out of the park, easy as you like. Romani puts it in the slot on middle stump, and it's caressed out of the ground. Hello there to Monty. Yes, I'm still going strong. Thank you very much for that. I've still got my voice. I had a bit of troubles with my voice on Wednesday, but I was doing an event on Tuesday night, and I didn't have a microphone and speaker, and trying to get my voice over 50 people in a very closed area, loud people, was a little bit tough. So, yeah, coming Wednesday morning, I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but my voice was starting to crack up a little bit, even after that first game. And I had to ask Shoban to sort of take lead comms. And in the end, Vinny was good enough to step in while I went and did the scoring for that last match on Wednesday and swapped with Vinny. So he got to do the commentary with Charles, which was a real surprise. Leg side. Once again, Sazib's very aware that they've got a player there looking for either a catch or to save runs, just tickling around the corner. So he's not interested in anything on outside the leg stump or just outside the pads. He's not chasing that. And therefore, Romani's just given up a couple of wides here. He's going to go back to over the wicket. And To be honest, I kind of feel that field placement's a little bit redundant because Sazib gets most of his runs in front of the wicket. But what do I know? I'm just a commentator. Swings hard at this one, goes cross-bat style. Deep mid-wicket comes into play. Aravin Sridhar out there. Fields it cleanly. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us for the last match here today. Match 26 just started. Couple of wides, a big Maximo and a single. It brings Mahadi Alam onto strike. I think he's back into the side for his first game today as well. As he fends, and it goes to third, who's down on the boundary up there. Looks like that's the big figure of Sudesh Wickramasinghe, who's fielding there. The other deep fielder is at deep mid-wicket. So they're your two deep fielders inside this power play. Hello to PK, Paolo Campini. Hello to Montelus as well. Hello to the fly walking across my keyboard. You don't belong there. Now he's crawling on Boba Fett. Nick off. You shouldn't be there. That is the strangest thing. As a fly, he's walking. He's not even flying. What is your problem? Well, he's flying now, as I give him a bit of a flick from the table outside the door. Hello to Thomas Martinez, who joins us back again. And of course, Johnny here. Good to see you, Johnny. And good to see everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you've had a wonderful Friday wherever you are in the world. No doubt wearing your Peacock Friday shirts, of course. I'll be showing off mine at the end of the 5th over for the last time today. Oh, actually, the second last time, because I'll probably come on the camera towards the end of the day as well. Full toss, hit straight up in the air. Player's going to take this catch. No, he's not. Can you believe it? Very rarely do I see PCC dropping catches, and that is a bit of a shame. Looks like it's the youngster who's put that one down. It is indeed. Athava Gune puts down a bit of a sitter right in front of Arun Ashokan. Former national team captain steps away. He's already taken 3 catches here today, Arun. Back into the team today. Proved himself to be exactly what I knew he was, and that is an excellent, excellent fielder. Monty says send him to fly slip, Phil. I should have done that. That's a really good shout there, Monty. Monty once again with the zingers. Love it. You got up early, Monty, and now you're still going. Shot the stumps is wild. Absolutely wild. And Gurnett misses in the end by actually quite a distance. And more importantly for the Tigers, they do get home. So it's going to be 12 off the first over. A series of wides there and a couple of big hits as well. So that is the end of Romani's first over. None for 12 after 1. Hope you're all well. Hope you're all doing well out there in the chat. Wonderful to have your company again this afternoon. Last game of the day here. Last game of day number 7. This is it, match 26. Tomorrow, we've got 4 more games coming your way. Tomorrow as well, just in case you missed it, tomorrow we're going to have the return of the Bohemians for a couple of games, return of Brno, and of course United as well. So United and Brno have got 3 games apiece. Sudesh Wickramasinghe comes on to bowl the second over. Try at the stumps. I think the field battle was already home though. So tomorrow morning, we're going to start with Brno taking on the United Cricket Club, and then it's going to be Brno sticking around to take on the Bohemians. Bohemians will then play United, and the last match tomorrow, last match of the group stages, will be Brno taking on United. That could be a really critical game. The Brno United tussle is going to be really interesting. When you look at the standings, that could almost determine if United can somehow push their way into a top 2 position. A couple of wins for them tomorrow, you never know. Mathematically, it can still happen. So there's no foregone conclusions today except for, well, actually, you know what? There's pretty much not. Let's have a quick look at the standings. Let me tell you what we're talking about here. So Prague Tigers and Prague CC playing their last match each. Tigers top of the table on 23 points, PCC in second place on 19 points. Vinirati have played their 10 matches. They're on 17 points. They are in a bit of a dangerous place there in third place. Because directly underneath them, United and Brno on 16 and 14 points apiece. But they have 3 games to play tomorrow. So they've got 3 opportunities to leapfrog Vinirati. Now, if United get 1 win, they go above Vinirati. If Brno get 2 wins, they go above Vinirati. If they get just 1 win, they go level. So Vinarati is probably in a bit of a tough position here. Out of all the teams, they're the teams that have finished their games first, and they're a little bit shaky there in third place. Got him, top of off stump, smash back. Mahadi Alam has to go. Doesn't bother the scorers too much. Goes for 3, and that's just good bowling by Sudesh. He's quicker than people expect. He's really brings that arm over so quick. Hones in on the top of off stump, and don't be surprised if there's a broken bail in there as well, as that's just goes crash. So Tigers lose their first wicket in the second, sorry. And it's 1 for 14 after 1.4. So Jamir comes to the crease. Interesting that Mia didn't open up the batting. But now he's coming out the second over. He's going to feel like he is. Thank you, Pala Campini, giving me a shout there too. Much appreciated. Really appreciate the support given in the chat as always. My fellow moderators. Much love and respect to you as well for the jobs you guys do day in, day out, tirelessly. All of the copy paste to Google Translate and all the work you do is astonishingly good. So love your work as well. It's been a good day today. Been some good cricket. Haven't seen a GB still. So Sudesh in. Punched away by Sojib. Just straight to the fielder in the covers. No chance for a run. Sudesh really stepping up here. Went through a bit of an injury phase a couple of years ago. I think he had a side strain or an upper leg strain. He just lost a bit of mobility, but he's moving really freely now. Sort of he's really harking back to the good old days. As this one is hit around the corner, the chase is on. I think the player will get to the yes. Fielder Aravind very quick across the deck. The throw to the keeper's end, and it's just going to be the single. So 15 for 1 after 2. Sudesh has 1 wicket and just 3 runs from his overs. An excellent second over that. Tigers right on the back foot, and Sojimi, he's going to face the start of the third. Sazabuyan, he saved himself in that previous game. He didn't come out to bat until it was 2 deliveries into the 10th, and then it was too late, and he was unable to get the runs required. In fact, he's lost his wicket on the last ball of the game, needing 10 runs off the last ball. He got caught behind. So he saved himself for the PCC match. Obviously felt that was more important. So far he's got 9. Samira Mataranga is going to come on to bowl the third. This game is set up nicely. Like I said, you kind of feel this could almost be a preview of the final come Sunday. But anything can happen on Sunday. Once it gets to the finals, anything goes pretty much, isn't it? It's almost dismissive of where people end up, except the eliminator, which of course dismisses one team pretty quickly. Chopped down into the covers. Also, just a reminder as well, the ECS last year in 2025, after all the games were played, the ladder looked like this. Tigers, followed by PCC, Bohemians, Brno, United, and then the Prague Barbarians. They were how the 6 teams finished in that order. It's looking like at the moment the Tigers and PCC are going to finish top 2 again, barring any sort of sudden weird shake-ups. But Tigers would still want to get points out of this just to make sure they're in for a top 2 finish. There is a chance that United could get a couple of really good wins tomorrow. If United get 3 wins tomorrow, then they will be in a top 2 finish. If Brno get 3 wins tomorrow, they could find themselves in the top 2 finish, possibly. Mathematically, it could happen, but it comes down net run rate as well. So still a lot of moving parts to these standings. Uppercut, lovely shot, well placed, over the field, 4 runs, nice strike, that one. So that small little drought of boundaries is now broken here, as Mataranga just pops this one up outside the off, and it's easy pickings. Nice shot. So if you're interested in checking out the standings, please go to ecn.cricket, go to the event details, and you will find the standings here. There's a little scroll down a bit, and you'll come across a selection of the menu. Click on standings, it'll take you straight to it. It's live standings as well, so it's updated after every single game. You'll see how it's looking at the end of this game. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But I can tell you now, with these 2 teams at the top 2 positions currently. What'll happen here is, well, the Tigers will either leap ahead even further, or PCC could jump up to almost the same level. But they are 4 points astray of the Tigers. PCC, their net run rate is minus 0.05. So they're almost at complete balance there. But just slightly under. They've played 9 matches. They got 5 wins and 4 losses. Tigers have played 9 matches. They have got 6 wins and 3 losses. So I'm interested to see how this goes in the final wash-up. Can PCC square it up a little bit, get a win here, and both teams end up on 6 wins and 4 losses? We'll see. Venerati, as I said, in 3rd place on the standings. 10 played, 4 wins and 6 losses, and the 6 losses may come back to haunt them a bit. I feel there might be one game out of playing in the finals. Now, he's dropped the bat. He's got an edge and dropped the bat, and can you believe it? It's gone straight to backward point. He was held onto a screamer catch in front of him here. It's actually really well held, kind of out of position ever so slightly. Strange old dismissal, and Sazi Bouyan has to go, look at this, gives the charge, drops the bat, and he's hit it straight to backward square leg. See if we can catch this on the replay. There it is. Holds onto a sharp chance taken nonetheless, and that is Sazi Bouyan gone. So it hasn't been his afternoon. He was unable to rescue the team in the previous match, and he's not going to feature anymore with the bat in this innings either. And PCC team having a bit of a get around there mid-pitch with the bowler. Very happy with that dismissal. 22 for 2, Richie Beno is the score as Samira Mataranga makes the breakthrough. Very important breakthrough there for him and for the team. Bowled a couple of wides. He's been a bit wayward in his bowling. But that is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Very big wicket, that. I mentioned United before. United's got a bit of love out there in the chat. Good to see. And that was a very strange dismissal with Sazib just charging a little bit down the pitch. Barely gets to the pitch of a wide delivery. Would have been called a wide. Drops the bat on it, edges, and caught backward a point. Easy as you like, clean as a whistle. Samuel comes in. And he opens the face of the bat, runs this into the covers. No run. So Tigers now have to build a score without that man, Sazi Bouyan. Biggest run scorer here in this Premier Division. But unfortunately, he's had 2 failures with the bat today. Had a good start, notched an 81 not out of 35 deliveries in the first game this morning against PCC. Then it was 6 and out in the previous game against Brno. And this one, he's only bothered the scorers for a handful of runs. I think it was 9 all up. So, yep, not his afternoon. But he has had to do a lot of the heavy lifting for the Tigers. So maybe that's just starting to weigh a little bit heavily on him. Yeah, 9 from 7 with just that one big Maximo. That was it. I won't be surprised if maybe it's starting to get to him a little bit. It's a lot of cricket very quickly. And don't forget, coming up this weekend, this Sunday, we've got a huge international game coming your way. And we're going to be televising some of the series as well. So Netherlands and Bangladesh, women's T20 International. That's going to be huge. Hope you can get behind that one. And that's going to be this Sunday that T20 is being played. And also, don't forget, next week there's also going to be more of that. And it's going to be on the same day that we kick off the Polish ECS on the 4th of June. But yeah, this Sunday, make sure you've got the 2 screens up and running. And that is going to start at midday GMT, 2 o'clock Central European Standard Summertime. And of course, that's 5:30 in Indian summertime as well. So watch out for that wonderful bit of cricket coming your way. First time we've got Bangladesh on the European Cricket Network. And a huge thanks to Cricket Scotland for getting us involved in that wonderful stuff. And wonderful stuff, Marzi. Power play done. We continue. Pretty handy to bring on a good pace bowler like Davison Ramani. After the 3 overs done, 23 for 2 after the power play. And we start the 4th with a dot. Samuel and Mia with a lot of work to do. Prague Tigers need to dig deep here. A lot of work to do. Hello to Wasmatron in the chat too. Sorry, I didn't see you in there. Wonderful to see you tuning in. And good to see everyone as well. Montelus is in there. PK, Steve Cook keeping me company as well. And Thomas Martinez. Wonderful to have your company this afternoon. Driven through the gap. Desperate dive in the field. 4 runs, nicely struck. Kushal Mendon at cover, trying to get on top of that one. Desperate and just can't quite get a fingertip on it. There was no boundary rider in the deep cover position. I don't know if they're going to change that. The boundary rider on the offside is very square. He's pretty much extra cover and point in between those two positions. As I speak, okay, so Arun is just moving the field around a little bit. Arun, who's not captain or might be vice captain, not sure. Oh, that is astonishingly good. What a great caught and bolt effort that is. Absolutely amazing. The athleticism of Davison Ramani just continues to impress me every single time I see him play. He looked so fit and looked so comfortable there. But how good a catch was that? One more time. Here it is. Goes for the pull shot, gets a leading edge, and that's a wonderful tumbling catch. Holds it, throws the ball in the air, and you are done and dusted. One more time. And gotcha. Wonderful replay work there. Thank you very much, Marzi, and thank you very much to Roshan up in the tower for capturing that one. Beautifully well done. And for Ahmed, he has to go for, would you believe, a first baller. And that's going to be very disappointing. And now, the middle order for Tigers need to stand up here. There's a fair conversation going on. Oh, my apologies. It wasn't Ahmed. He's just come out to bat. It was Samuel. Stunning stuff. Stunning stuff there. What a great catch. Says Ayon Samuel has to go. And it's going to be Ahmed. He's going to face the first ball of this continuation here. Halfway through the fourth, Sajib Mia watching the carnage from the non-striker's end, wondering what on earth's going on there. That's a very good catch. Lovely catch. Davison Ramani, he has been very impressive. Swing and a miss. Oh, Prague Tigers. This is the kind of match which may actually expose the Tigers a bit. If Sajid Bouillon can't fire, does that mean the Tigers can't fire? We'll see. Need someone to stand up here. Still got plenty of batting to go here. What have we got? We've got 6 overs and 2 deliveries. So Tigers, look, it's all in yourselves. You've got to find something here. Well, they're still moving the field around while Davis is trying to run in. That's not cool. So Arun's shouting out instructions to the fielders, and I think the fielders are hearing him because the plane's flying overhead. Davison steaming in again. Swing and a miss. Two to come in the over. Let's have a look where the deep fielders are. Deep backward point. Then you go right the way around. Well, actually, you go to third is outside on the rope as well. Backward square leg is on the rope. So it's a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on. And Arun Ashokan, he's in a regular mid-off position. Clump to Kushi Mendan, who's just in the covers. Doesn't throw the stumps down, just holds onto it. Threatens to shy, but doesn't release. Much better over this one. Just 4 runs from it and a wicket, and the big wicket as well. There you go. 28 for 3 after 4. So who's going to stand up for the Tigers? That's the big question. Who can stand up for the Tigers? It's looking like this could be a low score. So with the Prague CC winning the toss, and thanks to Rado for the toss news, of course, Prague CC win the toss, elect to bowl first, and it's looking to me like that was a pretty good toss to win. So the Prague Cricket Club, they'll be batting last here. Last innings on not the hottest day of the week at all. That was probably Wednesday was probably the hottest day of the week. It was very sticky and uncomfortable here at the ground. Tuesday was actually pretty bad as well. Actually, no, Tuesday was probably the hottest day. But either way you cut it, it's in the past now. Yesterday we had a good drop in temperature, around about sort of 22 degrees, sun shining, cool breeze. The wind here yesterday was a real factor. Vinny was saying to me on the way to the ground today that the bowlers who could control the ball in the wind and try to get that in-swing working were the pick of the bunch, or the best bowlers. The bowlers who couldn't, just too many wides down leg side, Minimos being unfortunately let go. The breeze nowhere near as aggressive today. As Ravi Solanki comes on to bowl, And he's hit upwards and out of the park, head towards the car park there. The ball's still rolling. Now it stops. And it's just in the slot, and it's picked up beautifully. Good chance there for these two to put on a good partnership. We've seen Sajab Mia play a few good innings. He's been very, very handy with the bat. But I'm really happy to see Corsair, because we haven't seen him too much. But Corsair, if he can get it stuck into the runs here and spend a few overs in the centre, that would really help his team come Sunday, because I'm sure he'll be asked to step up. Well, I guess that ain't going to happen, because he's been clean bowled by Ravi Solanki. He pushes one through a bit quick, and that's straight through the, well, no defence, straight through the offence of the batter there, and stumps are rocked backwards. One more time. Coming over the wicket to the right-hander, and it's straight through the gate. Lovely bit of bowling, that one. I'm a big rap for Ravi Solanki. He's bowling today with a bit of a leg injury. He's not the fittest of the PCC squad, but his talent, oh, wow, buckets of talent that he's got. He's got a big heart as well, as he picks himself up a wicket after being hit for 6. Good comeback from the bowler there. 34 for 4 in the 5th. Monty's saying he's hoping to get to Spain and Portugal in about October. Oh, that'd be awesome. Any chance of coming to Prague, Monty? Maybe just drop in, say hi to the gang. You never know. There was talk about a possibility of another series in Portugal later in the year. I've got my eyes on that. I know that Vinny sort of gave an update in the Spanish squad last night about that one. I haven't actually watched the replay of the Spanish session, so I'll watch that one. But I know there's been talk about a return to Portugal. I mean, why not? We love the ground at Portugal, the Santarém cricket ground. Maybe myself and Tina might get a chance to go out there again and call the action for you. G-Force reunited again, maybe in Portugal. We'll see. Just a single pushed out there and through the covers. Sort of get a feeling they've just, just really lost a bit of a roar here, haven't they? Well, this time goes aerial, and that's going to find the boundary. So there you go. That restores a bit of sensibility to the Tigers there. It goes, well, the camera can't find it, but it's gone a long way back. And Solanki getting spanked out of the ground, this time on the offside. Monty says he needs a beer guide in Prague. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll hook you up with Danny Hudacek, and you will have no problem there. But if you want a beer guide in Prague, yeah, we'll take you to places where the beer is fresh, it's poured correctly, and you don't go to the tourist traps where they feed you old beer, which isn't Pilsner Urquell, it's some other rubbish. And it's old beer. There's a couple of those nasty places around, but we'll keep you well away from that. Shot down the ground, lovely strike, that one, 4 runs again. And I wasn't mentioning that that particular beer just because my missus works for the company. I would never do that. And not because I've got about, well, actually, no, I'm not going to go down that path. I was just going to say I've got a couple of those in the fridge. Anyway, doesn't matter how many I've got in the fridge. But yeah, look, I said this before actually in the previous game. If anyone finds themselves coming to Prague or planning to come to Central Europe on some sort of European vacation, please drop me a message. Let me know if you're coming through town, because if you are, it'd be wonderful to catch up. And people like myself and Danny and Vinny, we're always keen to catch up with people from the chat and maybe show you around town and take you to places where it's always good to have something cold in your hands, poured correctly, something that tastes good as well. It's a big 6 to finish it over. It's expensive over that one. Ends up going for 23 for Solanki. Goes magical. He does pick up a wicket, but it's an expensive over. The 50 up as well with that big strike. Have a look at this for a lovely uppercut. Nicely played. And that flies all the way out there. So why don't we bring you into the hut here? Here we are in the comms. Hello, Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcoming you to, well, to my little home away from home here, I guess you could say. I mean, I do live the other side of the city from here, but this has been my home for the last little while. And it's wonderful to have you in here for the last time here today. I'll tell you what, we'll actually probably bring you into the hut actually probably for the last after the last innings action. We'll talk a bit about the standings, about what's going to happen tomorrow as well. But thank you for your company today. It's been a wonderful day. The sun's been shining all day. The cricket's been pretty good as well. And just some of these results are really upsetting the standings as well. That surprise win for Burner over the Prague Tigers is the one I'm definitely talking about. That was a big, big surprise. This one here, this game here is looking like it's going to come down to the wire. Let's see if it does as well. But PCC right on top here at the moment. Tigers, what have they got left in the bag? Well, it's up to this middle order to really stand tall. Let's see if they can do it. I'm not sure. But fingers crossed we're going to have a close one to finish out this fantastic Peacock Friday. Hope you've got your Peacock shirts on as well, by the way. Let's get back to live action now. As we see the next over starting there. Thank you very much, Marzi. Marzi, by the way, I need to give him and Paolo a proper shout out. The Blue Crew, Mini Blue Crew, doing an amazing job. Without a break, can I point out? They've been toiling without a break. Except for the evenings, of course, when they get to let their hair down. Get amongst it all. But otherwise, no break. So, honestly, I tip my lid to those guys doing very well indeed. Thomas Martinez, no pina colada for Phil. The Pilsner will do. Indeed. I can't remember the last time I had a pina colada. Yeah, that's a really good shout. No, okay, so if we're going to get into drink talk as opposed to food talk, let's talk about this then. What cocktails do I like? There's one bourbon cocktail I really, really love. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. Swing and a miss. As Gune has just, he finds a way of generating a good bit of pace, doesn't he, the youngster? And his captain often throws in the ball and says, come on then, you step up for me. Yeah, so one of my favourite cocktails is a bourbon cocktail. It's called, I think it's called is it a smoked ginger, I think it might be called. I can't remember what the name is exactly. The first time I had it was at a steak restaurant in London called Gaucho Grill in Chancery Lane in London. Actually, close to where I used to work, actually, for many, many years as Director of Treasury for Monster Worldwide. Not plugging them because they barely exist anymore, unfortunately. They were bought out a couple of years ago, etc., etc. But yeah, the smoked ginger. So it's bourbon with a fair bit of ice, a little bit of ginger beer, shot of lime, and maybe just top it up with a little bit of ginger beer as well. And it makes it a very smoky sort of flavour with the bourbon when it interacts with the ginger beer. One of my favourite mixes right there. Fantastic stuff. And also something from the Caribbean, something that's got real proper ginger spice to it. Not a ginger ale, ginger beer. This one's in the air. Arun wants it. He's taken 3 catches today. Unfortunately, he doesn't take that one to be his 4th. Kushi Menden, he cleans up. The ball ricochets into the batter here. He's okay. So they clean up. That was in the air for a lot of hang time. Arun Ashokan almost gets around for that one. Made a lot of ground. Ends up going down there. Montaluz with a ripper there. The Pilsner. Love it. Don't think I can get away with that. And of course, is brewed in the town of Pilsen, clearly. Here we go. Arun. Oh, the dive forward. This is teasing. Absolute teasing. That's a fair effort from him as well. He dived forward. They're the toughest catches to take, the ones where you got to dive forward. It's almost got a second. Almost an attempted catch there. Watch this one more time. It comes down. Yeah, he needed one more step to take that comfortably, I reckon. Just one more. Well, here we go. Is this 3rd time or that's going to be 6? That's going to be 6. Poor old Arun, he's put a couple down, tough chances. And the 3rd one, he almost thought he was in on that one, but no, it goes over his head for a big Maximo. Watch this as it comes down. Just pulls out of it at the last minute. Yeah, I'm well and truly over the line. So Soji Mia here, he's got to stand tall for the Tigers. Needs to try to find something here, doesn't he? 6 overs gone, 61 for 4 on the board. That run rate just over 10 and over. And you feel that even chasing 100 for the last innings today, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be hard to defend against the Prague Cricket Club. Especially their batting attack, which looks pretty strong at the moment. Paolo Campini mentioning chocolate bourbon biscuits. Stephen Cook at the Salford Distillery last night, tasting some rums. Oh, you know, rum is a drink I haven't really gotten into much recently, but with Julian Dawson recently in St. Lucia and some of the pictures he was sending me, I think it's something I need to just get back into, rediscovering again. can't remember the last time I had rum. I might have been 18 years old mixing it with Coke when I was at the school disco or something. Wow, that's really showing my age, but there you go. I tell you what's interesting about hangovers. I'm going to say something about hangovers in just a moment. I don't have a remedy, don't get me wrong. This has been hit straight towards deep mid-wicket, who spills the catch, couple of bounces and 4 runs. Well, that's just a little bit slack on the boundary rope there. Came in to take the catch, stuttered, and has been put down. That's a little disappointing. Let's try and see who that is out there. Is that Davison Romani out there? Unusual for him to spill that if it was him. Skipper, sub-1 Divisi bowling. Dots up. Good, quicker delivery, that one. Monty's saying a lot of rum in Colombia, very cheap. Yeah, I think it's something I need to look at. I'll tell you what I do find, and okay, this may sound silly, but for me, I find the better quality drink you have, and I'm talking about alcoholic drinks, less chances I have of having a hangover. Shot, absolutely amazing shot. Laces this one out of the park. It's a huge square drive, all air, all thriller, no filler, and that is out of the park. What a great strike that is. So a good rush of blood here coming from the batters. You see these last 4 deliveries, we've had 6, 4, dot, and 6. So nice rush of blood, 16 off the last 4 deliveries, exactly what the Tigers needed. Expected score picks up just a little bit, but bit by bit, and Sojab Mia's still in there, 35 he's got on the board. Only from 13 deliveries as well, so he's striking beautifully. He just needs to farm more off the strike, I think. We're waiting a while for that ball to come back. It's gone. It went a long, long way back. And I think, yeah, we're going to get a new pill. There's a couple of players. Well, they do find it. They did find it in the end as well. So we're going to get the replacement ball thrown back to us. And it's all gravy as we find the pill. So 71 for 4 halfway through the 7th. Just a reminder what we're up to here. Almost set to go. Let's see how Subba comes back from being belted out of the park and then some. And that went a long way back. It's just a good, quicker ball outside the off. Spinning Mia around. Well, there's Mia and then there's Mia. I'm sure you pronounce them differently. I'm trying to think how I can put the H into Sojib's name rather than with Shaheen, which is Shaheen Mia. And Sojib Mia facing. Pulls this around the corner, gets a lot of airtime, and it gets a long way back as well. That is an 80-metre blast as that is put out of the park. That is a wonderful strike. Got every bit of that. That is pulled and middled and pummeled out of the ground. 77 for 4. There's one more to come in the 7th and 3 overs after that. This over has gone for 14 from Divisi. A couple of dots there has helped keep things under control. Oh, Marzi, you keep me entertained. Absolutely keep me entertained here. I love the Blue Crew's work this week. They've been fantastic. Divisi in for his last ball. Swing and a miss. So it goes for 4.6.6. So every second ball he bowled was good, but unfortunately every odd number ball he bowled was pummeled out of the ground or to the boundary line. So 77 for 4 after 7. Chris Smith, hello to Chris Smith who joins us as well. We have had Stumps Akimbo, Chris Smith. I just say that now. I just say Stumps Akimbo, Chris Smith. Whether you're there in the chat or not, that's your call. That's your catchphrase, and I give you full credit all the time. But good to see you in the chat. Talking about spirits at the moment. So what's your tipple? What do you enjoy? I'm a whiskey bourbon person, but having seen a few comments about the rum, I think I need to revisit that. Oh, now that's shown as a no ball. Square leg indicates it's a no ball for height. And 1. No ball for height shown there, so free hit coming. Just a little bit of energy and enthusiasm there. Have a look at that. That's a pretty good call for the umpire, I would say. Very good call. So free hit coming. It's in the air. It's not going to make it to the boundary line. It's not going to make it to the players. It just goes over the head of the umpire. So the free hit turns into just a single. You see there, that's Mia staring at the bottom of his blade, and he's saying, yep, I got it on the toe of the bat. It's quite handy having a Mia and a Mia out there in the middle. It means I can't possibly get the batters wrong. And again, it's Phil G commentating, saying you never know. As Mia swings hard, it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. Bounces about 5 meters in front of the player and just crawls its way to his feet just for a single. So gets out of trouble with the no ball, does Gune, but then just a couple of singles. Expected score only hovering around a 110. They really haven't found the acceleration they wanted, the Tigers. Well, that's brilliant. That's really nicely struck. All the way for a big six. Sojeb Mia continue to march on, and he's the man who's taking control of this innings after Sozibuyan found himself found wanting, having clipped the ball straight to backward backward point for a pretty straightforward catch. So it's going to be 48 on the board for Mia. Let's see if he can pick up a well-deserved half-ton here. As the other Mia at the non-striker's end is indicating with his bat and saying, this is not the stick I wanted. I want another one. I think at the end of the over, there's going to be an exchange of bats for the non-striker. Gune still with a couple to come. Now, that's been worked away nicely. It may have come off the legs, though, just watching the umpire. And indeed, it does come off the legs. So, doesn't add to his score, adds to the extra, so. 88 for 4, 2 to come in the 8th. Thomas Martinez saying, you sure me and Boyan haven't swapped shirts? Pretty sure they haven't swapped shirts. Pretty confident. That would be rather amusing if someone tried to pull a little stunt like that. Last person who tried to pull that sort of stunt. Hit down the ground. Bit of work here for the fielders. Oh, it's not a rough bounce. It's a bounce that the fielder probably just didn't time properly here. Have a look at this. And ooh, yeah. It makes it a little bit tough there. As Aravind just overruns that, and it's a boundary get through. So Shahid Mia jumped up to 14. He hasn't seen much of a strike like that, but that's fine for the Tigers because Sojeb Mia is playing a great innings. Aravind gets another chance to cleanly field this one, which he does. That is going to be the end of the 8th. It's 93 for 4 after 8. 2 overs to come. Where can that score get to? Looking at a score maybe around 110, 115 at the moment. We'll see. So, Atharva Gune, he goes for 25 from his 2 overs. A little bit expensive. Shaheen Mia doing quite well. He's on 15. Sojeb Mia at the other end, 48. Between the two of them, they've put together a pretty good partnership. Things going nicely for the Tigers. Give them a good chance of a good score here. If they could just fire up in these last couple of overs. This partnership's already worth 59 runs. So how about that for good scoring between these two? We start the 9th. Well, this has gone up in the air. Sadesh wants it. And Sadesh has unfortunately put it down. It was in the air for a lot of hang time. He had the sun to bother about as well. And just looked a little bit uncomfortable and out of sorts there. Look at this. Skies straight up in the air. It's the only play going for it. Play will come in from the left in just a moment. That's Kushal Mendon, who probably might have had a better chance at that one than Sadesh. Sadesh was running with the ball, always looking over his shoulders. Full delivery, gets through the keeper. Yorked the keeper and end up nutmegging him, actually. And so Sharan Ramakrishnan does not get a hand on that one. All the way through. Oh, boy. All the way through. 4 byes. Ouch. Well, that's going to help the cause. Have a look at that. So 22 runs scored behind the wicket and 78 runs scored in front of the wicket. That's why earlier when Sazib was batting and they were trying to set a trap for a leg glance, I was a bit bemused by that because I didn't quite understand how that could possibly be a battle plan considering he hadn't played many shots at all behind the wicket. He's mostly a run scoring in front of the wicket sort of batter. Anyway, that was in the past. Sadesh comes in. This is swung away towards the boundary there at deep mid-wicket. It's not very well hit, so the boundary rider has time to get to it. It's a good throw back. It's an excellent throw back. Stumps are removed. Sorry, bails are removed from by the keeper. But have a look at this running. This is really quick. So it starts off a bit slow, and then that's when the batter realizes, okay, it's going to be caught. And head down, and Sojia Mia just puts the head down and goes, go, 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 go. He takes a bit of a left turn, and why players continue to do this to go around the keeper is beyond me. But the 50's up, though, for Sojia Mia. 50 off 21 deliveries. Oh. Shaheen Mia backing up quite a long way there. There's never a single there. So, yeah, Sojia Mia with those two, he gets himself a 50 half century for him off 21 deliveries. Well done to him, well batted. Keeping this innings together and 100 up as well. So he gets a 50. Tigers get themselves 100. It's 100 for 4 with 8 deliveries to come. People talking about Skegness. Interesting. As that is belted out of the ground. So Sojia Mia continuing here with a big 6. Gets after the beast. Look at this. Nicely played. And that is a long chase for one of the fielders to go and retrieve the ball. It's good over this one. 4 byes. 6. I mean, the 4 byes. That was pretty tough on Sharon there, but, you know, keep your legs together and maybe it'll stop the ball. We see a lot of keepers very quickly just slamming the pads together on something like that. It's exactly what had to be done. And missed it completely, unfortunately. Below there to Paul KQ6. $106 for 4. That means there's 7 legal deliveries to come. A score of the 120 mark is beckoning. Sojia Mia can maybe farm the strike, maybe push a single here. Nope. He winds up and he goes to put that one out of the park, and he has indeed. That's a lovely strike once again. Way over the square boundary, heading out towards the car park. Actually, that van you can see there with the reflective protection on it, that one right there, that's Joe Foster's van. You wouldn't want to hit that because he's the umpire. Hit the umpire's car, you know what's going to happen, don't you? He's going to give you out. I'm just kidding, he wouldn't do that. 112 for 4, and it's 1 over to come. Let's see who gets the privilege or the duty of bowling his final over. Good recovery, this one from the Tigers. Really good recovery. Just going to try and see who may bowl the last over. Is it going to be Samira Mataranga, or is it going to be Saba? Let's see who it is. Oh, it's going to be Ravi Solanki. So this is interesting. So Ravi Solanki, who's definitely carrying a leg injury, he went for 23 off his first over. Did pick up a wicket, but he went for 23. Interesting roll of the dice here by Saba to give the final over to somebody who went magical. Let's see how we're going to go then. So Shaheen Mia is on strike. You think he's going to try and find a single and turn the strike over. You think that may be the battle plan. What can he do here? Club back to the bowler who affects the run out. Now, I'm not sure if they crossed on that occasion, but it was quite funny to see that happen because Sojia Mia, it's like, watch him here. He sees the run out's about to happen. He goes, I better cross. Look at this. Watch this. Yeah, that's right. I better cross in a hurry, but there's no way he crossed in time. Look at that. He takes off there, but he's well and truly out of his ground, and they did not cross. So it's a very good innings, though, from Sojia Mia. Take nothing away from him there. Look, he did the right thing. He backed up, but it was hit too straight, and it was well fielded by Ravi Solanki. And that's a run out there. Sojia Mia run out there for 62 off, I think it was 24 he was run out for. Let me just double check that for you, but well done. Mazi here next to me, enjoying the game. You can tell he's enjoying the action. Can't obviously get the comms cam onto him as much as I'd like. Maybe we should try to. Hit down the ground, just going to be the 1 run. Aravind there does the fielding. As it's Hossein who comes in, see what he can do here. So I questioned the idea of bringing Ravi Solanki on to bowl that last one, but there you go. Picks up a wicket, and then he gets just the 1 run off the second ball, and he dots up on the next one. So it's a great comeback here. So 113 for 5, 3 deliveries to come. Have a look at the win predictor. It's got it 60% towards PCC, but 40% to the Tigers. So our computer boffins are suggesting that this score is actually not bad. Not bad at all. Maybe it's right, almost in that Goldilocks zone. Well, it kind of is with a 40-60 split. So a couple of big hits here, and we could be on for a fantastic run chase in the last innings of the day. Hits this hard. That's going to go to deep mid-wicket, all the way along the deck. Cleanly fielded. Slight bubble, but not too bad. Just 1. See what that does to the win predictor, whether it switches it heavily towards PCC. No, it doesn't really move. Of course it does. There it is, jumped by 3%. So there you go. Tigers here need a couple of big hits in these last 2 deliveries. Good over from Solanki too. Straight to the player again, deep down at long on. Just 1. So what a sensational last over this from Ravi Solanki. Let's see if we can finish tight for PCC. See if the Tigers can just have one last swing at him, try to muscle it up into the 120s. It's 115 for 5, plus this. Last ball of the innings. And it's a dot. That's a wonderful over. Great 10th over there from Ravi Solanki. He's injured. He's not feeling the best. That leg of his is causing him all sorts of trouble. But it's a run out in his over. Plus, it's just 3 runs. What a great way to finish. That could be the difference between the 2 teams right there, that final over. 115 for 5 is the score on the board from the Tigers. PCC got 116 in their sights to try to chase this one down. And with the batting lineup they've got today in this match, you feel that, well, I wouldn't say it's a walk-in. Absolutely not. But I tell you what, they're looking pretty much favourites to pull this in. People like Sharan Ramakrishnan and Aaron Ashokan, Sabawan Divisi, Aravind Sridhar, who will probably open the batting with Sabah. And then you've got, of course, Beast, who's in really good form at the moment as well. And even Ravi Solanki, who's hitting the ball really well. PCC will fancy themselves to chase this one down. We're going to find out shortly as the run chase will come your way very, very soon. Not a bad effort, though, from the Tigers, though. They lost Sazib pretty early on. And since then, it was, pretty much the Sojib Mir show as he goes for 62 in that last over. But it was a run out that was unfortunate, but, you just got to go for these runs. Anyway, we're going to see what happens. We're going to come back here very shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying the Czechia division continues. Czechia Premier Division continues. And match 26 hangs in the balance. Can PCC get the runs or not? Join me in about 10 minutes' time, and we'll find out. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Vinod Cricket Ground for the run chase in this match 26. This is the last match of the day here as the players all come out to the centre, led by the umpires, and then the batters and the fielders coming out. So, in case you missed it, the Prague Tigers, they have placed 115 runs on the board, having been sent into bat by PCC, who won the toss and elected to take to the field first in this game. And 115 for 5 is well they got to. Thanks very much to Soja Mia with a 62 of 24 deliveries there. Did very well indeed. Dug deep and has brought up a pretty good score for his team and has helped guide them home with the early loss of Sazi Boyan, which took a fair bit of sting out of the Tigers' attack. PCC bowled pretty well, fielded okay. They did put a few catches down, but look, they also bounced back as well. They really did well, actually, to hold the team to just that 115. So what that means is the bonus point equation is 81. 81 for a bonus point. So PCC will want to first get to 81 to kick on from there. As expected, it's going to be Subhawan Divisi and Aravind Sridhar who are going to open the batting for PCC. And it's going to be, looks like Mahadi Alam has got the brand new Grizzly in his hands. And he will begin the attack from the southern end, which is pretty normal, really, considering that's the end we bowl from. And dare I say it, it's been 199 matches since a golden ball. Is this a golden ball score? I've kind of forgotten what a golden ball score is anymore. It feels like so long. It was August last year at the Croatia ECS. Rico Full and I were commentating that last golden ball in August. Feels like a century ago, doesn't it? But we start with the run chase. Picked up and take. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Ajay Alam, he had it in the hands for almost long enough. Almost long enough, and that has just come out of the mitts. Have a look at this one. Completely mishit. It goes all air. Saba doesn't even want to run. He knows he's cooked. And then it goes through the hands, explodes through the hands, and they run through for a quick single. Captain Subhawan Divisi can suck in a big breath here and say, well, I was dropped on the first ball of the innings, dropped on 0, and Tigers might have dropped the game right there. Wow. This is the last appearance of these two teams as well in the group stages. Then they will reappear, of course, on Sunday for finals. It's pretty sure they'll make it into the finals. It just remains to be seen whether they will be knocked out of the top 2 positions because they're currently occupying the top 2. The result of this game will not affect that. They'll stay in the top 2 positions with Tigers just getting above PCC. PCC would have to win with a 4-point win here and then probably somehow... Well, I'm looking at the net run rate discrepancy there. They would have to win in about 3 overs in order to leap above them. I can't see that happening, of course. Apart the fact that it's a mathematical impossibility. Well, actually, it is mathematically possible. I take that back. However, not anymore. That is a lovely strike. So it's one more time. See this one outside the off and punched really nicely. That one. One bounce and across the rope, 4 runs. And it's that Sridhar opens his account with a boundary. 5 off the over thus far. Yes, talking about Olden Halls, Monty. Speaking of the Olden Hall, the ball that shall not be named. It's been 199 matches since we visited Olden Hall. A lovely part of the world, the Olden Hall. So yes, the ball that shall not be named. Swivels on this one. Ooh, bit of a Tortuga bounce there. Player who's the Lone Ranger out there, backward of square leg, has to put the hands up and protect his face. And he does a good job of not just saving the ball, getting past him, but also protecting himself. Gets the ball back pretty quick, smart. So yes, Monty, you're absolutely right. Let's go visit the Olden Hall one more time, just for old time's sake. We visited Olden Hall since August last year during the Croatia ECS. Well, Saba's gone again aerial, and that has landed over the boundary rope for 6 runs. No control there whatsoever. A bit like the first delivery he faced. He looks to spin this one around towards the backward square leg in end. Hits a Baximo, and it goes all the way back for a Baximo. A rarely seen Baximo here at the ground. So PCC up to 12 now off the first over. Still got one ball to come to complete that first over. And soft hands pushes that towards the point fielder. Already home for the run before the fielder even picked it up. That was very quick running between the wickets between these two. They're very fast between the wickets. He goes to 8. Shredder, he's on 5. It's 13 without loss after 1. PCC on top here early on, despite a few jitters from Saba. Not in control of his first 2 shots, but just in control of those last couple of singles he played, though. A few people asking about the whereabouts of Dave B. Yep, Dave B's been conspicuous by his absence. I think he's had other duties, but I think Johnny Heatham was onto that. There you go. Ian had a chat with him the other day, so that's good news that Dave B is obviously still out and about. Punched into the covers and great fielding there from Hazari. Awful bit of foot fielding there by the bowler. Ajay Alam doesn't try to take the ball. Instead, he lifts his foot to try to stop the ball from going for overthrows. What on earth was that? And now he's got the gall to stand hands on hips and demand answers from his team when that was just a little bit slack. They don't have a big total to defend here. That was just a little bit crazy. And they've manufactured 2 from what should have been a dot ball. I think the bowler should probably go to the room full of mirrors, have a look at the replay and say, you know what, I could have done better. Anyway, Ajay Alam, he's a talent, steams in again. Saba rocks back on this one, hits it straight to the player coming off the leg side boundary. But he doesn't get to it in time, doesn't get the same elevation, and it bounces in front of him, so just a single. So Saba going aerial here, but he is absolutely not on top of it here. He looks a little bit out of sorts. The shots that he's playing up in the air have not been safe. He should have been caught on the first ball of the match. Absolutely should have been caught. And it was the bowler here, Ajay Alam, who put him down. 16 on the board for no loss. And that's a wide ball. Ajay steaming in, delivering that one. Thomas Martinez, you're 100% correct there. 2 runs absolutely given away. It's a good, best way of describing it. Monty's saying alarm bells ringing. Tell you what, his bells are ringing. I'm surprised if you can hear me even saying that. I'm standing in the doorway of the cabin saying just how ordinary I thought that it'd feel if it was. I reckon he heard every word of that. Guess he won't be bringing a curry to the ground for me tomorrow. And I say that because sometimes he does that. Sometimes when he knows I'm on comms, the Tigers have a sponsor who is actually a restaurant, a good Bangladeshi restaurant, a very good Bangladeshi restaurant, curry house. And sometimes when they bring food to the ground, sometimes Sazib might run in a little meal for the Blue Crew, or maybe Ajay might pass over like a little kebab or something like that for us to just to keep us going. Tigers are very good like that, very, very giving. Nice bunch of guys. So, will we get back to Alden Hall, a destination we haven't visited since August last year? Ajay Alam steaming in. Saba has worked this one around the corner. That's a chase that the fielder will not win. The ball always wins that chase. Once you start turning and running with the ball on this ground, you know that ball is going to win that race to the boundary line. This ground is so quick. It is dry. It is flat, especially square of the wickets and on the far side of the ground behind the wickets. In front of the wicket, probably, around that mid-off and mid-on area, pushing down towards the long-off, long-on area. Sometimes the ball can pull up. But anything from the covers all the way around to the back of the field and come back around the other side, it is so quick. It's lightning fast. To play this off the pads, can't get a leg glance away, and it's a wide ball as it misses lock, stock, the lot. So interesting day we've had today. We started off with match 23 where Prague Cricket Club won the toss, elected to bowl. The Prague Tigers made 127 for 4, and they defended that quite well in the end. It was Prague Cricket Club could only amass 101 runs. Got him. Stumps akimbo. Chris Smith, smash, bang, crashed her on the ground. And sub-1 Divisi has to go. He hasn't looked comfortable with the bat today at all. Not one bit, not one time. And he has to depart. just completely plays all over this. And Ajay Alam, a good toiler from him, gets the wicket. And it's the last ball of the over, he gets the wicket as well. So 23 for 1, 2 overs gone. Subber departs 15 from a handful of deliveries faced, but he's just looked completely out of sorts today. It has not been his day with the bat. And Prague Cricket Club, we're hoping that he can step up come Sunday. PCC will be playing in the finals on Sunday. We just don't know which game they will be playing in. We're on a road to nowhere. Chris Smith bringing out the mid-80s classics there from Talking Heads. That's a good song. David Byrne, an absolute showman. Sometimes Talking Heads aren't exactly for everybody, but, well, they're for some of us. Yeah, but a nice one there. Chris Smith tapping into his inner 80s teenager there, reminding us about them, the Talking Heads. Azarian, the human dynamo, winds up. And that's pretty wide outside off and shown as a wide to the left-hander over in Sridhar. Bat at the crease as well is also a left-hander. That's going to be Sharan Ramakrishnan, yet to face a ball, as that was the last ball of the over where Subber was dismissed. So PCC top order here, pretty much full of the left-handers. Aravind is still going. He's on 6, and Sharan, as I said, yet to face a ball. Dynamo puts it onto leg stump, and that's been hit out towards the boundary. It will be collected, and just the one. So already a little bit of wayward bowling here by the Tigers. Just easing the bit of pressure off PCC with these extras. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, I make it 5 wides already. And there were 4 byes as well. It's already happened too. So, yeah, not great. Sorry about that. Let me try that again. There's actually 3 wides. 3 wides. And Maximo and a partridge in a pear tree has been punched out of the ground. Azari winds up. It's too full. It's on the pads. And Sharan Ramakrishnan is too good to let that one go. And he's pummeled that one over the boundary rope for 6 runs. Azari's been pretty good. I mentioned him this morning. I felt that his bowling has gotten better and better as the tournament's gone on. And he's been picked, I think, in the Tigers squad almost every match this week. I've been really impressed with him. This wind-up action he's got, and he releases on the 5th run-around, but it's effective. You know, it helps him with his targeting. It helps him with his line. His length is pretty good as well. It's just sometimes when he's bowling to a left-hander, he just seems to have lost his way a little bit. He's taken a couple of deliveries just to get into the groove here. Started with a wide, got hit for 6 on his 3rd ball of the over, so he's coming back into it now. Bowling to Aravind, who's looking like he's in good touch. That's a well-timed drive. Lovely shot with that off drive. Lofted away for 6 runs. Look at that. That's got a lot of airtime, and that goes a long way back. That really went about 85 metres. That was a huge strike. Galaximo, says PK. Not wrong with that. That was absolutely gone, smashed out of here. PCC have got the Boffins and the supercomputer telling them that they're definitely going to win this one. A couple of wickets either way, and you never know. Tigers desperate to get into the middle order here. They've got to get rid of one of these two immediately. Zara's gone for a couple of big hits in this over. I feel this game is just getting away from the Tigers. 78 required of 43. Now they keep going at this pace. We should probably finish a little bit earlier tonight. So 38 on the board. Last ball of the power play coming up. Clubbed just out of the fingertips. Maybe exploded out of the fingertips there. I think it actually went in and straight back out again. I reckon that's exactly what's happened, you know. Mahadi Alam has got a little bit of something on that. He's managed to slow it down from getting to the boundary, so he saved a couple of runs. But he doesn't save, doesn't hold on to the catch. Have a look at this one more time. Indeed, slaps the hand and falls straight back out, but he's probably saved a boundary there. So 39 for 1 in the power play. That's 3 overs gone. And just a reminder that coming up this weekend, you have got Bangladesh and the Netherlands, the women's T20 international going head-to-head on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget about that. Hope you're looking forward to that one. And that is happening at the same time as, of course, the finals here. We've got finals here on Sunday. Myself and Vinny will be looking after the commentary there. Looking forward to that one. It seems that in the last few times I've commentated with Vinny, it's been on a finals occasion. So basically, we're saving you all the best until the very finals day. Like we commentated on the Challenger finals, then on the Premier Division finals back there in Portugal. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. But yeah, don't forget those women's internationals, the T20 internationals from Scotland. So thank you to Cricket Scotland for allowing us to show that on the network. Very exciting times. We can do that for you. So we start the fourth, and it's going to get away from the keeper, and it's run all the way for a minimo. It does indeed. Oh, those are bonus runs there. So some of the bowlers just struggling with bowling to a left-hander. You think they should have a lot of practice at doing things like that. So I would say Tigers maybe need to get into the nets maybe tomorrow. Remember, they're not playing tomorrow. Tigers and PCC, it's their last game of the group stage today. They've got all day off tomorrow, and I won't be surprised if they're going to go to the nets, which are situated in the city at Olshanskanamisty, just on the, not too far from my place, just down the road from Flora, which is next to Vinarati. Swings hard at this one, goes square. It does not go where it was supposed to go, but nonetheless, it finds its way out towards the boundary. Just going to be one. But yeah, I would recommend that the Tigers maybe get into the nets and practice bowling to left-handers. It seems that's where they lose their way a little bit. Struck and not taken. Well, that's gone for 6, and that's a bit disappointing there from the fielder. Mahadi Alam has made a bit of a meal of that one. Should have held it. Should have been a wicket. I know I shouldn't should people like this, but sometimes you just got to say it as it is. And the 50 up, 51 for 1 in the fourth. And PCC looking like they're walking this one. 65 or 40 is what's asked and required. And swings this one away towards leg side. And they're not going to stop that one either as that goes, I think, for all the way. It does indeed. Umpire puts his hands in the air, and that is indeed another 6. So obviously getting motoring along here. PCC really just starting to fire up. And this top order of Prague Cricket Club, honestly, when they get going, they're a sight to behold. We haven't even talked about Beast yet. There's probably going to be no need for Sadesh at this rate. Sharan hitting the ball really well. Aravind as well. I'm enjoying his day today. He's been pretty solid. Top scored in the first match today with a very good 40 from 20 deliveries. Bowler in again. Oh, goes a bit inside out there as it gets cut away. Oh, that's tough on the fielder. He slipped over there at the vital moment. Just feet went out from underneath him as he tries to backpedal and try to cut that one off, so it's a 4. And this over is getting very expensive. It's getting a little bit scary. You see there, he just overshoots and falls on his moneymaker. 61 for 1 on the board. Akhtar Razaman, he's gone for 22, and this is a little disappointing. Have a look at that. The last 3 shots, 6, 6, 4. And Sharan Ramakrishnan is just, he must be just licking his lips and saying, there we go, Sharan. This is a great way to get yourself some form before the finals. Turns it around the corner this time, and oh, can you believe it? Azari's put down a sitter, an absolute dead set sitter. Sharan had even given up as well. You could see the way he just sort of dropped his shoulders and trotted. He thought, oh, I've hit it straight down his throat. Just there. He drops the bat into his hands like, yep, I've just done myself a mischief there. And Azari has put down an absolute sitter. No sun in his eyes, just takes his eyes off the prize, and it goes to ground. Monty with an absolute correct comment there. The fielding team are leaking runs. We may have to put them underwater to see where it's all leaking from. Someone's got to catch this. No, no one's going to catch this either. So teasing, all in the air. And that is going to be the end of the fourth. 63 for 1 after 4. Sridhar on 16 from 10 deliveries. Sharon Ramakrishnan, have a look at that. 24 from 6. Well, he's not mucking around. He's there and saying, well, you know what? I think I've got a restaurant booking to get to in about half an hour. So how about we finish this game quick, smart? He is lightning quick. And he's batting at 400. You can see why. Everything coming off his bat is either going to or over the boundary rope. So about to start the 5th. Captain Sazir Bouillon brings himself onto bowl. Let's see if he can find some magic. It's 53 required from 36. It's looking pretty straightforward for PCC to pick up a good win, a big win over the team that they really want to muscle over and make sure that they don't pop up and scare them in the finals. Swings hard at this one, goes down the ground towards the cover boundary, just the one. So just to remind everybody what happened last year is that Prague Tigers went with all wins last year in this division. They won every group game. They won every final, including the big one over PCC. And in fact, that final, that was the high scoring final in any Prague ECS. Well, that's a strange bit of fielding there. You can't use your behind to try to field the ball there. He's got the sun in his eyes. At the last minute, to save himself from the ball bouncing in front of him, he's turned around and the ball has pitched and not hit him anywhere. And he tries to field that one with his glutamus maximus. And I'll suggest that he uses his left and right as handiest, because that's what they're given for. 68 for 1. PCC just marching here. Absolutely just marching. Yeah, in that famous final last year. Oh, bit of an umpire killer, that one. It's a straight shot through the umpire and all the way for 4 runs, couple of bounces. Umpire goes to have a word and then says, oh, I better signal the 4. One more time. Watch it, umpire. Good evasive action there. Straight shot. We talked about giving the umpires helmets, needing to play chest guards and all sorts of the same protection that the batters get. That was pretty close in the end, actually. So just a reminder, in the finals last year in the Premier Division, the Tigers, Prague Tigers, they belted 198 for 2 in the final. And PCC responded with 168 for 3, lost by 30 runs. And it was that man, Farhad Shakil, for the Tigers, belting 129 of 36 balls, really set the final on fire. Myself and Rico Fool were treated to an absolute run fest that day. Speaking of run fest, we're seeing a lot of runs being scored here as well. 43 required off 32 now. Dots up. Good ball from Sazib. And just one more little bit of trivia I want to give you. And that is, on finals day last year in the Premier Division, there was 1,308 runs scored on the finals day, on the single day last year. It was a warm day, I remember that, but 1,308 runs scored on a single day. And you think about last Saturday was the highest amount of runs scored in the ECS. Look out, Burno. Some of the guys at the Burno Cricket Club are heading back to the car park and they had to take evasive action as this is absolutely laced out of the ground with a straight shot. Look at this. That is a fantastic strike there. Sharan Ramakrishnan, he marches his way up to 33. He was batting at 400, so he's obviously missed out on a couple of hits there, but that is a monster shot from him. And that is going to end the over. 79 for 1 and 37 required off 30. PCC marching towards a very good win here. So, yeah, what I was saying before was that on the Saturday, the first day of the Premier Division, last Saturday, 1,001 runs scored on that single day with a lot of really big scores. Well, finals day last year, 1,308 runs scored on finals day last year. And that is massive. I like to see another finals day that was close to that. Possibly the finals in Jersey probably was about that, maybe a little bit more. But for the whole day, that was an incredible bit of run scoring. I get a funny feeling we may be treated the same on Sunday. If the weather holds off, which it's looking like it will, there is some storms coming in, but at the start of next week around Monday. So as long as those storms don't suddenly get here a little bit quicker, we should be okay for Saturday and Sunday action. 79 for 1, and it's 5 overs gone. 37 off 30. We have a last roll of the dice here for the Tigers. Need to try to find a wicket here. Shouts a catch, one bounce, cleanly taken, just the one. Prague Tigers bowling hasn't been bad this week. This week it's actually been pretty good. But today, especially in this match, the Prague Tigers bowling has just been slightly off. A lot of wides, a few slot deliveries as well. But earlier in the week, I was singing their praises quite heavily. When I was on here with Shaban earlier in the week, I was saying, watch the Tigers. Like, everyone praises Sazib for his excellent batting, and they should too, because his batting's been quite something. But the bowling of the Tigers, up until about midweek, I thought the bowling has been pretty good too. Right now, struggling. Just struggling. Need to find a wicket here. These two batters are just having everything. Oh, Chris, sorry, Chris, I didn't see your message there about the AFL. Thank you for the scores. Oh, so the Hawks beat St Kilda. Carlton beat Geelong. Well, anytime Geelong get beat, that's always good news for me. Not a huge fan of Geelong. Nothing against them. It's just, you know. Tomorrow, the second place Swans take on the Tigers. Well, yep, I know Richmond are headed up to the Harbour City, and they're going to try to take on the Swans at their home ground, which is not really happy hunting ground for us. It's going to be a tough old game for Richmond. As much as it's a tough old game here for the Tigers here at the ground. So my team in the AFL, the Tigers, and this team here, the Tigers, both having a tough old time. But look, the thing about the Prague Tigers is they've already done the hard yards. They've already done the heavy lifting early on in this division. So they've already put themselves on top of the standings. They're still sitting top of the standings. No matter what happens here, they'll probably still stay top of the standings as well after the completion of this match. They would have to be properly thrashed for PCC to get on the same number of points and then have a net run rate which sits alongside the Tigers. Tigers got a very healthy, positive net run rate. In fact, they've got the best net run rate currently of all the 6 teams at a positive 1.68. PCC's run rate is minus 0.05, so almost exactly square at 0. And hello to SkyQuest. Good to see you, Charles. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Hope you're well. Good cheer from the dugout, from PCC dugout. They love Sharan Ramakrishnan when he's motoring along, and that's indeed what he's doing. Let's have a look at this one more time. Just a nice leg glance there. Really nicely played, very classy, very correct player he is. And Sharan, when he's on fire, he is an absolute joy to watch. Roll it in again. Just hits this one across the line. Probably going to just take the 1 to mid-on. And that's going to be the end of the over. So it's 90 for 1 after 6. Mahadi Alam goes for none for 24 at his 2 overs. And PCC just another 26 runs from 24. Obviously not going for the bonus point here, but it looks to me like they're going to bank themselves 3 points. The bonus point was 81. That's now been overtaken, of course. Prague Cricket Club looks like they're going to notch up a good win here, barring any sort of very strange late order collapse. Which, hey, look, this is ECN. You never know. Like Campini saying, gone have the Tigers. I reckon they might be gone too. I think he might be onto something there. Well, Johnny He's still talking about the ads that he's getting on his feed. One thing I'll say about the YouTube feed is that's a good dot ball to start things off from Ajay Alam. I always thought the ads on YouTube were always sort of, geared around, things that you've searched previously for in your history on YouTube. I might be wrong. Although having said that, I do find that when I'm at home and I don't use my ad blocker, because I'll get to the ad blocker in a minute, obviously at home watching on TV, that is a lovely strike. Crashed out of the park. One bounce, 4 runs. Yeah, when I watch YouTube at home on my TV, I do get a lot of ads, but it's the same old ads. It's an ad for, obviously a lot of local Czech stuff, Rolik, which is a food delivery place. Then it's like for something to do with like the lottery. Then it's something to do with rent-a-cars. Like I get Avis rent-a-car ads on my YouTube at home, which is quite bizarre because I've never searched for anything to do with cars. I don't even watch, YouTube's like YouTube videos like from Top Gear or anything like that. It's not my jam anymore. Plus the fact that I've got everything on DVD from Top Gear anyway, just as an example. So I'm not sure I get those ads. So maybe YouTube don't exactly. They just throw ads. Whatever. Here you go. Here's an ad. Deal with it. Swings hard towards the leg side, and that's going to be another boundary. So Sharan Ramakrishnan here. It looks like he's helping himself from the trough from which poor old Tigers are not getting anywhere near. And this is going to be quite an emphatic victory here for PCC. They're not going to get it inside the 7 overs unless Sharan Ramakrishnan can find 3 sixes in a row, because it's 18 required from 21. But it does look like they're going to get a very comfortable win here against the Tigers. SkyQuest, you crack me up, Charles. Yes, I do. Richmond Tigers. Barrack for the Richmond Tigers since 1974. There you go. Richmond Tiger fan since 1974 and a member for many of those years as well. Obviously, I let my membership lapse when I moved out of the country a few years ago. But yes, since the 1974 season, me being the little toddler I was watching the big TV screen in the living room, I fell in love with the Richmond Tigers straight away. They've been my team for all these years. How about that? That seems like that is a really long time. Wow, I'm showing my age there, aren't I? Johnny here describing the ads. Yeah, I know. Just what's your description there of the ladies there, Johnny? You might be slightly infringing on some of the language we don't accept here. I know what you're trying to say, but yeah, maybe don't go so colloquial the next time you want to describe it. Nice shot there from Aravind. Smacks this one out of the ground, and this game, it's pretty much done now. Just a handful of runs required. Remember, it's only 116 needed, and that's going to be the 100 up for PCC. Have a look at that. 103 for 1, still inside 7 overs, and it's going to be 13 from 19 required. Monty, yes, indeed. Royce Hart era, you're right. My favourite player from Richmond was, of course, Kevin Bartlett, number 29. Hungry, great name. And when I played football at primary school and at high school, I always took number 29. Every other person wanted number 1 because clearly they thought it's because they wanted to be captain or whatever. I was more than happy with number 29. And Shridhar, who's carried his bat all the way through this innings, just happily pushes that one out into the covers and picks himself up a single. 104 for 1 now. And it's 12 needed off the last 3 overs. Pretty straightforward stuff now. So Sabu and Divisi, the only player to have failed here for PCC, he was bowled by Alarm for 15 off 8 balls. And since then, these two got together when the score was on 23. And this is a good 81-run partnership so far and still building, with Sharan Ramakrishnan overtaking Aravind Shridhar. Sharan, he's on 48 at non-strikers, then on 16. Shridhar is on 32 from 17. Let's see if he can turn the strike over and give Sharan a chance to pick up a 50 as Azari comes on to bowl. Well, he swings hard at this one. It's gone way up in the air, and it's gone way over the boundary rope for 6 runs. So there's that. And that's half of the deficit right there. So it's 6 required off 17, and it's going to be a pretty convincing win here. And it's going to be coming towards the end of a pretty good day for Prague Cricket Club. Let's see what happened. They did lose the first match this morning against the Tigers. That shook them up a little bit, but they were undermanned, so you can understand why they didn't get a good enough score on the board and why they allowed the Tigers to belt 127. I know that at one point the run rate was going about 15, 16 per over, so they fought bat hard, they bit bat hard, but I think in the power play it was almost 50 runs in the power play. just couldn't get the field placements right with only with a bowler and a wicketkeeper and 7 other fielders. It was a bit of a struggle for them. And Sharan has hit this straight to the player there who's just backward of point. Have a look one more time. Looks like he's brimming with confidence, Sharan, and that should be sending a few chills into the bowling attack of the opposition coming towards the finals. We're almost finished with this game. Only a handful of runs required. And that's going to be a wide, I think, watching the umpire. Nope, umpire says it's hit the leg, Phil. No wide there. Sharan probably doesn't know that he's on 48. Like 2 runs away from a very, very good half century here. His strike rate's come down a bit. He was batting at 400 a few minutes ago, but it's come down a little bit. 111 for 1. It's Lord Nelson as we see it. Sharan goes crash, crunch, bash, wallop out to the boundary rope. It's been kicked into touch, so it stays in play. And Sharan rather grumpily just walks the run. I think he thought it was going to go all the way. Then he's probably realised that probably means he might struggle to get his 50 here. You might get stranded on 49, you know. Have a look at this. Last ball of the 8th coming up. It's 112 on the board. 4 for the game. And Aravind leans into this one and carves that one out of the ground. And that is indeed the game. Inside of 8 overs, they get the win PCC. It's a massive win over the Tigers there. Tigers just not enough runs on the board. Azari gets carved away on the last ball of the innings. Last ball of the over. Sridhar goes up to 46. Sharan Ramakrishnan, he's going to be stranded on 49. And that is game, set and match. And a very, very good comprehensive win there to PCC over the Tigers. That is excellent work from PCC. To get that done with 2 full overs to spare, quite a dominant performance from them. Just not enough runs on the board for the Tigers. And that is the day done. Day 7 finished, locked and loaded, and we are out of here. So I'd have a look at the standings. I know the standings take a moment to upload and to refresh, but I can tell you right now with Prague Tigers, Prague CC and Vinirati have all played their 10 matches. That means that they are sitting in 1, 2 and 3 respectively. The Tigers will hang on to top spot with 23 points. Prague Cricket Club will stay in 2nd place on 22 points. Vinirati stay in 3rd place on 17 points. But here's the kicker. United, Brno and Bohemians all play tomorrow. United and Brno have 3 games to play. Bohemians have 2 games to play. United on 16 points, just 1 point behind Vinirati in 4th place. Brno in 14 points, 3 points behind Vinirati. And Bohemians on 11 points, 6 points behind Vinirati. Now, poor old Vinirati sit there and they watch these games tomorrow. It's going to be tough for them to view this, but they're going to be sitting there patiently thinking, well, mathematically, how can we possibly find ourselves playing on finals day? Because there's a very good chance that both United and Brno will overtake them, but we need to see how that's going to pan out. As we're looking to bring you into the cabin here just one last time here today, and it's my chance to say thank you everyone for watching today. Wonderful to have your company. Paolo is a very good artist there. Very good sneaking there. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Paolo just snuck through as quick as he could there, as fast as you like. That was hilarious. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching us today. We've had a wonderful day of cricket. Hope you've enjoyed it wherever you're watching from around the world. Don't forget, tomorrow, the last 4 games, the last 4 group games coming your way. And as I said, United and Brno playing 3 games tomorrow. Bohemians back for 2 games tomorrow. Let's see if they can get off the bottom of the table. They've got a lot of work to do. They've got the most amount of work to do tomorrow, and they're going to have to wait and see the results of those other games with United and Brno playing each other twice tomorrow. And that could be telling to see who plays in the finals come Sunday. But tomorrow, it's going to be Danny and Vinny both here. I'll be taking the day off, but I'm going to be back here on Sunday for the finals, and I can't wait to see who's playing. I'll be following the action tomorrow, so I'll probably see you in the chat. But from here, from Vinod, on behalf of the Blue Crew, and of course the scorers and the umpires, and of course on behalf of all the players as well, can I say thank you very much for tuning in today. Hope you've enjoyed today's Peacock Friday. Hope you've enjoyed me here on comms. I've had a great time, and I hope you've had a wonderful time too. But for now, I'm going to say, well, Naskladano, which is a goodbye in Czech, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Yeah. my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.